Chapter 1 Am I the Dragon Slayer? Ooh ho ho. A strange cry reached my ears. Mo-Bai slowly opened his eyes. Hey, underscore. It seems like there is a huge black shadow. Mo-Bai subconsciously stretched out his arm to touch, but it was hard. Is it a big rock? The vision finally became clear. Only then did Mo-Bai see clearly that in front of him was a giant rhinoceros that was more than 2 meters tall. Their eyes met. Mo-Bai smiled awkwardly. He retracted his arms, stood up and ran back. Where did this come from? Is this still domestic? Also, where did such a big rhinoceros come from? Didn't I just go out to get some soy sauce? Before I went home, I heard that Fairy Tale's centenary mission was going to be updated, so I waited for the bus on the side of the road. On the way to escape, Mo-Bai finally remembered the memory before coma. I wonder which BD driver got drunk in broad daylight. Rampant all the way, Mo-Bai, who was waiting at the red light on the sidewalk, was sent flying. Mo-Bai has read many novels about reincarnation after death, but this is the first time he has seen a script about reincarnation and death. Roar! Although the rhinoceros reacted half a beat too slowly. But Mo-Bai chased after him, roaring from time to time. Mo-Bai looked around while running. He was now in a desolate mountainous area with jagged rocks. The road was not smooth, and in a panic, Mo-Bai inevitably stumbled almost every time he ran. On the contrary, the rhino's huge feet were firmly on the ground, and every move seemed to cause the mountain to shake. Mo-Bai turned slightly and realized that the distance between the two parties was getting closer, so he simply gritted his teeth. I bet it has a bad brain. Mo-Bai rolled over and hid behind a nearby rock. Perhaps because of the disappearance of the target, the sound of rhinoceros movement gradually stopped. Mo-Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and stuck his head out to observe the situation with a little anxiety. Why is this big guy still there? Wait, it's... Within sight, the rhino's whole body was tense, and one of its feet kept rubbing backwards. It was clear that he was going to rush this way. Realizing something was wrong, Mo-Bai was about to move his position when the rock behind him instantly shattered. It's too late. The charge of this thing was so fierce that it shattered together with the huge rocks. What kind of fate do I have, to die twice in one day? Still, they were all hit and flew away. Mo-Bai closed his eyes almost in despair. Let your body draw a beautiful arc in the air. Spicy pills. But the strange thing is that apart from the friction injuries on the back when touching the ground, there was no pain in the body. In other words, the huge rock attack just now caused almost no damage to himself. Not only that, Mo-Bai actually smelled a hint of kindness from the broken rocks. What's going on? On the other side, the rhinoceros noticed Mo-Bai's strangeness and showed a hint of doubt, getting ready to continue charging forward. Mo-Bai did not continue to run away, but instead focused on the rocks scattered on the ground. Then, by some strange coincidence, he picked up a piece of it on the ground and put it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Mo-Bai didn't know what he was thinking. Perhaps the behavior at this moment is more like the body's instinctive reaction. I originally thought that the rock would have a teeth-grinding astringency, but when I ate it in my mouth, it tasted particularly refreshing. Suddenly there was strength in my belly, which spread to all parts of my body. What's wrong with me? Mo-Bai was surprised to feel the changes in his body, and his strength was increasing. Almost relying on instinct again, Mo-Bai shouted loudly. Powerful pressure spread from the whole body. The rhinoceros that originally attacked Mo-Bai crazily was frightened when he heard the sound, and his body froze in place. Although it only lasted a few seconds, the rhinoceros regained its energy and resumed its charging posture. Mo-Bai looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. Did I do the explosion just now? If I could use all this power in one place, I might be able to defeat this beast. Roar! As the rhinoceros charged at an even fiercer speed, Mo-Bai no longer dodged blindly. Instead, take a deep breath, lunge, and push your arms forward tightly. Within the line of sight, the figure of the rhinoceros continued to enlarge, until it was eye level with its ferocious gaze. Boom! The rhino's heavy blow seemed to make the entire mountain tremble. But Mo stood in front of him and remained still, his hands firmly blocking the rhino's rough cheeks. Success! This rock seems to contain something special. Eating it can increase your strength. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Mo jumped up and pulled his body to the side. Taking advantage of the moment when the rhinoceros turned around, Mo swept away all the broken rocks. As expected, stronger magic power accumulated in his chest. When you eat it, your strength will surge up. The fear has long since dissipated. When the rhinoceros turned its clumsy body, Mo was already ready to go. He even stretched out a finger and activated the long-lost martial arts secret. Come here. Ooh ho ho. Faced with the shameless provocation of a human who was many times thinner than itself, the giant rhinoceros seemed to be going crazy and rushed over desperately. At the same time, Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, carefully comprehending the changes in his body. Just when the rhinoceros was about to hit his body. Now! Mo didn't hold anything back and poured out all the power he had. A majestic energy storm mixed with the broken rocks that had just been swallowed instantly poured out of the mouth. Mo's eyes widened and he was surprised to find that his breath just now formed a huge storm of sand and stones. The rhinoceros's heavy body was caught in it, breaking off the ground like a piece of paper and flying to a raised stone more than 10 meters away. Bang! The dust disperses. The raised stones were knocked out of dense cracks like spider webs. The body of the giant rhinoceros lies across it, unable to move for a long time. Mo's mouth still didn't close, not because he continued to release the storm, but because he was surprised. Obviously, that terrifying blow was beyond his own expectations. Reminiscent of the scene that just happened and the attack method just now. A flash of lightning flashed in Mo's mind. Wait, this is dragon-slaying magic. I am the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 2-8 Dragon-Slaying Magic Crystals. Mo finally realized that he had traveled through time and entered fairy tale. This is a world of magic, and the manipulators of magic are called magicians. What he just demonstrated was an extremely rare dragon-slaying magic, a legendary method that can kill dragons. In addition, the biggest feature of dragon-slaying magic is that it swallows most elements of the same attribute and converts them into its own magic power. And this element limitation also includes the opponent's magic. In other words, no matter how much magic a magician who plays with fire casts, he will only be devoured by a fire-attributed dragon-slaying magician. Free experience. So, I am a rock-type dragon slayer mage. Swallow rocks and transform them into power. The move just now is called the Cave Dragon's Roar. Mo sat down on the spot, put his right hand gently on his chest, and carefully felt the magic power fluctuations coming from his body. About half a minute later, a majestic and tenacious magic power was slowly triggered from the chest and gradually spread to the whole body. Mo lowered his head and looked at his body. His skin had changed slightly, and the color was more like dark brown rock. Like earth armor. Intuition told Mo that with this kind of blessing, his defense would not be worse than the rough-skinned and thick-flesh rhinoceros just now. But this magic power doesn't seem to be ready to come out. I haven't been able to cast it instantly. Is it because I'm not very skilled? After all, it took a full half-minute. If he really wanted to fight, he would have burped in this time. Thinking of this, Mo concentrated his attention again, running the magic power in his body, trying to make himself more familiar with the mystery. In a daze, he seemed to have walked into a dark space, and not far ahead, there was a dark brown spindle-shaped dragon-slaying magic crystal, which was shining brightly at the moment. Mo can clearly sense that the crystal is exuding amazing magic power, which is exactly the same as the aura during the battle just now. However, I seem to smell other magic. Mo Bai didn't stay too long and controlled his thoughts to continue moving his body forward. Until the magic crystal behind him disappeared. This magic power is getting closer and closer, and there is a feeling of heat. Mo Bai couldn't help but quicken his pace. It's almost there. After walking through so much darkness, a fiery red magic crystal suddenly appeared in front of him. The shape is exactly the same as the previous Rock Dragon Slayer crystal. The heat is what it emits. The dragon-slaying magic crystal of fire. Mo Bai was immediately overjoyed and quickly used the magic power in his body to wrap it up. I have to say, this thing is a bit hot. Time passed by minute. Under Mo Bai's gaze, the magic crystal finally shone, and Mo Bai's own magic also had a hint of flame. Success! 2 dragon-slaying magic crystals. Looking at the entire world, Dragon Slayer Mage is an extremely rare existence. Except for the 5 children who were raised by real dragons 400 years ago and learned dragon-slaying magic. Most other Dragon Slayer wizards have magic crystals implanted into their bodies to understand Dragon Slayer magic. Perhaps the Dragon Slayer crystal is too expensive, or perhaps there is some special rejection reaction. Except for a few perverted guys, I have never seen anyone who can implant 2 magic crystals into the body at the same time. The source of magic seems to have not ended, perhaps there will be other gains ahead. After calming down a little, Mo Bai walked towards the edge of darkness again. With the experience just now, Mo Bai speeded up with great expectations. Not long after walking forward, a delicate yellow crystal came into view. As expected. This magical power is a dragon-slaying crystal with the attribute of thunder. Compared with the previous rock and fire elements, the thunder attribute energy is particularly violent, and I am afraid that if you are not careful, you will be paralyzed by its counterattack. But Mo Bai had previous experience and did not act too hastily. He just slowly used magic power to assimilate it bit by bit. That's right, it's the thunder attribute, the same power as Laxus. With the ability of the 3rd dragon-slaying magic crystal in his pocket, Mo Bai simply tucked it away and directly burst out the magic power in one breath. The same magic wave resonated in his mind at the same time. Then a surprising discovery was made. There are actually 5 crystals? Then I will have 8 kinds of dragon-slaying magic at the same time. Mo Bai took a long breath and raised his hands to rub his face. It's not time to be happy yet. What we need to do now is to refine them all in one go. Mo Bai walked quickly forward to follow the trace. The Iron Dragon's dragon-slaying magic crystal swallows steel and iron, specializes in breaking sharp blades. The Water Dragon's dragon-slaying magic crystal, with the help of the Water Dragon's power, instantly set off a storm. Wood Dragon's dragon-slaying magic crystal controls life. Earth Dragon, thick black spines and tough. The last one is, the power of wind, the Storm Dragon magic crystal. Absorb the storm and fly in the wind. Absorbing and refining all the power of the remaining 5 magic crystals in one breath, Mo Bai instantly felt that the magic power in his body was several times more powerful. 8 elements of dragon-slaying magic crystal, tisk tisk. Doesn't that mean that as long as the magic used by my opponents in the future is within the 8 powers of water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder, and iron, I can swallow their magic and convert it into my own power? Mo Bai couldn't help smacking his lips. Such great power! Looking at the entire kingdom, I am strong enough to be among the top magicians. Returning from the space of consciousness to reality, Mo Bai still saw the vast world of mountains and rocks in front of him. Now, it's time to find a guild. Since I'm here, of course I want to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Standing up from the ground, Mo Bai moved his body and was about to leave when the sidelight suddenly swept to a rocky ground in the distance. In sight was a short old man, probably not even as tall as Mo Bai's thigh. The old man has a Mediterranean hairstyle and is sitting leisurely on the stone drinking tea and resting. Little did he know, 2 hungry wolves had already appeared behind him, the wolves showed their sharp claws and tilted their bodies slightly, making a pounce-like gesture. "Uncle, watch your back!" Mobai subconsciously shouted loudly from a distance. Unexpectedly, the old man seemed not to hear. Taking a sip of the hot tea in the cup, his eyes instantly narrowed into slits, and his whole face was filled with contentment. "Is this uncle deaf?" Mobai patted his head. Before he could make the next move, 2 hungry wolves flew towards the old man. "I thought it would be a bloody hunt." Mobai was even ready to mourn the old man. Just when the hungry wolf was less than half a meter away from the old man finally noticed something. He turned around slowly, looking calm. Immediately afterwards, in Mobai's horrified eyes, the old man's left fist suddenly expanded dozens of times, and he threw it out hard, knocking the 2 wolves straight into the air with great speed and pressure. The old man smiled, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Mobai swallowed, as if recalling something. The expression on his face gradually changed into ecstasy. The magic of enlargement, this hairstyle, and this figure are unmistakable. It's him! It's him! Chapter 3 Fairy Tale President Makarov. Fairy Tale, President Makarov. Although this president is usually just a bad old man who is not serious and a little lecherous, he is currently the most reliable person in Fairy Tale, and his strength is even listed as the top 10 magicians by the council. Mobai originally wanted to join the Fairy Tale Guild, but now he met President Makarov directly. When luck comes, it cannot be stopped. Perhaps it just made up for his skewed non-amirity physique in his previous life when he drew cards and took guarantees. After Makarov returned his arm to normal size, Mobai was about to step forward to talk, but the old man walked towards him with a smile on his face. "Young man, thank you for reminding me just now." "Ahem, actually, I didn't do much to help." Mobai wanted to say something more, but an awkward smile appeared on Makarov's face. "I seem to be lost. Do you know how to get out of here?" Puff. Mobai almost spurted out. Sure enough, everyone at Fairy Tale has an innate sense of relaxation. This sense of relaxation will not change with age and status. But then again, Mobai has only been here for less than an hour, and he doesn't have a map in his hand. "You, a local, are still asking me for directions?" Seeing that Mobai didn't respond, Makarov blushed. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore, hehe. I have to find a way back to the guild quickly, otherwise those little guys will make trouble again." "What's going on?" etc. Makarov was about to randomly choose a lucky direction, but was stopped by Mobai. "Storm Dragon, wings." As Mobai murmured, magic power accumulated on his back, and a pair of illusory wings gradually appeared. Under Makarov's stunned gaze, Mobai gently grabbed his shoulders and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. The power of the Storm Dragon magic crystal that Mobai finally absorbed is very special. It seems that Mobai cannot directly restore magic power by simply absorbing air. But as a compensation, it can give Mobai the ability to fly and spread his wings anytime and anywhere. Generally speaking, it is still a relatively convenient magic. Mobai smiled and said, "Although I don't know the way back, at least this way I have a wider field of vision and can see more clearly." Makarov nodded with satisfaction. "Well, the younger generation of magicians now have so many unique skills, they can even fly." "Excuse me, thank you, sir." Mobai said something but immediately changed his words. In the current situation, it is better to pretend not to know each other. After casually glancing at the surrounding landscape, Makarov said casually, "I took a brief look at your battle just now. Although the magic power is very powerful, remember to keep it in and out at an even pace, otherwise it will not be conducive to long-term attacks." "Of course, I'm just expressing my opinion casually. You look like you are only 18 or 19 years old. As far as your own strength is concerned, being able to reach this level at your age is already very strong, but I don't know what the result will be compared with the brats in our guild. Hearing this, those familiar figures immediately appeared in Mo-Bai's mind. Natsu, the fire dragon slayer wizard, Lucy, a wealthy star spirit girl who escaped from home, Gray who can't fight without taking off his clothes, and Mo-Bai's favorite fairy queen, Urza. The adventure of this team is his youth. When he thought that he was about to be with them personally, Mo-Bai couldn't suppress his excitement and speeded up unconsciously. Makarov pointed diagonally ahead and said, "Did you see that big pine tree? You can reach Magnolia along this direction." Magnolia. That's right, the town where our guild is located has been developing here for about 100 years. Makarov said proudly. Mo-Bai also made up his mind. He had already sent him back to Fairy Tale, so he conveniently pulled him into the guild. Isn't that too much? Thinking of this, Mo-Bai tentatively said, "What, uncle, I don't have a place to settle down yet. I don't know if I can." Able. Ah. Mo-Bai originally wanted to test Makarov's tone by making insinuations, but unexpectedly, he agreed directly before he finished speaking. Makarov disagreed and gushed. "The guild is a place that provides jobs for the little devils. When we officially arrive, whether you want to stay or not, I will respect your wishes. But trust me, you will fall in love with the guild. In addition, there will be an S-class magician assessment in half a year, and your strength is very promising to be selected. But that is a story for later. I will take you to visit the guild later. S-class magician assessment. If he can really pass, it will prove his strength to some extent, right?" Mo-Bai was eager to find an opportunity to shine, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. When he heard this exciting news, he subconsciously cheered. But he forgot that his hands were still holding Makarov's shoulders. Ah! As Mo-Bai inexplicably felt his hands were empty, shrill screams came from underneath him. "Take a look below." Makarov's face turned pale as if he had lost his soul, and he fell straight down like a kite with its string broken, with all four legs in the air. Mo-Bai dived down quickly in embarrassment. Then, before Makarov fell to the ground, he grabbed his shoulders and flew into the air again. "Ahem, sorry sir. Don't get excited, fly calmly. By the way, kid, I still don't know your name." Mo-Bai. Mo-Bai, such a short name. Go through the woods in front, and it's not far away. Half an hour later. Flying over the bustling streets and towns, under Makarov's guidance, the two finally stopped in front of a tall building. "This is our guild Fairy Tale, ugh." Makarov wanted to say something else, but his stomach suddenly turned upside down, and he squatted down while holding the wall and vomited. "Next time, fly more steadily, ugh. I can't stand it." The sound went in from Mo-Bai's left ear and came out from the right ear, completely out of his mind. At this time, he was completely attracted by the guild in front of him. The house is not very high or very big. It may only be called a condensed castle, but the flag hanging in the center is particularly conspicuous. Fairy Tale's guild crest. Seeing Mo-Bai's expression, Makarov wiped his mouth and proudly introduced to Mo-Bai. "This is the Fairy Tale Guild, the home of a group of rebellious brats. As for why it's called Fairy Tale, to be honest, we have no way of knowing whether fairies really exist. After all, we have never seen them. The unknown mystery represents eternal adventure. Mo-Bai, as the president, I welcome you to Fairy Tale. Chapter 4 Welcome to Fairy Tale. I'm back." Makarov showed no mercy and kicked open the guild door. "Well, you're welcome, just come in." Makarov originally wanted to tell Mo-Bai to come in and sit wherever he wanted, but a wooden chair suddenly flew into his face. Directly smash the nosebleeds. Shouting came from inside. "Bd Hoyan, I have disliked you a long time ago. You stripper pervert, I'll beat you down today." The magic power of ice and fire broke out and spread from the center of the hall. Even though Mo-bai was at the door, he could still feel the intense atmosphere. Natsu, Gray. Within sight, two teenagers were fighting with each other using ice and fire magic. One was wrapped in a thick white scarf, and the other had taken off all his clothes from the upper body. Well, as you can see, everyone in the guild always likes to be noisy, so it seems harmonious. Makarov wiped the nosebleed from his face and explained patiently to Mo-bai with a forced smile. What he didn't know was that Mo-bai already knew everyone here, and the guilds were accustomed to falling in love and killing each other every day. Fire Dragon's Hook. Ice Shape, Ice Wall. The boy wrapped in a white scarf is Natsu, the Fire Dragon Slayer, and his opponent is Gray, the Ice Shape Mage. The so-called ice shape is to release ice attribute energy and transform it into various shapes, such as various weapons for combat, to attack. Maybe it's because of the mutual conflict between the magical properties of fire and ice? Except when the guild is unanimously fighting against each other, the two of them will always fight from morning to night. Gray, clothes. The female wizard next to her reminded her expressionlessly. Gray has long been accustomed to this quirk. Gray was suddenly surprised. Ah! When did I take it off? Natsu would not give Gray a chance to breathe, and kicked him away while he was stunned. A flash of light flashed in the sky. Mo-bai turned his attention to Naz, who had taken advantage of him, but found that he had a pair of shorts on his hand. As the fingers turned, the shorts continued to rotate up and down. Wait, is this? Mo-bai suddenly thought of something and looked at the other side. Really? Gray stood up from the corner naked. However, her private parts are not covered up at all, and she openly walks around in front of everyone. Give me your pants. Hey, come and get it. Natsu said with a wild smile. Ice style, Lancer. Gray gritted his teeth and directly released the magic weapon attack, launching the ice spear forward. It hit Elfman, next to Natsu with perfect accuracy. Man! How old are you two? Are you tired of fighting every day? None of your business. Eat my fire dragon's iron fist. Natsu punched Elfman in the face. Elfman was knocked away and hit someone else, knocking the pipe out of his mouth. A hole. Don't get in the way. It's not vulnerable at all. That's enough. What are you arguing about? Whose slippers were thrown into my wine barrel? Damn it. Just be honest with me. A man must prove his strength with his fists. Not long after, everyone in the entire guild was fighting together. In just a minute or two it was a mess. This is the fairy tale I know. Mo-bai suppressed his laughter and watched with gusto. President, welcome back. A sweet female voice suddenly came from the side, which seemed out of place with the commotion of other people. Mo-bai raised his eyes and was instantly attracted by her grace. Mirage. Is this a newcomer? Hello. Myra Jane smiled and extended her hand to Mo-bai in a friendly manner. With her waterfall-like silver hair, pale pink dress, and every smile, she exudes the temperament of a guild poster girl. She is indeed a super beauty who can appear on the cover of Magic Weekly. Seemingly aware of Makarov's stiff expression next to Mo-bai, Myra Jane looked at the people who were still scuffling behind her, smiled bitterly and smoothed things over. It seems that everyone is in high spirits today. After the commotion is over, they should all go to work seriously. Crack. In the chaotic fight, someone threw a wine bottle impartially. Hit Myra Jane right in the head. Myra Jane was knocked unconscious immediately. Mo-bai swallowed and stood there blankly. At this moment, he has clearly felt that Makarov is condensed with a huge and terrifying magic power next to him. You bunch of idiots, stop right now. Makarov's roar echoed throughout the guild hall. Immediately, almost everyone stopped their movements and looked over. Except for Natsu and Gray, who were still fighting in the corner. While everyone else remained quiet, the two of them still went their own way, and their voices were particularly harsh. "Can you please put your clothes on before fighting with me? It's annoying when that thing keeps shaking. You still have the nerve to say that? Who took my underwear away? How do I know you're not wearing anything underneath? What is intolerable is unbearable." Makarov did not hold back after all, and directly activated the magic power in his body to enlarge his whole body. Shadows were cast on the ground, and their vision dimmed. Only then did the two realize that something was wrong, and they both looked up to check. "Hey? President, when did you come back?" Facing these two unrepentant villains, Makarov was not polite at all. He raised his leg and pushed both of them down with a kick. Simple, crude, and easy to use. "No. I don't dare anymore." It wasn't until the sound of begging for mercy came from his feet that Makarov returned to his original shape, returned to Mobi again, and asked seriously. "So, after understanding that the guild is a group of noisy guys, Mobi, are you still willing to join Fairy Tale?" "Willing." Mobi nodded without hesitation. "Very good. You are welcome to join." Makarov responded to his call, and everyone seemed to have completely forgotten the commotion just now, and all gathered around Mobi. "I'm the manly elfman, a newcomer. Let's fight with my fists right now. You look about the same age as Natsu and the others. What kind of magic do you know? The newcomers brought back by the president will definitely not be ordinary." The men and women pulled Mobi and asked him questions, and they were very affectionate. Everyone seemed to be familiar with each other, and there was no look like they had just met each other. It wasn't until Myra Jane approached with the magic emblem that Mobi was able to escape. "This is the logo of our guild. As long as it is engraved on a certain part of your body, you will officially join Fairy Tale. A coat of arms is a special magical symbol. Although the magic power is weak, it will not be washed away by water or faded by friction. Unless magic is used to erase it." Mobi smiled and unbuttoned his shirt. Such an important thing should of course be printed on the chest. Feeling the slight magic fluctuations coming from his body, Mobi gently rubbed the crest on his chest. "The more I watch, the more I like it." From now on, he officially becomes a member of Fairy Tale. Chapter 5 Fairy Queen Urza. First Commission. This is the guild's bulletin board. The job of the magician is to complete the various commissions above and get rewards. Taking Mobi to the side wall, Myra Jane introduced Mobi one by one. Different commissions have different difficulties and different rewards. You can choose any work you want to complete. Just give the commission to me. After briefly thanking Myra Jane, Mobi looked carefully at what was posted above. D-level mission, patrolling the streets of Magnolia at night, no special requirements, reward 3000 J. C-level mission, light the sacred fire of Anuba village, limited to fire mage, reward 20,000 J. B-level mission, expedited, chase down 2 night crawlers from the Thieves Guild, recover the stolen magic crystal, no special requirements, reward 88,000 J. A-level mission, defeat the vicious beast Vulcan in Kobo Mountain, and obtain the top horn of the King of Vulcan. No special requirements. The reward is 400,000 J. J is the general currency of Fairy Tale, equivalent to berry in One Piece, or gold coins in other world novels. If you are working for the first time, it is recommended to start with a simple commission, Myra Jane suggested. Or maybe, there are still many people resting in the guild today and they find it too difficult, so we can form a team with everyone to complete the mission. Mobi was still hesitant. It's not that you can't find a job you like. But the commissions currently posted are too simple. The highest reward among the A-level commissions is just to conquer Vulcan. Vulcan is a creature that Mobi is naturally familiar with. A kind of ape-like monster, active all year round in the Kobo Snow Mountain, attacking travelers. It moves quickly and can be considered a difficult opponent. But after all, they don't have magic power in their bodies. To some powerful magicians, they are just minions. Mo Bai made a calculation in his mind, although I am new here, judging from the past, my strength should not be weak. At least I can still be competent for some ordinary S-level tasks. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty and danger of S-level missions, you must obtain the approval of the President, pass the assessment, and be personally awarded the title of S-Class Mage before you are qualified to take down the order. Makarov also confessed before that the assessment will be held in half a year, and it may be difficult to achieve it in a short period of time. In this case, the only choice is to conquer Vulcan, and the reward is not very small. Mo Bai was thinking about it and was about to take off the order form when a female voice came from the door again. I heard that the President has returned from the Senate meeting. He also brought a new person. What a familiar voice. Mo Bai thought to himself. Compared to Marajana's sweetness, the tone of this voice was a little more unquestionably bold. Everyone's eyes gathered together at the same time. At the gate, a beautiful-looking woman appeared in armor, with long crimson hair that was particularly dazzling in the sun. Ai, Urza. Oh my god, it's Urza who's back. It's over. I haven't worked in the past few days. I will definitely be killed by her later. I'll do it first as a courtesy. Urza walked slowly into the hall and looked around. There was a sudden silence. Everyone's hearts were in their throats and they turned their heads to the side, afraid of looking into her eyes. Kana, do normal people drink directly from a bucket? Bixita, if you want to dance, go out and dance. Wakaba, your cigarette ashes fell on the floor, clean it up now. Get the cloth, do you just hang around on the bulletin board? Go to work right away. And you? The wizards whose names were mentioned by Urza all had black lines on their faces, but they did not dare to refute, so they had to do as they were told. The biggest changes were in Natsu and Grey. Although the two of them had just been punished by Makarov, they were now ready to fight. But when they heard Urza's voice, the two immediately joined hands and became close brothers. Natsu, Grey, you should get along well during my absence, right? Urza asked. Of course, we are the closest family. Yes, we got along very well today, there was absolutely no fighting. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Bai couldn't help but curse in his heart. As expected of the Fairy Queen, not only is she powerful, she is also a disciplinary committee member. After almost picking out the faults of the entire guild, Urza approached Mo Bai. You are the newcomer Mo Bai brought by the President, right? I am Urza. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. 2 simple sentences, but they made Mo Bai feel considerable weight. Thank you. Urza shook her head slightly. You're welcome. Since this is your first mission, it's better to find someone to accompany you. It happens that my last job has been completed. When you choose the commission, I will team up with you to go there. Clam. The voice fell into the crowd. The guild members looked at each other and cast sympathetic glances at Mo Bai. It's so pitiful that Urza will destroy you as soon as you join the club. You said, Mo Bai wouldn't get interested in Urza just because he saw her beauty, and then happily go on a mission with her, right? If you dare to think that way, will you suffer the same consequences? I just hope that after this mission he won't break down and cry and quit the guild. I still need to find an opportunity to persuade him to refuse politely. The Dragon Slayer's 5 senses were particularly sharp, and the whispers reached Mo Bai's ears so clearly that he couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Urza, how could it be so scary? When I first watched Fairy Tale, my favorite was the Fairy Queen. Although he is one of the strongest S-class magicians in the guild, he is handsome and bold, and he also has the temperament of a leader. But often, deep down in the heart of this kind of girl, there is a side that few people know, and only the people closest to her can show it. Back in reality, Mo Bai stepped forward in 3 steps and took out the order directly. I choose the A-level mission to defeat Vulcan. Uproar. The onlookers wanted to say something, but Urza looked back and frightened them to the spot without moving. I admire your courage in choosing Class A for your first commission. But don't worry, even if you encounter danger, I will take you back to the guild safely. Urza turned to Mo-Bai and said. Actually, I'm not that good. Mo-Bai replied weakly. Urza smiled and patted Mo-Bai's shoulder gently. I'm not saying you are weak, I just want to protect you. Give the order form to Myra for registration. And we will set off now. Before Mo-Bai could react, he suddenly felt an unknown force on his neck. Immediately, his entire head was brought down, and his vision gradually became dark. Pfft! Urza has a habit of burying other people's heads in her chest. But can you take off your armor first next time? This thing is really hard, what's the difference between hitting it against a rock? Although this is considered physical intimacy. However, through the tough armor, Mo-Bai did not take advantage of Urza at all, so he had to go to Myra Jane to register while covering his painful forehead. Everyone, let's go first. Until the two figures disappeared in front of the door. In an instant, the noise in the hall returned to its previous state. Makeo, I remember that you were kidnapped by Vulcan last time to be the village's wife, right? The first half is right, but what's the second half? With Urza here, they shouldn't have much of a problem. Are you kidding? The content of the commission is to get the head of the King of Vulcan, which is incomparable to ordinary Vulcans. Plus, it's Mount Hakuba. If there's a snowstorm, perhaps Urza can do it alone, if she brings someone new with her. Oh, don't worry too much. In the chaos, I suddenly heard the old man's voice, and saw Makarov sitting leisurely at the front desk, as usual, casual and uninhibited. President. Makarov said quite casually, don't worry about being in danger, this new member is very strong. Is that so? But speaking of Urza's return just now, where did you go, President? Isn't it because you were afraid of being scolded by her that you hid? Talk too much. Chapter 6, First Encounter with Vulcan. Dragon Slayer first shows his power. Hey Kobe Mountain. After just riding a carriage for dozens of miles, you can already see the snow-white mountains covered in silver. Mo-Bai couldn't help but shudder. Urza looked ahead and said thoughtfully. Climb this snow slope and you will reach the area where Vulcan is often found. While the weather is not bad now, try to find the King of Vulcan as soon as possible. Mo-Bai moved forward step by step. Although the weather was still sunny, the snow covered his entire feet. Pay attention to safety and be careful not to step in the air or slip. Urza kept reminding her. Mo-Bai followed behind him and smiled bitterly, I am also a magician. You don't need to think of me like a child, right? Yet. Indeed. But what is your magic? Urza asked. Well, you'll know later when we fight. Mo-Bai Chien sold it out. But when he said it, he was still a little excited. As we go deeper into the snow, the road becomes steeper and the snow gradually becomes thicker, reaching up to our ankles. Mo-Bai suddenly had an idea. I remember that I have a dragon-slaying magic crystal with water properties in my body. Maybe eating snow on the ground can increase my magic power. Just roll up a snowball and Mo-Bai will throw it directly into your mouth. As the cold feeling melted from the mouth, the energy did recover, but it was pitiful. It is incomparable to the energy gained from swallowing rocks before. While Mo-Bai was thinking, Urza beside him suddenly stretched out his arm to stop him. At 1 o'clock, there is Vulcan hidden on the hill. Ouch! As soon as Urza finished speaking, a group of white ape-like monsters swooped down from above and rushed towards the two of them. It was the Vulcan they wanted to attack. Vulcan has lived in Huckabee Mountain all year round, and his body structure has already adapted to this place. The speed in the snow was actually faster, and in the blink of an eye he was face to face with Mo-Bai. A rough estimate is that the number has reached more than 30. What makes Mo-Bai ashamed is that these Vulcans don't seem to be interested in him. Instead, they all gathered around Urza, their lustful eyes scanning Urza's body unscrupulously. "Change your clothes." Heavenly wheel armor. Urza was not sloppy at all. With the rotation of the magic circle under her body, the original armor on her body was replaced instantly. Ouch! After changing clothes, more of Urza's snow-white skin was exposed, and the Vulcans immediately let out screams of excitement. As one of fairy tales' S-class wizards, Urza is best at cross-dressing magic, adjusting her armor and offensive and defensive methods through different battles. In the end, he won with abundant magic power and extraordinary physical skills. The heavenly wheel armor being used at the moment was made of steel on the outside, with 4 steel wings attached to its back. Best suited for dealing with large numbers of enemies. Urza was seen holding swords in both hands, and as the magic power continued to be released, more than a dozen sharp swords appeared out of thin air around her. Heavenly wheel sword of chaos. When the sharp sword was released, Vulcan, who was the closest, bore the brunt of the attack. His body was directly penetrated and he fell into the snow. A creature like Vulcan was insignificant and bullied. Seeing that its companions could be killed so easily, they all couldn't help but take a few steps back. Is this woman so fierce? In contrast, the person next to her seems to have not taken any action until now. Maybe just a muggle who doesn't know magic? The leader, Vulcan, thought so, and waved directly to the remaining dozen companions behind him, and barked a few times. Then he rushed directly in the direction of EPUB. Damn it! Sensing Vulcan's movements, Urza waved her swords and chopped down the 2 Vulcans in front of her, preparing to support EPUB. 4 more gathered beside him. EPUB, watch out! Unable to escape quickly, Urza could only shout into the distance. EPUB still chose to stay where he was, letting the dozens of Vulcans crawl towards him at high speed, while he secretly observed their positions. Almost all on the same line. Magic power continues to accumulate from within the body. EPUB carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power, rushing from his abdominal cavity to his throat, and his cheeks bulged bigger and bigger. Just when Vulcan stepped hard with the solace of his feet, preparing to fly into the air to attack, a hot breath suddenly erupted. The roar of the fire dragon. EPUB's dragon-killing power hit the Vulcan group right in the middle, and the scorching and majestic flames enveloped all the Vulcans, letting out shrill screams one after another. Without even a chance to escape, his body had been burned to charcoal. They probably never dreamed that a guy they regarded as a muggle could breathe fire. Urza on the side looked at what was happening in front of her in astonishment. This is the dragon-slaying magic of fire. She was very familiar with this attack method, it was almost the same as Natsu. Besides Natsu, are there other fire dragon slayers? Could it be that EPUB also learned the magic from the fire dragon? The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Urza could not tolerate being distracted and turned around to deal with Vulcan on her side. However, now that she has learned that EPUB's great strength does not require her own protection, Urza is more able to engage in battle. After a minute, only 2 people were still standing. Urza looked around at the traces of EPUB's battle. The old white snow that originally covered it has been completely melted away by the torrential flames, revealing the bare mountain topography. This kind of destructive power. I'm afraid it won't be weaker than Natsu. Urza had a basic judgment about EPUB in her heart. After resolving his own battle, EPUB slowly walked towards Urza. Urza tilted her head and showed an interested smile. I did underestimate you at first. It seems that the president has brought us a new dragon slayer mage. However, you and Natsu are both fire dragon slayers. Could it be that you were also raised by dragons, and can you replenish your magic power by swallowing fire? EPUB scratched his head, it's a bit hard to say. To put it simply, I obtained the dragon-slaying magic by implanting a rare dragon-slaying magic crystal into my body. I have never seen a dragon, but I can indeed use it to fire as food. Maybe I just happen to have the same attributes as Natsu. Urza nodded slightly, slightly disappointed. She had heard from Natsu a long time ago that dragon-slaying magic was taught by the dragon himself. But one day, the fire dragon who raised him suddenly disappeared, and there has been no news until now. In Mo Bai's case, it seems impossible to provide him with any clues. Urza naturally didn't know that Mo Bai had already known everything through God's perspective. The reason why I didn't disclose it is because I just joined the guild and the time is not yet ripe. Vulcan's corpses lay scattered on the exposed snow-capped rocky ground, and all of this was the work of 2 magicians who were heading deep into the snow-capped mountains. Time passed by minute by minute. The sunshine that could still be felt vaguely was quietly covered by the clouds, and tiny bits of snowflakes slowly fell. Chapter 7: A tornado blows on a snowy mountain? Is this reasonable? Speaking of which, Huckabee Mountain is quite big, and we have been walking for such a long time. Mo Bai just finished speaking. Next to her, Urza suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, alertly saying, "Be careful. The spherical ice cave in front is Vulcan's lair. The number may be several times that encountered before. In addition, a few Vulcans have magical powers and can use magic reception, which will make them very difficult to fight. And what we have to face is the King of Vulcan. According to rumors, the King of Vulcan's magic power is extremely strong, not even weaker than that of ordinary magicians. There is also a theory that the King of Vulcan can control the weather here. When he is angry, he can even summon a blizzard to directly bury the warriors who come to conquer. In short, this will be an extremely dangerous opponent." Urza's expression was serious, and her tone revealed her fear of the King of Vulcan. "If it's so dangerous, why is it just an A-level mission?" Mo Bai wondered. "Because the client is only willing to pay 400,000 J, and has refused to increase it. This commission has been posted in the guild and no one cares about it. Originally, I wanted to come here alone to solve it, but I didn't expect that you also took a fancy to it. This commission," Urza explained. Mo Bai was quite speechless. What a ridiculous reason." "Stop." Urza suddenly increased her volume and stared at the sky in the distance. "The clouds there don't look right. There seems to be magic fluctuations." In just a few seconds, the two of them suddenly felt strong winds and snowflakes rolling up, making it difficult for them to maintain their balance. In the sky, dark clouds gathered quietly, which was disturbing. "Get me!" Urza suddenly thrust the sword deeply into the ground and shouted to Mo Bai. Mo Bai turned his head slightly and stared in the direction of the storm, his eyes sharp. Although his vision slowly dimmed, he still spotted a blurry black figure in the distance, slowly moving towards him. Suddenly, a huge funnel-shaped cloud pillar hung down from the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. It rotates at an astonishing speed, carrying the power that seems to destroy everything. A tornado? A tornado blowing on a snowy mountain? Is this reasonable? It's the King of Vulcan. Although Huckabee Mountain is covered with ice and snow all year round, there has never been such an abnormality. Urza speculated with a solemn expression. It seems that beast has realized that we are threatening it and wants to take action first. Mo Bai said while checking the surrounding environment. There are snow hills all around. And he and Urza happen to be at the lowest point of the terrain. Not only that, on the horizon in all directions, a huge mass of black and dense things gathered at some unknown time. It's Vulcan. Judging from the size, they are much larger than those encountered before. The number is also even more astonishing. These beasts are not stupid, they know how to use the terrain to lay ambushes. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and the tornado was gradually approaching, Mo Bai finally saw the giant Vulcan shaking its head in the air in front of him. Apparently, it is the King of Vulcan, the initiator of summoning tornadoes. Ouch! The King of Vulcan let out an ape cry, and the Vulcan minions who had been marching together suddenly stopped moving forward and stood at the highest point of the snow slope. The tornadoes were mixed in the encirclement, constantly releasing death signals towards Mo Bai and Urza. It seems that the King of Vulcan wants to trap us inside. There are slopes all around, and it will be very difficult to break through. Change up. While analyzing the situation, Urza chose the armor of Purgatory, which had stronger close combat capabilities. He vowed to fight his way out. The defense on the left is the weakest, let's break out from there. Follow me. Mo-bai. Urza's constant urging reached his ears. Mo-bai's eyes were always on the tornado that was getting bigger and closer, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Maybe I have a way to solve that thing. What you up to? Mo-bai ignored Urza's question this time. His eyes were like a torch, and he took a deep breath in the direction of the tornado. Ouch! When the King of Vulcan saw Mo-bai's unusual behavior while still standing there, he thought he had been frightened by the tornado and roared mockingly. But the next second, it stopped laughing. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of Vulcans, the tornado that originally carried overwhelming destructive power seemed to be under human control at this moment. It turned into wisps of concentrated energy beams and continued to flow into Mo-bai's mouth. Super strong suction power, incredible. Seeing that the power continued to decrease, the Vulcan King hurriedly activated the magic power in his body to strengthen the tornado. As the magic power continued to pour out, the tornado suddenly exploded with stronger momentum, and the sound was shocking. It even directly involved several Vulcan minions who were approaching, and their bodies were torn to pieces in an instant. When Mo-bai saw this, he also exerted a little force to increase the frequency of inhalation. The King of Vulcan finally realized something was wrong. The human in front of me ate all the tornadoes he had summoned with all his strength without even using any magic. As the magic power continued to be consumed and fatigue invaded, the two ape arms of the King of Vulcan continued to tremble, and the momentum of the tornado weakened. Until the last ray of storm energy surged in the direction of Mo-bai, allowing it to be absorbed. Urza's beautiful eyes also shone with confusion and shock. Did you inhale the storm into your body? Aren't you the Fire Dragon Slayer mage? The last trace of magic power in the King of Vulcan was finally drained out, and he lay helplessly on the snowy slope, breathing heavily. On the other hand, Mo-bai was full of energy and his magic power was even more abundant than when they first met. Mo-bai smiled confidently at Urza. When you eat it, your strength will come out. We'll talk about these things later. Next, it's time for us to fight back. The power of the storm was flowing in his body, and Mo-bai could feel it. This was a huge power that had never been seen before, far exceeding the magic power he had when fighting the rhinoceros. It's a pity. I thought that the storm dragon would be able to recover its magic power by eating air, but I didn't expect that it could only swallow the storm. But at least, it's enough to cope with the current situation. The wings slowly appeared on his back. And Mo-bai gently lowered his center of gravity. The body flew out like an arrow from the string. In the eyes of the King of Vulcan, because Mo-bai's figure moved too fast. Unable to detect it at all, only the snowflakes kicked up during the blitz could be seen. The King of Vulcan was completely panicked, but little did he know that Mo-bai had already arrived behind it. Storm Dragon's Wing Strike. When Mo-bai's figure became clear, the mountain-like body of the King of Vulcan had already fallen, splashing large waves of snow. The approaching Vulcan minions were horrified to discover that the sharp horn on their leader's head had been cut off. Also surprised was Mo-bai's teammate, Urza. The action was too fast. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the Vulcan King and still get its sharp horn at the same time. Dusting off the snowflakes on his body, Mo-bai played with the sharp corners in his hand quite casually. Your boss is already dead. If you don't want to end up like him, it's best to disappear from my sight immediately. Ouch ouch. The trees fell and the hosen scattered. Amidst the wails of Vulcan, Mo-bai slowly returned to Urza, raised the horn in his hand, and showed a bright smile of victory. Chapter 8 How much are you hiding? In the evening, the sun began to slowly set in the west, and the sky was dyed orange-red, as the outline gradually blurred, the light gradually softened. Mo-bai and Urza had already walked out of Kobo Mountain. Looking at the getting dark sky, we decided to continue our journey tomorrow. Bonfire. 2 wooden skewers with fish skewered on them are baked on it, making a crackling sound and gradually releasing the aroma. Mo-bai was quite looking forward to this dinner. But the strange eyes of his teammates next to him always stayed on his side, making him feel uncomfortable. Ahem. Mo-bai tactically coughed twice, grabbed the half-cooked fish and put it in his mouth. The taste is fishy. But instead of spitting it out, Mo-bai bit faster. Not long after, a fish was eaten clean. I noticed that Urza was still looking at her with that look. Mo-bai finally couldn't hold it back. Sister, you have been staring at my face since just now. Are there magic words on it? No. I'm just curious about how much strength you hide. Haven't you seen them all? Fire Dragon Slayer Mage, and Storm Dragon Slayer Mage. Well, by the way, they can fly. What else? Urza's eyes never moved away from her position, always believing that Mo-bai had hidden his strength. Mo-bai felt guilty after being seen. A long while. Only then did a few more words come out of his mouth. Also, and the Iron Dragon slaying magic. What else? And the Brontosaurus. What else? There's water, wood, rock, soil, it's all gone. That's it. Mo-bai spread his hands helplessly and said. I thought Urza would question it, but she didn't expect her to laugh directly. 8 dragon slaying powers? It seems that I really underestimated you. An A-level mission of this level is too simple for you. Mo-bai shrugged noncommittally. I heard you say before that besides Natsu, there is an Iron Dragon Slayer named Gajeel in the guild. As someone who has been there, Mo-bai is naturally familiar with Gajeel. And now I raise this question deliberately to take a look at the timeline and see what will happen next. Urza said, Gajeel. Speaking of which, he was not a member of our guild not long ago, but came from another hostile guild, Phantom Lord. After we fought against the Phantom Lord, Gajeel directly used his dragon-slaying power to destroy the guild. What you see now is the rebuilt fairy tale. But according to the President's wishes, since he is already a companion, the past matters will no longer be pursued. During this time, Gajeel has also been trying his best to integrate into us. Is this so? Mo-bai rubbed his chin and thought. After listening to Urza's story, he had a general idea of the current time here. Mo-bai recalled the scene when Makarov just brought him back to the guild this morning. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a young man in a black coat on the second floor who had been watching the crowd's commotion, but said nothing the whole time. That must be the guild president's grandson, the Thunder Dragon Slayer Mage Laxus. It seems like he is still in the guild. I remember that he is still a reckless man who only pursues strong strength. It won't be long before he will start a civil war because he cannot tolerate the laxness of the current guild. If we calculate based on this time period, after the war with the ghosts, it was also before the civil war. Thinking of this, Mo-bai's pupils suddenly dilated and his body shook twice. At this moment, he finally figured out the timeline and understood what time it was now. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Urza asked with concern. However, Mo-bai quickly regained his composure, smiled and said it was nothing, and then changed the subject. Go to rest early, I'll keep watch. Urza nodded, okay. If you feel tired, you can call me to take over at any time. Your magic power consumption is not small today. Don't forget that I am a dragon slayer. Compared with the devouring storm, the magic power consumed is nothing. Mo-bai rolled his eyes and said. The missing moon hangs on the sycamore trees. The leakage breaks people's initial tranquility. Turning her head to look beside her, Urza was sleeping peacefully, her breathing gradually becoming even. Mo-bai stood up and took off his coat, covering her lightly. After the war with the ghosts, and before the civil war at Fairy Tale, if nothing else happens, the next step will be the Tower of Paradise incident. Do you still have to pick up the courage to face the pain of the past? But now that I am by your side, you will not suffer that kind of injustice. The next morning. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. President, haven't Urza and Mobi come back yet? Mountain Hakuba is not close to Magnolia, and they are going to the deepest point. How can it be so fast? But why are you in a hurry? I bet 2000J on Kana and they will come back today. Makao, you are an old member, can you set an example for the children? By the way, where is Kana? I want to bet 20,000J. We are back. While the two were discussing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the house. Then the door was kicked open. Everyone's eyes were attracted together. Clang! Urza punched Mobi on the head. Does the door open with your feet? Sarui! I won't dare to do it next time. Mobi rubbed his sore head and cursed President Makarov in his heart. He didn't learn this from him. Seeing the two men coming back, everyone in the guild who had been noisy immediately gathered around them. How's it going? Is work going well? Coming back so soon, you must have completed the commission, right? I bet 500J that you will be victorious today. And me, I bet 2000. But how did you deal with the King of Vulcan? I heard that big guy is extremely dangerous. With Urza here, how could it possibly fail? Mobi was overwhelmed by the lively discussions. It went pretty well. The client is the blacksmith at Harujun Port. Although the reward was only 400,000J, he used the remaining sharp-edged materials to help Urza strengthen the armor, which can be considered an unexpected gain. That's right. That's worthy of being the most dangerous A-level mission. After barely answering everyone's questions, Mobi finally squeezed to the front desk. Only then did he find Makarov in tears. President, what's wrong with you? You came back too early, I haven't had time to find Kana to place a bet. After a while, everyone sat together and listened to Urza talk about the whole process of the commission. Without exception, the mouths opened into an O shape. What? Did I hear you correctly? You mean, you didn't take any part in this work, and Mobi did it all by himself? That's right. Including the final battle against the King of Vulcan, Mobi defeated him all by himself. Urza smiled. The members of the guild all knew that she would not be joking about this kind of thing. They all looked at this newcomer who just came to report yesterday with surprised eyes. Urza added, in terms of strength alone, Mobi is not below me. He has at least reached the level of an S-class mage. S-class wizard. Or at least. Everyone was surprised again. They just heard from the president yesterday that Mobi was very strong. But he didn't expect that there was such a domineering and fierce side beneath his simple and easygoing appearance. Mobi looked as if nothing had happened. Ahem, it's just a fluke. Myra, have a cappuccino. Chapter 9 Patrick's Behavior. As for the reward, the blacksmith has helped me strengthen the armor, Mobi. The 400,000J is all yours. Urza said suddenly. Well, since we are forming a team, the rewards should be shared equally, right? Seeing that Urza still wanted to persist, Mobi added, there's no need to be so polite. We can continue to form a team in the future. If I try to catch fish sometime, I'll just share your share equally as usual. There's really nothing I can do about you. Urza chuckled and casually buried Mobi's head into her chest. Mobi knocked against the hard armor again without any surprise. So hard. Mobi cried loudly in his heart, but he couldn't express the pain. I thought that one day I would make Urza do this without wearing armor. I can't believe it will still be so tough then. Urza suddenly said, by the way, Lucy came to me just now and invited us to go to the resort hotel to relax. You should have time too, right? Vacation? Mo Bai instantly became alert. It seems that the time speculated before is correct. When Urza was at the seaside resort, she was brought to the Paradise Tower again by her former companions. The Tower of Paradise was the most painful place for her. Okay. Naturally, Mo Bai could no longer let Urza bear all this alone, so he agreed happily. Hey Mo Bai, I heard you are quite strong. Do you want to challenge me? I'm excited. Hearing someone calling him from behind, Mo Bai looked back, but there was no one in sight. There was a scream from above. Looking next to him, Urza raised her arm slightly. Looking up along her arm, she realized that Natsu had already been slapped away by her and was embedded in the ceiling. Don't fight all day, Natsu. Pack your bags and we're going on vacation. Happy, remember to dig him down from the ceiling. Gray, get dressed. Looking at Urza, who returned to her appearance as a disciplinary committee member before leaving. Mo Bai smiled awkwardly and looked at Lucy next to him. Hello, my name is Lucy, I am a celestial spirit mage, and I have just joined the guild not long ago. Mo Bai extended his hand to Lucy in a friendly manner. Mo Bai, please take care of me. Before he came here, Urza, Lucy, Gray, Natsu and his flying cat partner Happy formed the strongest team in the entire guild. At the same time, it also constitutes Mo Bai's youth. After more than a day of turbulence, the 5 people and 1 cat finally arrived at the resort the next morning. After Lucy showed the VIP tickets for 4 people, the etiquette lady at the front desk immediately showed her respect and called the waiter for help. As for Mo Bai's share, Urza insisted on her paying it in advance, and Mo Bai naturally couldn't resist her. Looking at the waiter with thin arms and legs, Mo Bai couldn't help but ask, "My 2 bags are very heavy, are you sure you can carry them?" "No problem, this is what I should do, first, sir." As soon as he took the bag from Mo Bai, the waiter's expression immediately turned ferocious, and his waist bent uncontrollably. Bang! The bag hit the ground hard. The waiter turned pale with fright and apologized to Mo Bai repeatedly. "If something goes wrong after just 2 days on the job, I'm afraid I'll be scolded by the boss." Mo Bai waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." This move attracted the attention of Lucy next to her. Lucy couldn't help but ask, "What did you bring, Mo Bai? It's so heavy, it can't be 2 stones, right?" "How do you know?" "Why?" Under Lucy's doubtful eyes, Mo Bai opened the 2 bags as if nothing had happened. Inside are 2 square rocks. Stuff the entire bag to the brim. Lucy's face was covered with black lines, and she said quite speechlessly, "No, you really brought 2 stones. Spare food, spare food." Mo Bai said. Urza explained from the side, "He is a dragon slayer like Natsu." Lucy's face looked better after hearing this. Only the guy who helped Mo Bai move things just now is still doubting life. The rooms for several people are on the 11th floor and have good views and lighting. After unloading their luggage, Natsu clamored to go to the beach to have fun. Except for Urza, who said she wanted to rest, the others were happy to do so. Gray suddenly felt proud. "Ah, sunshine, beach, I can finally take off my clothes without any scruples." "Gray, you can take off your shirt and put on your underwear." "Ah? When did I take it off? Why am I hanging out with this naked pervert?" "It just so happens that Urza isn't here, Flame Soul Dan. Let's have a good time today. I'm on fire." "Stop, don't fight anymore." AI. Without Urza's control, Gray and Natsu started fighting each other with punches and kicks. Looking at Lucy's pleading eyes, Mo Bai could only shrug. He said he had no idea. "That's all. Stay until the sun sets." Mo Bai looked at the golden clouds on the horizon and murmured to himself, "It's almost time. Urza's former companion will be here soon, right?" But he looked at Natsu and Gray, who had been fighting all afternoon. At this time, both of them were beaten to death and turned into two pig heads with bruises and swollen faces. Mo sighed helplessly. It seems we have to drag them back to the hotel first. Until these two idiots are settled. Lucy Happy also returned to the room. Standing alone in the hotel corridor, Mo did not return to his residence, but walked to the deepest part of the corridor and stopped in front of the door at the end. This is Urza's room. According to the original plot, her old friend will show up tonight and take her away. We have to find a way to protect her. Mo took a deep breath, stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. Chapter 10-1-4. Protect Urza. Inside the house. Dong dong. Urza, who was sunbathing on the balcony chair, suddenly woke up and looked around blankly. Did I fall asleep? Recalling the nightmare just now, I returned to the purgatory of my childhood. Urza couldn't stop her heart palpitating. Dong dong. The knock on the door sounded again. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Urza took a breath and then opened the door. Mo smiled and suggested, how about taking a walk outside? I heard that the night view of the beach here is beautiful. Okay. Wait for me. Urza readily agreed, and a bright light appeared on her body. He resumed his usual armor attire. But he found that Mo was looking at him with a strange look at this moment. What's wrong? Mo asked. I'm not eldest sister, don't you think this is strange? How can anyone walk on the beach and wear armor and a sword? Hearing this, Urza actually became a little shy for a moment. Armor can make me feel more at ease. Are you worried? Mo asked. Urza, who had always been forthright, seemed hesitant at the moment. Seeing this, Mo stopped asking too much. He naturally knew that Urza at this moment was only strong on the outside, but she was extremely insecure inside. When the two of them arrived at the beach again, the moon is already shining in the sky. Almost all the tourists were gone, and in the vast open space, only a few dim lights were still on. Urza turned her head helplessly and asked, is this the beautiful night scene you are talking about? Ahem. I just heard it, it seems I was deceived. Mo smiled awkwardly and found some excuse to excuse himself. He doesn't care about drinking anymore. The main purpose of asking Urza out is to protect her. At the same time, suddenly a ship sailed on the distant sea, and the melodious sound of a flute floated over. Mo noticed it immediately, and immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the movements on the ship. Is it really here? But at this moment, Urza didn't notice anything unusual, and suggested, how about we find a bright place? Mo shook his head slightly and pointed towards the distance. Did you see that ship? Urza looked in the direction, and even though the light was not good, she could still see the ships parked on the shore. 4 men in cloaks slowly appeared from above and were walking in their direction. Magic power fluctuations faintly spread out. Them. Urza also realized that something seemed wrong, and her right hand instinctively touched the hilt of her sword. Maybe, they are coming for you. Mo said softly. Urza was startled. Me. The figures of the 4 people got closer and closer. Seeing Urza's confused look, Mo stopped explaining too much and directly protected her behind him. The other party walked to about 50 meters away. The cloaked man on the far right suddenly raised his arm, and a beam of red light hit Mo's eyebrows. Not waiting for Urza's reaction, a dense volley of gunfire and bullets came over. Mo. Steel skin. When the smoke cleared, Mo activated the Iron Dragon power at the last moment. At this moment, his skin was as dark as a layer of iron armor, unscathed. Urza breathed a sigh of relief. Stay here and don't move. I'm going to explore the truth. Put down the next sentence. Mo's figure is like electricity. In an instant, he shuttled behind the cloaked man who had just attacked him. The majestic electric current gathered from his fists and hit the opponent's back hard. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. Screams came from beneath him, and under the strong stimulation of thunder and lightning, even the other 3 people next to him felt slightly paralyzed. Wally. The other cloaked man called out the name of his fallen comrade and quietly took out a stack of magic cards from his body, but suddenly felt a storm coming in front of him. The sting hurt my face. Why is the wind blowing? No. This is that guy's magic. When he reacted, he suddenly found that his hands were already empty. The card had already been torn into pieces by the strong wind. On the other side, as Mobi took a sharp breath, the power of the storm surged out of his chest. The moment they opened their mouths, they gathered at the top and suddenly exploded. The roar of the storm dragon. Take advantage of Mobi to release his magic. Another cloaked man stepped aside and pulled out a long whip from his waist. Be tied up obediently, meow. The long whip snaked forward, about to bind Mobi. The roots of the wooden dragon are entangled. Mobi suddenly took out his left hand and threw it towards him. As his wrist turned, a thick vine grew out of thin air under the cloaked man. The cloaked man had to withdraw his long whip and concentrate his magic power on his feet. As the magic power continued to bombard the vines. However, the vines became more and more lush and strong, constantly climbing up from the ground, until they tightly bound the cloaked man's body, making him unable to move anymore. After taking care of the 3 people in one go, Mobi looked into the distance and was about to take the next step. The tall cloaked man at the end suddenly exuded a strange magic power. Mobi's mind sank, his vision became dim, and his hearing also decreased. It was as if the whole person was isolated from the world and the mute button was pressed. Dark moment. In the blur, a tall cloaked man suddenly appeared behind Mobi, but Mobi was still groping forward and never looked back. Purple-black magic power gathered from his hands. Aiming at Mobi's head, the cloaked man's palm suddenly struck out, but at the moment of contact, Mobi's figure disappeared instantly. Sensing something was wrong, the cloaked man hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but Mobi's calm voice came to his ears. Sorry, my 5 senses are stronger than those of ordinary dragon slayers. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The flames shone brightly, and the firelight illuminated a large area of the beach. The exploding fire fist landed on the cloaked man's abdomen and was rushed away by the huge magic power. His vision and hearing returned to normal. At this point, Mobi took action to deal with the last cloaked man. Mobi wiped off the sand on his trousers and breathed a sigh of relief. How is it possible? The cloaked man entangled by the wooden dragon's beard struggled desperately, trying to break free with magic power. On the contrary, Mush's vitality became more vigorous, until it spread all over his body. Seeing that the magic power was about to be exhausted, the cloaked man finally shouted hysterically. Urza! Kill us! It's a female voice. Who are you? Ever since Mobi fought the 4 people just now, Urza felt vaguely familiar with them. At this moment, she finally approached the girl who was speaking and took off her cloak. Miliana? Why is it you? Underneath the disguise, it turned out to be the face of an old friend with tears streaming down his face. Urza's heart trembled as scenes from the past flooded into her mind. Miliana had already snorted softly, gritted her teeth to stop her tears, turned her face to the side, and ignored Urza. Where have you been all these years? Of course I want to live a good life on the Tower of Paradise, sister. Hearing the voice from behind, Urza looked back and saw the faces of the other 2 cloaked men who had been knocked down by Mobi. Wally? Shiu? You? Seeing that the 2 cloaked men wanted to get close to Urza, Mobi stood between them with an expressionless face. Having seen Mobi's terrifying strength, Xiu Ziyi knew that it was impossible to match him, so he laughed sadly. As expected, sister has finally lived the life she wanted. With such a powerful companion willing to stand in front of her, no wonder she abandoned us in the first place. Be careful what you say. Mobi warned coldly. No, it's not like that. Urza waved her hands desperately. It's Jalal. It's ridiculous, you have forced us to this point. Xiu wanted to say something more, but a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly swung at him and stopped in front of him. The wind from the fist blew up a few strands of hair on the back of his head. Although it does not contain any magic power, it can be said to cause 0 damage. Xiu smelled an aura of extreme danger, turned his head stiffly, and saw Mo Bai's expressionless face. Careful what you say. I don't want to remind you next time. Urza opened her mouth to say something, but remained silent in the end. The beach fell into deathly silence. For a long time. Xiu suddenly felt someone tapping him on the shoulder. Simon. Looking back, the person speaking was the last cloaked man who had just used dark moment to lower his 5 senses, but was killed by Mo Bai with a punch. Urza didn't lie. It is indeed Jalal who has been deceiving us. Simon stood up slowly and said. What? Xiu was surprised. Under the spotlight of everyone, the cloaked man finally took off his hat and looked at Urza with deep eyes. Simon, you are all still alive. See, Urza recognized the last of her old friends. Mo Bai gently raised his hand and removed the wooden dragon's whiskers that bound Miliana, then walked to the center of the 5 people and said. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. It just so happens that now is a good opportunity to explain it clearly. However, if I still plan to hurt Urza, I won't hold back like I did just now. Chapter 11. Do you think I look like a living sacrifice? Simon was about to tell. Urza walked up to Mo Bai and paused, forced a smile, and spoke first. When we were taking a walk just now, you asked me if I was worried. Just this afternoon, I dreamed that I had returned to my childhood and was taken to the Tower of Paradise to do hard labor and be a living sacrifice. It was a time that I least wanted to recall. Mo Bai waved his hand and interrupted before she finished speaking. I don't want to tear open your scar. How about we listen to what this big man has to say first? Urza did not compromise this time and shook her head resolutely. No need, you will know these things sooner or later. Well. Mo Bai looks like he really can't do anything to you. This fairy queen is so stubborn that it's heartbreaking sometimes. Urza recalled for a moment, closed her eyes lightly, and recounted the most painful past. 10 years ago, the cult that believed in dark magic captured countless laborers from nearby towns. Their purpose was to build the Tower of Paradise and complete a ritual to resurrect the dead. After the Tower of Paradise is completed, these labor forces will become the sacrifices for the initiation of the ceremony. I was one of them at that time, and the Miliana, Wally, Simon, and Xiu you see now, we were all slaves there. And, there was Jalal. When Urza mentioned the name Jalal again, her voice suddenly became trembling. After a long while, he finally continued. I couldn't stand the inhuman abuse and called on everyone to resist for freedom, but in the end I failed. In order to save me, Jalal himself was arrested by the guards. Later, we finally rioted collectively and defeated all the prison guards, but the magic soldiers followed. Seeing that we were about to fail again, Grandpa Rob suddenly stood up and resisted the fire of the magic soldiers, but he sacrificed himself to protect me. It was then that I finally understood magic. When I entered the Tower of Paradise again, Jalal was at the top of the Tower of Paradise. But at that time, he had completely changed. He was completely different from before. He no longer cared about other people and became arrogant and violent. Gerald told me that there is no freedom in the world, and he actually wants to stay here to continue completing the ceremony of the Tower of Paradise. Perhaps it was the last trace of kindness from the bottom of his heart. Jalal did not kill me, but chose to let me leave the Tower of Paradise. But in exchange, I can't tell anyone about the Tower of Paradise, otherwise I will kill Wally and the others. When Urza said this, tears were already flowing down her face. Several people around him also entered the pain of memories. There was dead silence. Urza. Your eyes. Simon's horrified voice sounded, breaking the silence. Only then did everyone find out in surprise. Only Urza's left eye was crying. Urza wiped away her tears and said, "It's strange, right? The tears in her right eye have dried up." Mobai turned his head to the side silently. He naturally knew that Urza had her right eye destroyed after she was tortured when she was a child and resisted the Tower of Paradise. Although after joining Fairy Tale, President Makarov took her to find someone to heal her. His eyesight was restored and he looked like a normal person, but he could no longer shed tears. The three Shiu people except Simon were now in deep shock and suspicion. "Didn't you, sister, blow up the ship and abandon us in pursuit of magic? If Jalal hadn't discovered it earlier, we would have." "It's just a lie," Simon interrupted. "Everything was Jalal's conspiracy. He was the one who blew up the ship, and he was the one who betrayed us." "How is it possible?" Looking at Shiu and others who were in disbelief, Simon sighed and continued. "When Urza was choked and threatened by Jalal, I was by the side. Unfortunately, my power was too small and I couldn't stop him at all. Over the years, I have been pretending to be ignorant, just to find out Jalal's true purpose and stop him. But before that, I still want to make it clear to you that Urza has never betrayed us." Regret flooded into my heart. The three of them had already lowered their heads, not daring to look into Urza's eyes. "Yes, I'm sorry." Mobai thought for a while and then asked in a deep voice. "The fact that you came to attack Urza this time was also Jalal's order, right?" Simon nodded silently. "That's right. The Tower of Paradise has been built, but two more things are needed. One is the magic elf power of the Council, and the other is a magician with the power of the Holy Ten as a living sacrifice. And as far as I know, the magical elf power may already be under Jalal's control. Magical elf power is an extremely powerful and terrifying magic power. It has always been reserved as a destructive weapon by the Council, the highest authority in magic here. If it is released, it can even level a small country to the ground in an instant. As for the sacrifice of a magician with comparable strength to the Holy Ten, there is no doubt that according to Jalal's original plan, it was Urza. His ambition is evident." The beach fell into an eerie silence again. For a long time. "Jalal wants to take Urza back as a living sacrifice, M. Do you think I can do that?" Mobai suddenly said this, which shocked everyone. Simon stared, slightly puzzled. "What do you mean? Don't he want a mage comparable to the Holy Ten? My strength is no worse than Urza's. If you take me back, the ritual can be completed as well." Mobai shrugged and acted nonchalantly. "No, it's too dangerous." Urza immediately retorted, "This is my past and it is my responsibility alone. It has nothing to do with you or anyone else in Fairy Tale." Seeing that Urza was stubborn again. But this time, Mobai was prepared. "Do it." "What?" Urza was stunned. After hearing Mobai's instructions, Shiu, who originally lowered his head, took out the card without hesitation, added magic power and threw it directly towards Urza. Urza was defenseless. The card is like a small mobile cage, instantly sucking Urza's entire body into it and sealing it. "Let me out." "What do you want to do?" Mobai chuckled, walked up and patted Shiu on the shoulder. "Well done." Holding the card carefully, Shiu mumbled and explained. "I'm sorry, sister. When Simon was talking just now, your partner already whispered to me to prepare for action. We can't let you get hurt anymore. This is my business and has nothing to do with Mobai. I will go with you to find Jalal and send Mobai back to the hotel immediately." Urza shouted. Mobai paid no attention to this. He waved to several people. "Let's go to the Tower of Paradise. You can take me as a living sacrifice back to pay your bills." On the sea. The ship sailed for a long time, and Mobai sat alone on the deck, waiting quietly to dock. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Dragon Slayer be immune to all forms of transportation? I seem to be fine. Maybe it's because the dragon-slaying power hasn't been fully awakened yet. When thinking wildly, heavy footsteps came from behind. It was Simon. Are you really sure you can deal with Jalal? Although I have seen your strength before, our magic is not at the same level as Jalal's. To be honest, Mobai doesn't have a clear idea of his current strength. After all, it was the first time to face such a powerful opponent. But one thing is clear. He didn't want to see Urza cry anymore. Mobai's eyes gradually moved into the distance, and his eyes became determined. No matter what happens later, you all stay on the boat and keep a good distance from the Tower of Paradise. I will defeat Jalal. I will let Urza see it with her own eyes. The purgatory that tortured her throughout her childhood will be completely destroyed tonight. Chapter 12 Jalal's Ambush. Standing on the deck, the dark tower in the distance reaches into the sky, giving people a strong sense of uneasiness. The surroundings are brightly lit, and countless light spots are constantly moving. It wasn't until I looked closer that I realized that it was a heavily armed night patrol force. There are thousands of people. Is it finally here? Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, the wings of the storm dragon bloomed quietly on his back, and immediately his body shot out. On the shore, the patrolling garrison spotted Mobai's figure and immediately raised the warning signal. Spot the enemy and prepare to shoot. Dense guns and bullets were shot out at the same time, many of which were attacks enhanced by magic. Mobai focused all his thoughts on the wings of the storm dragon behind him, and flapped the wings vigorously. The powerful wind acts like a shield, blocking all attacks. The ammunition that lost power fell into the sea one after another, causing small waves to splash. Due to the dim light in midair and the long distance, the garrison captain was not aware of this at all. He thought that the attack just now was not strong enough, so he ordered his men to attack even more hoarsely. Fire! Fire! More dense bullets came towards me. Mobai leaned over and looked at the vast ocean beneath him, and suddenly had an idea. It seems that the power of the water dragon has not been used yet. Now is a good opportunity. Weaving through the hail of bullets. Mobai was not in a hurry to get close to the Paradise Tower, but instead walked in circles. The guard captain thought it was suppressed fire that made Mobai afraid to run away, and ordered the shooting frequency to be increased. He won't have the strength to fly anymore. Aim closer and shoot hard for me. Every time Mobai glides in the air, he pours part of his magic power into the sea. After assimilating with the dragon-slaying magic power, the water surface has already set off rough waves, mixed with the impact of swallowing everything. The time has come. Mobai suddenly swung his arms forward. Water dragon's tide. In an instant, the waves surged up into the sky. The raging waves were like a ferocious giant beast, opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything. See, tsunami! The guards who were originally complacent and thought they had taken advantage were now frightened to death. Staring at the horrifying scene in front of him with wide eyes, his heart was filled with fear and despair. Boom! As Mobai's arm fell, the water completely released its force and crashed down. Regardless of whether the guards tried to hide or escape, they were all involved and became the nourishment of the sea. The washed shore takes on a new look. Only the Tower of Paradise still stood there, and conventional attacks did not seem to cause serious damage to it. Mobai didn't pay too much attention to this. His goal was always the same, Jalal at the top of the tower and the core device of the Paradise Tower. At the same time, Tower of Paradise, top of the tower. In the dim room, the light was so weak that it was almost impossible to see the surrounding environment clearly, but a figure stood out. A blue-haired young man was looking down at everything that had just happened. Instead of anger, there was a bit of a sneer on his face. It was a blue-haired young man at the top of the tower, looking down at everything that had just happened in a condescending manner. But his face did not show the slightest anger or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was a bit of an unpredictable sneer. This person is none other than Jalal. Seeing Mo Bai's figure gradually rushing towards the direction of the tower, Jalal's mouth gradually showed a strange arc. What a powerful force! Those four losers haven't brought Urza back yet, so they still failed. However, now that the ceremony is about to begin, using the little magician who broke in as a living sacrifice seems to be a good choice. 3 feathered crows of the Assassination Guild. The plan has changed. The 3 of you are ambushing on the 2nd floor. The target is the flying magician outside the tower. Jalal waved his hand and turned his eyes to the 3 assassins hiding in the doorway. The 3 assassins moved in response, emerged from the darkness, and bowed respectfully to Jalal. Happy to serve you. Outside the tower, Mo Bai controlled the wings of the storm dragon and was about to head to the top of the tower, when he suddenly felt a burst of magic coming from underneath him. My heart suddenly tightened and I quickly ducked to the side. Boom! The original location was instantly detonated by the magic light wave. Mo Bai's face looked slightly solemn. This magical power is stronger than any opponent I have seen before. Mo Bai lowered his head and saw a blue-haired young man standing at the bottom of the tower. The young man has a handsome face, but there is a strange scarlet mark on the right half of his face, which looks slightly ferocious. Gerald. Seeing the blue-haired young man in front of me, Mo Bai clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes almost burst into flames. Thinking that most of the sufferings Urza had suffered were due to this person, Mo Bai wanted to punch him away. Wait, why would Jalal single-handedly come out to cause trouble for me at this time? This should be the critical moment for the launch of the Tower of Paradise ceremony. I remember that Jalal has the strength of one of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saints. It would be easy for him to control a few thought bodies to attract attention. The missing body is a clone created by magic. For some powerful magicians, it is not difficult to create the missing body. Mo Bai felt more and more something was wrong. The Jalal who just attacked him at his feet was probably a 6-eared macaque who was just trying to divert his attention. Thinking of this, Mo Bai left Jalal alone and rushed to the top of the tower. As long as the center of the Paradise Tower can be attacked, Jalal's true body will definitely show up to defend. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A fire fist hit, and the magic wall on the top of the tower instantly cracked, and Mo Bai pushed it hard. Directly open the door hardcore. But as soon as he stepped into it, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurry. The magic power in Mo Bai's body was running wildly, and only then was he able to see the true landscape clearly. Originally, the top floor was supposed to be the center with the Tower of Paradise, but it was completely empty. He looked behind him again at the position he had just entered, only to find that at some point, he was very close to the ground. This is the 2nd floor. I see, the most important core device for the Tower of Paradise will definitely not be directly exposed. This should be the magical illusion set up by Jalal, a special protection mechanism, although in my mind I am flying towards the top of the tower, in reality I am swooping down. Just when Mo Bai was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Unfortunately, I want to inform you that the journey has come to an end, the handsome young man from the Magisters Guild. No one who has been targeted by the 3 feathered crows of the Skull and Bones Society at the same time has ever been able to leave alive. Look up. Among the 3 people, one has long hair and holds a guitar, and the makeup on his face is extremely colorful, one is wearing an owl hood. At first glance, they look like 2 perverts. Only the woman in the middle carrying the long knife looks normal. Owl, eagle, turtledove, the 3 feathered crow who assassinated the Union. As a time traveler, Mo Bai is no stranger to them. Magic is quietly brewing at Mo Bai's fingertips, and fighting spirit is ignited. I originally wanted to go directly to the top of the tower. Although there were a few twists and turns, it's not a bad idea to push all the way up from here. Take a break, you 3 can come together. Chapter 13 Climb the Tower. Fierce battle with the 3 feathered crows. Assassination has been regarded as an unreasonable way of fighting for hundreds of years, all regular guilds are prohibited from accepting assassination commissions. However, due to the generous bounties, some dark guilds that do not abide by the rules of the Senate are often happy to perform this work. The Skull and Bones Society, where Three Feathered Crows belongs, is exactly such an organization. Do you like rock and roll, baby? The eagle on the right screamed, and its long nails swept across the guitar, making bursts of strange sounds. The Dragon Slayer's hearing is already very sensitive, and this bomb is also very difficult to hear. When the news reached Mo Bai's ears, he was inexplicably angry. If he were put on the street to perform as a performer, not only might he not make a penny, but he would also be thrown rotten eggs. If I remember correctly, this guy's magic is to control other people to become puppets through music, so we need to get rid of him first. Thinking of this, Mo Bai's body surged with thunder and lightning, his magic power raged, and he was ready to attack at any time. So reckless? Is it my music that makes you so crazy? Eagle sneered and played the guitar harder. As the sound pressure continued to increase, a purple-black energy wave gradually formed and hit Mo Bai. But at the moment when he was hit in the chest, Mo Bai's figure turned into a golden light on the spot. It flashes briefly and then disappears. After image? When? The expression on Ying's face was suddenly replaced by panic. At this moment, he was horrified to realize that an even more turbulent thunder power had appeared beside him. Boom! The owl and the turtle dove quietly watched the place where the energy exploded. The eagle that was screaming arrogantly was now electrocuted into a piece of coke. Storm Dragon Wings. After taking out one person, Mo Bai quickly flew to the air for a bird's-eye view. At the same time, the owl wearing an owl hood was also imbued with magic power and activated the rocket thruster behind it. I almost forgot, this guy can also fly. Taking advantage of the bazooka thruster, Xiao Xiao jumped left and right in mid-air. Whenever Mo Bai wanted to get close to him to end the battle, he quickly dodged and distanced himself. Mo Bai was so annoyed that he just wanted to end it as soon as possible and go to the top of the tower, where the power of thunder quietly emerged from his palm. There's a chance. Just when Mo Bai seized the owl's flaw and prepared to attack, he realized the murderous intention coming from behind under his feet. Moonless flow yaksha flashes in the sky. A Karaga's powerful magic slashed into the air, and Mo Bai had to free one hand to use the rock magic. The cave dragon's shield. A rock shield several meters high emerged in time. I don't know how many times I blocked the turtle dove's attacks. Although it was riddled with holes, it managed to maintain its intact form. When Mo Bai was thinking about how to deal with the two people at the same time, Xiao Xiao suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him in his field of vision. As expected of the Assassination Guild, they take advantage of every opportunity to kill people. It's a pity that the action is still half a beat slow. With his absolutely sharp five senses, Xiao Xiao's rapid impact is not worth mentioning in Mo Bai's eyes. The moment before the two parties come into contact, Mo Bai dodged slightly sideways, reversing the situation in an instant. The opponent's sneak attack provided him with an opportunity to attack. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Mo Bai turned iron with one hand and struck the owl flying in front of him. In an instant, Xiao's body began to fall uncontrollably, and the force of the fall penetrated the entire second-floor road and fell to the bottom of the tower. After confirming that there was no movement from the other party, Mo Bai looked at the last remaining woman. Your slashing is very fast. But looking at it now, all your magic power is used to increase the amplification of the long sword, right? Turtle Dove smiled slightly. No wonder Jalal would let three feathered crows deal with you alone at the same time. You are very strong. I will make no reservations about the next blow. What I wish for. Wiha Flow Garuda Flash Flame. Flash Fire? Mo Bai suddenly became interested, as if a certain keyword was triggered in his mind. Sure enough, with the Karaga's extremely fast slash, a large amount of magical flames poured out and rushed towards Mo Bai. How can you not eat the experience that is brought to your mouth? Mo Bai was not polite. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled the storm, and the originally violent magic flame was swept away. Akaraga's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, perhaps because she met the Dragon Slayer mage for the first time. I still can't believe that the killing move that I am proud of and has killed countless powerful people has been swallowed by the opponent without any harm. What kind of monster is he? On the other hand, Mo Bai's momentum is a bit stronger than before. When you eat it, your strength will come out. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. As Mo Bai moved forward at high speed, his arms wrapped in flames collided with Turtle Dove's long knife, causing a fierce explosion. Akaraga only felt hot all over, and the overwhelming flames seemed to melt him. The next moment, as Mo Bai's arms continued to press forward, cracks appeared in the long knife. After only half a second, it suddenly shattered. The victory has been decided. Remarkable. After uttering a few words lightly, Akaraga fell straight to the ground. Hey! Just as Mo Bai was about to continue heading towards the top of the tower, an aggressive magic force came from his side. Scan with the side light of your eyes. Immediately recognize the identity of the person. Was Jalal's missing body just outside the tower? Just when Mo Bai was about to use his steel skin to resist, he suddenly felt another familiar magic power rushing in. Mo Bai had half-activated the iron skin, but he was stunned to hold it back. At this moment, he actually gave up all his defenses and completely exposed his most fragile body to Jalal's missing body. Court death. Although the missing body couldn't understand what this operation was, it still sneered and waved the meteor magic from its hand. Clang! The moment he is about to touch Mo Bai's back, a figure suddenly shot out, raising a heavy shield to block Mo Bai perfectly. The pupils of the missing body instantly dilated. Urza. At this moment, Urza is wearing silver-white diamond armor, with amazing defensive power. In a guild battle with the Phantom Lord, he single-handedly blocked the charged blow of the opponent's trump card magical convergence cannon. Urza complained in a low voice, "It's really annoying. Don't you know how to defend yourself?" Mo Bai smiled. "I knew you would come here a long time ago. That level of card magic would definitely not be able to trap you. I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Although he was joking, Mo Bai's actions were unambiguous. Just when Jalal's thoughts were about to retreat, Mo Bai rushed forward with a sprint, and the hot wind suddenly swept across. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A look of fear flashed across the eyes of the missing body for an instant, but it only lasted for a few seconds before the whole thing was burned by the flames and turned into nothingness. Next, Jalal will be the only commander left. The wings of the storm dragon appeared, and Mo Bai was about to fly into the sky, but his arm was suddenly grabbed by Urza. "Go back. I'll go find Jalal myself." Mo Bai slowly typed a question mark. What is wrong with this eldest sister, and she wants to solve it alone? There was no time to say anything. The two people's minds suddenly surged, and then a text came in. "Welcome to the Tower of Paradise, you two. I am Jalal, the ruler here. The dark ritual just needs a powerful magician as a living sacrifice. If anyone wants to be the nourishment for Zeref's resurrection, you are welcome to come to me at the top of the tower. By the way, the magical elf power of the council will come here soon. I only need one living sacrifice. As for the other person, if he doesn't leave, be careful to be buried with him." The sound stopped suddenly. Mo Bai casually picked his ears and said nonchalantly, "Let's go? Let's go up together." Urza gave this heartless guy a hard look. "Didn't you listen to Jalal's warning just now?" Seeing that she didn't move, Mo Bai spread his hands helplessly and then explained. Have you ever thought about it? We were on a ship just now, so it's not convenient to use dragon-slaying magic to restrain you. I can tie you here anytime I want, and I'll go up and beat Jalal myself. I brought you here just because we are partners. I don't want you to face all this alone." Urza looked embarrassed, biting her red lips lightly with her teeth. But, you should have received what I said just now. It's very dangerous here now. It's just a threat. Mo-Bai smiled. He directly grabbed Urza's arm with his right hand and urged the storm dragon wings to fly straight to the top. Don't worry, no one among us will die. Chapter 14 The magical elf power arrives. When Mo-Bai and Urza finally rushed to the top of the tower, Jalal was sitting lazily at the end, with various magic props engraved with strange runes arranged in front of him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you are still together. The roar of the fire dragon. Before Jalal could finish speaking, he felt a burst of hot magic being cast in front of him, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. Mo-Bai started at 0 frame and directly changed direction to attack the top of the tower. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge corner of the tower's roof was broken open, exposing the hazy sky. Only then did Jalal realize that Mo-Bai had no intention of attacking him at all. His original goal was to destroy the Tower of Paradise. If I'm not mistaken, the core devices of the Paradise Tower are all here. As long as they are destroyed, your plan will collapse, right? Mo-Bai said with a smile, and raised his foot to crush the magic prop next to him. You! Jalal had blue veins popping out on his face, filled with murderous intent. He was obviously very angry at Mo-Bai's shamelessness. Let me guess, is the central system here? Boom! Or, maybe it's in the machine over there. Looking at the unscrupulous Mo-Bai, Jalal couldn't bear it anymore and raised one hand directly above his head, and his magic power exploded. 6 consecutive stars. The celestial body flashed brightly and crashed into Mo-Bai at extremely fast speeds. Mo-Bai, however, acted as if he didn't see it and continued to cause havoc in his own way. Clang! The light faded. However, there was no scene in Jalal's sight of Mo-Bai being seriously injured by a blow. Instead, he saw a giant silver shield, which resisted the impact just now. The person who controls the giant shield is none other than Urza, who is wearing a diamond armor and looks majestic. Gerald, it's time to make a break between us. Change your clothes. Armor of Purgatory. Jalal's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint laugh came from his throat. It's interesting, you're still the same after all these years, Urza. The dark black armor of Purgatory is known as Urza's second strongest armor. Its whole body is covered with spikes and its destructive power is astonishing. Urza stared intently at the young man in front of her who had impacted her countless times, and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the serrated steel knife. 7-star sword. After a brief confrontation, Jalal took the lead in attacking, and the dark night sky was instantly pierced by light. The Big Dipper shines, mixed with the impact of destructive magic power as it falls. Urza dodges while observing the flaws in Jalal's attack, always looking for opportunities to get close to him. However, the opponent's attack frequency was too fast, and they couldn't find a breakthrough for a while. Jalal frowned, and just as he was about to continue borrowing the power of the celestial body, he heard the faint roar of electricity in his ears. Jaws of the Thunder Dragon. Mo-Bai has long stopped destroying the surrounding environment. Since Urza has no chance to attack, it will be me. Sneak attacks may be a villain's behavior. However, the bewitched Jalal in front of him was indeed a villain who deceived his companions and took human life lightly. Mo-Bai played dirty tricks on him and was confident. As Jalal was knocked back by a single blow, Urza finally had a chance to breathe and readjusted her stance to prepare for the fight. Ha 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 ha! A ferocious laughter reached his ears. Mo-Bai and Urza both focused their attention on Jalal, who was slowly getting up. Do you think that if you defeat me here, everything will be over? You are naive. Just now, the Senate has completed its vote, and the magical elven power will soon descend on the Tower of Paradise, and everyone will be buried with it. Urza gritted her silver teeth, confusion flashing in her eyes. How could the Senate be controlled by him? Gerald suddenly laughed wildly. Are you curious? You will die here soon, and I have no need to hide it anymore. Everyone in the council thinks that we are twin brothers, Kaikarian, the 10 great magicians. But in fact, he is just a missing person of mine. As soon as these words came out, Urza's eyes were full of shock. What? Jalal actually used his thoughts body to infiltrate the council early on and became a part of it. What's even more terrifying is that the thought body named Kaikarian was rated as one of the top 10 magicians without anyone noticing. Perhaps in the battle just now, Jalal only used about half of his strength. Is it really going to end? Urza smiled bitterly and looked at Mo by aside, looking apologetic. However, from the first sentence Jalal said, Mo Bai has always looked indifferent and said nothing. He just looked at the dim night sky above his head. Time goes back to a few minutes ago, to the Magic Council thousands of miles away. This place represents the highest authority in the wizarding world. At this moment, the congressmen were looking at the magic crystal ball in the middle, and the atmosphere was serious. The Tower of Paradise? Is it the device that uses a large number of living sacrifices to resurrect the dead? Isn't this something that should have been destroyed 10 years ago? We only discovered it recently. And according to intelligence, the person in charge of the Tower of Paradise. As the reporter spoke, he turned his attention to the youngest member of parliament. And this youngest congressman actually looks exactly like Gerald. The controller of the Tower of Paradise is most likely Senator Chikaline's twin brother, Jalal. Upon hearing this, Chi Kailian's eyes did not waver much, and he slowly spoke under the focus of everyone's eyes. I think everyone here knows how dangerous the Tower of Paradise is. Now that the ceremony is about to start, extraordinary measures must be taken immediately to contain it. Extreme measures, you mean? Magic elf power. Chi Kellen's sonorous tone shocked the other congressman. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the corner. The magic elf power is too dangerous. I think we should consider it in the long term. Besides, isn't Jalal your biological brother? Kaikarian looked like he was killing relatives out of righteousness. As a council member, it is my responsibility to protect the stability of the magician world. Even if I have to kill Jalal with my own hands, I will not hesitate. The other congressman finally couldn't say anything more. Then let's vote according to the regulations. First of all, I am in favor of using the magical elf power. The threat to the Tower of Paradise must be eliminated as soon as possible, and I also recommend its use. It's better to be more cautious. Those in favor and those against were almost equally divided. Until the last young woman in white in the corner was left, named Arusha. I agree. Arusha smiled indifferently, raised his right arm, and stood on Chikaline's side. Okay. In this case, the final decision is to use the magical elf power. Please all the members present to join me in lifting the seal. Chapter 15 Breaking the Situation. As the seal was lifted bit by bit, multiple magic arrays appeared, and a strong magical aura floated out. Is it finally done? The next step is to choose the Tower of Paradise. As the position is determined, the ultimate weapon, the magic elf power, which contains huge energy, is instantly released. Under the gazes of all the congressmen, the terrifying magic power soared into the sky. About half a minute later, Mo Bai, Urza, and Jalal, who were still facing each other at the top of the tower, finally felt the terrifying impact of the magical elf power. Finally, the dark ritual is about to begin. Jalal looked up at the stormy night sky and laughed wildly. Are you still going to die here? While Urza was thinking wildly, a joking voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Would you like to give me a warm hug at the last moment of your life? It was Mo Bai who spoke. Looking at Mo Bai, who still had no formal appearance in front of her, Urza couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were working together at Kobo Mountain the day before yesterday. Mo Bai's coming for vacation this time was entirely due to his own invitation. All she felt was guilt. At this moment, there was no way to refuse Mo-Bai's last proposal. As the luster of the change flashed by, all the armor on Urza's body had faded away, replaced by a beautiful long dress. "Gently nestle your body in Mo-Bai's arms," Urza then whispered. "I should have tried my best to prevent you from coming here in the first place." Mo-Bai still smiled and said, "It's not too late now. Didn't I say that none of us will die?" "Fool!" With the loud roar of energy, the magic spirit power finally descended from the sky above the Tower of Paradise, rising into a white light. In an instant, Urza looked up at Mo-Bai's face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something to himself. "After all, I still didn't hear it." My vision gradually became clearer. Urza opened her eyes. But he found himself still at the top of the dilapidated tower, still being hugged tightly by Mo-Bai. "What's going on?" Jalal was still standing on the opposite side. But the look on his face no longer looked ferocious, only surprise remained. How is this possible?" Mo-Bai said in a deep voice. "According to your plan, the arrival of the magical elf power will not kill the people in the Paradise Tower at all, but will only become a key to activate the dark ritual of the Paradise Tower. Because you still need us as living sacrifices. But for some reason, now that the magical elf power has arrived, the ritual has not been started. Am I right?" Hearing Mo-Bai's voice, Jalal immediately raised his bloodshot eyes and stared at him. "What did you do?" Mo-Bai shrugged, with an innocent look on his face. "Just when you and Urza were fighting, I finally found the receiving device for the magical elf power in the Tower of Paradise. I have to say that your plan is very thorough. The damage I did before has almost no effect. Even if the receiving device is finally found, I can't destroy it quickly. Fortunately, I destroyed the magic power conversion system. In this way, even if you can accept the magical elf power, you can no longer turn it into the energy to activate the dark ritual." Mo-Bai's voice was not loud. Every word went straight to Jalal's heart. His years of hard work were torn apart bit by bit. "So, you already knew that we wouldn't die?" Urza in her arms suddenly asked. "Yes." Hearing this, Urza pushed Mo-Bai away and put on the armor again. Mo-Bai clearly saw the blush on her face. "I don't know if he is angry or shy. How shameless. Ahem, toothless or toothless, let's wait and see later, the battle is not over yet." Not far away, Jalal, who was stimulated to the limit by Mo-Bai, finally broke out, and the magic power with overwhelming resentment kept pouring out. "If you dare to destroy the Tower of Paradise, you must stay and become a living sacrifice, no matter how long it takes." But at some point, an identical clone appeared behind him. Wearing formal attire and looking very respectable. Urza thoughtfully said, "That is the body of thoughts left by Chiklin Jalal in the council. The return of the missing body means that Jalal has regained his peak strength." Mo-Bai also had to brace himself to deal with it. A hint of bloodthirst appeared on Kaikarian's cold face. He took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time and jumped directly to the top of the tower. The moment his figure disappeared from Mo-Bai's sight, the magic power in Jalal exploded again, even several times more terrifying than before. He is letting his missing body act as a transformation device for the magic spirit's power. Mo-Bai suddenly realized. Jalal has gone so crazy that he directly chose to absorb such a huge amount of magic power. If Chiklin, the missing body, can be ranked at the bottom of the saints, after Chiklin returns to his true form, Jalal will probably be ranked around 6 or 7. At this moment, Jalal, who has absorbed the power of the magical elves, has reached an extremely terrifying strength. Among the Holy 10, except for the top 4 monsters, I am afraid no one can compete with them anymore. What an amazing smell! Urza's heart trembled. Mo-Bai analyzed in a deep voice, but in this case, he will not be able to hold on for long before he will be counterattacked by the magic elf's power. We still have a chance. Jalal himself obviously knew this, and he shot forward and went straight towards Mo Bai and Urza. Pay attention to defense. Steel skin. Jalal's speed and strength increased linearly with the power of the magical elves, and his left and right arms released magic power at the same time. Mo Bai could still persist in resisting, but Urza gradually fell into a disadvantage. A slight cracking sound sounded. Urza's strongest defensive diamond armor was blasted out of the gap. Seeing that the situation was not right, Mo Bai simply jumped in front of Urza and allowed the huge celestial magic to bombard the left side of his body. The cave dragon's shield. The moment the brown dragon slayer's shield opened, Urza's diamond armor shattered, and she was seriously injured. It's ridiculous. Seeing that Urza fell beside him, Mo Bai had no way to retreat and once again released his magic power to block. Mo Bai. Sheltered under the cave dragon's strong shield, Urza stood up again to hold on to the severe pain in her body. Can we still fight? Urza nodded slightly and activated her disguise magic. In the blink of an eye, within sight, Urza no longer relied on any armor for defense. The upper body is only wrapped with a bandage around the chest, and the legs are covered in flame-patterned bloomers. The demon sword Hong Ying held it tightly in her hands. Mo Bai's eyes instantly filled with ecstasy. Clothes of a pure heart. Mo Bai is naturally very familiar with this outfit. Due to her childhood experiences, Urza, who had been insecure since she was a child, liked to wear armor, which in a sense formed as shackles for her. But now she finally broke this shackles and put on the clothes of pure heart. It is undoubtedly a leap in strength. Mo Bai clearly remembers how many times seemingly impossible victories were reversed by Urza with the pure heart clothes and the demon blade Hong Ying. Chapter 16 The Secret of Dragon Destruction. The Destruction of the Tower of Paradise. Bang! Another meteor struck, and the cave dragon shield that was already riddled with holes shattered into pieces. Mo Bai and Urza's figures were completely exposed, without any means of defense. Jalal had a stern smile on his face and stared at Urza playfully. You even gave up your armor, aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Urza shook her head calmly. With people around me willing to protect me, the armor is no longer needed. At this moment, Urza, who had given up all defenses, looked determined, focusing all her energy on the attack, vowing to fight until the end. The tip of the knife points forward. Let's end it. Looking at Urza charging over, Jalal's lips curved slightly. Raise your left arm above your head again to draw down the power of the celestial body. The bombardment of magic tore apart Urza's body mercilessly. Without the protection of her armor, she was enduring unprecedented pain every second. However, due to the disappearance of the armor, he gained more agility and successfully rushed in front of Jalal. The demon sword Hong Ying was chopped down. Jalal was on guard and set up a wall of starlight in front of him in time, blocking the attack instantly. It's useless, Urza, your fate is to become a sacrifice for Ziref's resurrection. Looking at Urza, who was at a disadvantage, Mo Bai frowned. At that time, it seemed that Natsu had eaten part of the magical elf power and finally defeated Jalal with the Dragon Slayer's secret, right? However, I have only mastered magic for a short time. Can I really release the secret of dragon slaying? And with Jalal's missing body, I can't directly absorb the magical elf power. A bold idea flashed in Mo Bai's mind. Wait, maybe I can try to combine multiple dragon-slaying magics and activate them at the same time. Seeing that Urza was still resisting despite the pain all over her body, Mo Bai no longer hesitated and tried to activate multiple dragon-slaying magics in his body at the same time. Dark. 2 fusiform crystals, one red and one yellow, responded. Fire and electricity, are they the only 2 most commonly used? Mo Bai wanted to further experience the mystery of dragon slaying, but the storm dragon wings behind him suddenly bloomed, sending the next magic power directly. And storm. Dragon killing magic, fusion. As 3 different strands of magic power intertwined, dragon scales appeared vaguely on Mo Bai's arms, and the fused magic powers gradually gathered together. Just when Urza was knocked back and seriously injured by Jalal's meteor magic again, the magic finally reached its peak. The secret of dragon slaying. Dragon Yin Kyun Kaihu. Originally, Jalal had seriously injured Urza, and just when he thought he had a chance to win. At this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming towards him. Jalal's pupils dilated instantly, and he could vaguely see the projection of a giant dragon from Mobai who rushed over. An illusion, it's an illusion. True celestial magic star collapse. With the magical elf power and the power given to me by Ziref, there is no way you can defeat me. Mobai's eyes were determined, and his arms carried the majestic dragon-slaying power, and he suddenly swung out, and the magic power swept away. The might of the eternal dragon is intertwined with the celestial stars. An unprecedented vibration erupted, and the entire Paradise Tower trembled. Inserting the demon sword downwards, Urza climbed up with difficulty. Looking at the collision of the two's most powerful killing moves in front of her, she also felt unprecedented pressure. But what was in his eyes was obviously shock and concern for Mobai. Is he trying to defeat Jalal from the front? The two people facing each other stared at each other, as if they were going to tear each other apart in the next second. As the magic power continues to pour out, the surrounding space seems to be cut off. Jalal gritted his teeth and was about to use the body of thought, Cheek Lean, to further gain the power of the magical elf power. Suddenly, severe pain spread throughout his body, and his eyes trembled suddenly. It just so happens that at this time, the backlash. Feeling that the opponent's aura was weakening, Mobai seized the opportunity and waved down his arms wrapped in dragon-slaying magic. When Jalal wanted to defend again, he was already unable to do so. Boom! After the smoke dissipated, Mobai's body was in a half-bowed state, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the initial release of the dragon-slaying secret was a huge consumption. On the other hand, Jalal was blown away by the blow just now. The body hit the back wall uncontrollably, cracking thousands of gaps. Seeing Jalal's embarrassed and painful expression, Mobai immediately realized that he had been counterattacked by the magical elf's power. I can't imagine what will happen next. Withdraw. Squeezing out the last bit of his magic power, Mobai activated the wings of the storm dragon and kicked open the damaged wall. He picked up the still confused Urza with his arms and flew out of the tower. On the outside of the top of the tower, Chikara's body was convulsing and in great pain as his whole body was entangled with the power of the magical elves. Stay here. Become a living sacrifice to Ziref. But at this time, Mobai could no longer care about so much, and it was urgent to escape. However, it only flew a few meters away. The wings of the storm dragon became illusory, and the speed slowed down a lot. Looking down, the two of them had not yet left the island. I'm afraid if I fall, I'll be shattered to pieces. Mobai swallowed, but suddenly felt Urza's soft call in his arms. She seemed to be holding two long thin objects in her hands. This is rebar. I got it for you when you kicked the wall open. Mobai was overjoyed immediately, took the steel bar and put it into his stomach with a few crunchy mouthfuls. The body was instantly supported by magical power. Although it was not much, it was enough to rejuvenate the withered wings. Fly very far in one breath. It wasn't until it was quite far away from the Tower of Paradise and it was confirmed that it was temporarily safe that it briefly stopped in the air. What's wrong? Over there at the Tower of Paradise, the magic power is becoming more and more unstable. Urza looked back after hearing this. Just a few seconds later, within sight, the top of the Paradise Tower suddenly exploded. The waves shook the earth and set off wind and waves, causing the sea to become turbulent. The majestic magic spirit power surged into the sky, breaking the dark clouds that had accumulated for a long time, revealing a few stars. Due to the destruction of the central system, the entire tower seemed to have lost its magical protection. Coupled with the tremendous pressure from the battle between a few people just now, it gradually collapsed at this moment. Completely cover up the past sins here. Boom. When the smoke and dust dissipated, only ruins remained. The painful memories of the past were buried together with the boy she had loved when she was young. Tower of Paradise, Gerald. He stared blankly at the scene happening in front of him. After a long time, Urza finally put her head to Mo-Bai's ear and said in a small voice, "Thank you, Mo-Bai." Looking at the pale and weak Urza in his arms, Mo-Bai gently stretched out his fingers to wipe away her tears. "Urza, your right eye is crying too." Yet. Mo-Bai was finally relieved. Both eyes shed tears normally. The knot in my heart was untied. At this point, the nightmare that has haunted Urza for 10 years comes to an end. Chapter 17. Not a buddy? On the ship. "Simon, sister, are they really okay?" Xiu asked. Looking at Xiu's worried eyes, Simon didn't know how to explain it. Before leaving, Mo-Bai specifically told him to keep a certain distance from the Paradise Tower no matter what happened and never leave the ship. At this moment, there is no other way but to choose to believe. "Look over there." Wally's horrified voice came. Then a terrifying wave of magic power passed by, and the four of them looked into the distance in horror. The towering black tower in front suddenly collapsed. Tower of Paradise. "Where's Urza? Did you see Urza come out?" No one answered. The sound of distant collapse was deafening. However, all four of them lowered their eyes with sad expressions. "Wait, look over there. Is it Urza-chan, and her companions in the guild?" Miliana's voice of surprise brought everyone back to reality. Looking in the direction of her finger, there was actually a black shadow not far away, flying slowly towards them at the moment. "It seems like they are really. Looks like he was injured, but luckily he came back alive." Simon couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. "That Mo-Bai, really, did it? Destroy the Tower of Paradise, destroy the dark ritual, and return safely from Jalal's hands. How capable is he?" Under the frantic beckoning of the four people, Mo-Bai finally put away the storm dragon wings in mid-air. Holding Urza in his arms, he stood firmly on the deck. "Fortunately, I lived up to my fate. Place the seriously injured Urza in the cabin." Mo-Bai took the initiative to let everyone reminisce, and he was responsible for driving the ship to take everyone back to the resort. The screen changed and we came to the cab. Looking at a lot of complicated levers and buttons in front of me, Master Mo fell into deep thought. I let them rest for the sake of being cool, but now they remembered. I don't even know how to sail a boat. At a time of great distress. Crunch. The door opened. A strong man walked in, and Mo-Bai looked up. "Simon." According to the original plot, after the Tower of Paradise was activated, Simon blocked a key attack for Urza in order to save her. He was fatally wounded and died in the Tower of Paradise. Mo-Bai had obviously noticed this a long time ago and deliberately didn't let him follow him. It indirectly saved his life. "Pull the leftmost gate up, and I'll help you with the rest." "Ahem, thank you very much." Under Simon's guidance, Mo-Bai was in a hurry, but he finally got the ship moving. Sailing. For a long time. Simon finally couldn't hold it back and suddenly said, "Actually, I've been in love with Urza ever since we were captured together in the Tower of Paradise when we were little." Puff. Mo-Bai didn't hold back. "No, buddy, you like her, tell me? What's going on?" Simon did not have as big a reaction as Mo-Bai, explaining. "Thanks to you this time, the Tower of Paradise can be destroyed, and Urza can be safe. You are partners in the same guild, can you please take care of her in the future?" No problem, no problem." Mo-Bai agreed vaguely, and then asked, "Then what are your plans next?" "Urza invited us to join Fairy Tale," Xiu temporarily agreed. "But we have already agreed to leave when the ship docks. Firstly, we don't want to cause any more trouble to Urza. Secondly, we have broken the shackles of 10 years and also want to go outside to pursue true freedom. When Simon said this, he suddenly emphasized his tone again. Please take good care of Urza. Definitely. After a while, on the beach, Mobi gently picked up the sleeping Urza and stood on the beach of the resort. Thanks to Simon's dark moment magic, she has already blocked out the interference from the outside world at this moment. Able to sleep soundly and well. I'm really sorry for what happened earlier, young man. Before parting, Wally thought of the indiscriminate attack on Mobi last night and couldn't help but feel guilty. Thank you also for helping us see Jalal's true face. Miliana added on the side. Other than thanking them, the four of them really didn't know what to say. After all, it was such a big help. The moment the Tower of Paradise fell, the haze in their hearts began to dissipate. Mobi smiled lightly and waved his hand gently. Don't you plan to stay any longer? Join the Fairy Tale Guild, we are here. I'm afraid it will bring back my sister's painful memories. Mobi heard this and didn't ask any more questions. Good luck to you. The melodious flute sounded across the sky. The first warm breeze of the morning blew. Mobi watched the ship carrying the four people go further and further away until they could no longer see their waving figures. Completely disappeared on the horizon. The morning light flashed across Urza's face, and she opened her eyes dimly. Woke up. Urza said in confusion, where is this? Simon and the others. After they put us back at the resort, they left. Being bound by the Tower of Paradise for so long, perhaps the pain of these 10 years can be healed only by seeing more of the outside world. All right. Urza nodded regretfully. Looking around, he noticed that his body was half suspended in the air. I don't know when I was lying in Mobi's arms again. His posture was exactly the same as when he escaped from the Tower of Paradise. Well, you can put me down now. I've been hugging him all the way, not even for a while. Mobi curled his lips. Without armor, Urza's body is very light. It felt soft to the touch in his arms, and the warm breath kept blowing on him. Mobi really couldn't bear to let it go. Mobi Urza. Walking on the beach facing the rising sun, I heard a familiar shout in the distance. 3 people and a cat were running quickly towards them. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Happy. Looking at his guild partners, Mobi couldn't help but feel more at ease. Running until she was in front of her, Lucy bent down to take a breath, and then asked with concern. Where have you been? I haven't seen anyone since last night. Wait, why are you covered in wounds? It's nothing. Urza asked me to fight yesterday. No, the fight just ended. Feeling Urza's murderous gaze in my arms. Mobi Tactics coughed twice, then quietly leaned into her ear and whispered. Maybe you think there is no need to hide these things between partners, and I respect your thoughts, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's have a good rest first. Don't forget, we only have 3 days here for vacation. It's too late to think about sad things. Urza reluctantly agreed and turned to the 3 of them with a pale smile. Sorry Lucy, I made you worry. I'm a little tired. I'll go back to the hotel with Mobi first. Oh, okay. Looking at the 2 people's slightly intimate figures walking away from each other. Lucy suddenly felt that her face felt a little hot, and she quietly walked next to Natsu and asked in a low voice. Natsu, do you feel that there seems to be something wrong with Urza and Mobi? Ah? Is there any? Natsu slowly typed out a question mark, scratching his head, but he couldn't figure out what Lucy meant. Is there nothing wrong? Lucy patted her head helplessly. Oh, I really can't explain it to you. Natsu's flying cat Happy came out of nowhere, quietly flew among everyone, and suddenly asked loudly. Does Lucy also want to be held by the princess? Lucy blushed immediately. No. Chapter 18. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now I know the result? A few days later, the 5 people and 1 cat who had a great time finally returned to the guild. Push open the door. We're back. Silence fell. Mobi was also confused. What's going on? Is it the wrong way to open it? Why is the guild so quiet today? Looking inside, the hall seemed to be no different from usual. Myra Jane sat at the front desk, and Makarov lay lazily beside him. Everyone else is basically in their respective positions. But at this moment, no one answered. Until he realized that everyone's eyes were looking over and focused on him. Mobi finally noticed the abnormality. No. Why are you all staring at me? Are there magic words on my face? Mobi was a little at a loss. He lowered his body slightly and walked forward slowly like a thief. However, he unexpectedly noticed that everyone's eyes were still focused on him. Wherever you go, they follow you. Ahem. Makao? What are you doing? Mobi grabbed someone casually and asked in a low voice, half asking for help. Macau stretched out his arm tremblingly, grabbed a copy of the Wizard's Weekly from the side and handed it over. His eyes never moved elsewhere. It's really strange. Mobi muttered softly and flipped through the magazine randomly trying to find the reason. Then I saw an eye-catching report. I was dumbfounded on the spot. The Senate was attacked a few days ago, and the Holy 10 Great Wizards' cheek reign turned out to be the memory body of Jalal, the ruler of the Tower of Paradise. After investigation, it was found that Jalal and Arusha colluded to steal the magical elf power. Their real purpose was to activate the dark ritual of the Tower of Paradise. After stabilizing the situation in the Senate, Lahar, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, led the army to the scene, only to find that the Tower of Paradise had just been destroyed and collapsed. In the end, only 2 flying mysterious magicians were photographed in the air. It is inferred that these 2 people are most likely the destroyers of the Tower of Paradise. Turning the next page, a blurry back photo came into view. However, it can be vaguely distinguished from his posture and wings. This is what was photographed when he flew out with Urza in his arms. This Mobi was embarrassed in place. From the shooting point of view, the Senate's army happened to be in a different direction from Simon's ship. Simon and the others were not discovered now, otherwise they would definitely be in trouble again. Perhaps because the magic power loss was too serious at that time, Mobi did not notice the arrival of the Senate army. Seeing Mobi's strange expression, Urza and others also came over and saw the photo. Natsu picked up the magazine and looked at it carefully with Grey happy, looking at the photos and then at Mobi. After repeating it several times, I couldn't help but question my soul. Is this you? Mobi smiled bitterly and gently activated the dragon-slaying power of the storm, and his wings suddenly appeared, exactly like in the photo. See, I told you this was Mobi. Makarov sat on the counter with a proud look on his face. As soon as the magazine was delivered to the guild, he immediately recognized Mobi by his wings, and deduced that the person he was holding in his arms was Urza. But at that time, everyone was dubious because they had never seen the storm dragon wings with their own eyes. Now that I saw the scene in front of me, I had to believe it. The originally quiet guild was suddenly filled with lively discussions. So, the Tower of Paradise was completely destroyed by Mobi and Urza. I have only heard from the president that the newcomers are very strong, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. But how did they defeat Jalal? His missing body has the strength of the Holy 10. Isn't it? Lucy's big watery eyes were filled with disbelief. The teammate who played with her in the sand for 3 days actually took the time to destroy a dark ritual device? So secretive? Is it really you? When did it happen? Urza smiled wryly and nodded. On the night of the first day of vacation. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you right away. I originally planned to go back to the guild and explain. Under the constant pressure from everyone, Mobi had to admit that it was indeed him and Urza who did it. and briefly described the process at that time in a few sentences. However, he deliberately did not mention the name Jalal. Worry once again brought back the painful memories of Urza, who had just come out of it. Members of the guild also found blind spots in his words. Wait, Mobai, you just said you used dragon-slaying magic? Same as Natsu and Gajil? Are you eating fire or iron? It looks like everything can be eaten. What? What are your attributes? Water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder, and iron. I have 8 attributes. 8 types. Everyone felt that the 3 views they had established since practicing magic had been impacted. Most magicians will major in one kind of magic, and their own magic power will gradually adapt. As for some sub-magics, it is difficult to exert their maximum power. Generally, few people master and practice them, and they are often used as assistants. Dragon-slaying magic is even scarcer. If Natsu and Gajil master one, they are already one of the powerful combat powers of the guild. And Mobai actually practiced 8 different dragon-slaying magics at once? This is beyond what a pervert can describe. Simply, monster. Although Makarov acted very indifferently, the joy between his brows was still difficult to conceal. What gratifies me is not how much noise you have made or how much success you have achieved, Mobai. It's that you already know how to protect your companions not long after you entered the guild. But in terms of strength alone, it seems that our guild will have an S-class mage with the youngest qualifications. As soon as this statement came out, everyone became more interested in talking. I wonder who is stronger and who is weaker compared to Guildarts, who has been away from the guild for 3 years. I think it's not just S level, but also the level of the top 10 magicians, right? But the Holy 10 is just a false name, used to recognize powerful magicians who have made outstanding contributions in the magic world. There are many powerful people who are not among them because they are low-key. I think the next president will be Mobai. Puff. Makarov finally couldn't hold it back anymore and spit out a mouthful of hot tea, then shouted. I'm not dead yet. You can go away, whatever you have to do. Amid boos, the guild members finally dispersed and returned to their previous relaxed state. What no one noticed was that a blond young man wearing a black coat stood on the 2nd floor. There is also a lightning-shaped scar on the young man's right eye, which looks slightly fierce. Mobai, it's interesting. Through this battle, apart from redeeming Urza, Mobai also had 2 biggest gains. The first is to master the simple secret of dragon slaying and have a direction for improving strength in the future. The second is to finally understand his full strength. If Jalal, who is blessed by the magical elf power, was briefly ranked around the 15th place among the saints, I dare not say that he can 100% surpass Jalal. After all, his defeat was due to the backlash of the magical elf power. Mobai is at least on par with him. In terms of magic power itself, it is even slightly better than President Makarov. Chapter 19 Mobaiv's Natsu. Mobai was about to turn around and leave. Hey Mobai, since you are so strong, come and fight with me. I'm on fire. This passionate and aggressive voice. Without looking back, he could guess it was Natsu. Mobai spread his hands, but I just came to Magnolia not long ago, and now I don't even have a place to live. If I don't look for a house, I will sleep on the street again tonight. This is easy. Lucy. Natsu had a rare bright idea and directly summoned Lucy, who had also joined the guild not long ago. Lucy is quite experienced in where to rent a house. In this way, Mobai seems to have no reason to refuse. Besides, he was quite looking forward to giving Natsu a try. Mobai rubbed his palms. In this case, why don't you go outside and fight now? Wait, I have something else to ask you. What? Naz, who had always been straightforward, suddenly became cautious, and Mobai couldn't help but wonder. Under Mobai's doubtful gaze, Naz finally revealed the truth. You are also a dragon slayer, right? In other words, you were also raised by a dragon. Mobi immediately guessed what Naz wanted to know. As the first-generation Dragon Slayer mage, Natsu was raised by the fire dragon Igneel and taught Dragon Slayer magic. He has regarded Igneel as his father since he was a child. Available until July 7, 777. Igneel suddenly disappeared. Natsu, who was still a child at the time, searched desperately, but couldn't get any clues. Until he later joined the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu still didn't let go of the news about the fire dragon Igneel. The same is true for Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer wizard of the same guild. On July 7, 777, the Iron Dragon Metalicana who raised him disappeared like a human being, and this continues to this day. Mobi guessed that Natsu thought he was also a dragon slayer and might have some clues. I'm sorry Natsu, I just got the dragon slaying magic by implanting the dragon slaying magic crystal into my body. I wasn't raised by dragons. Is this? When Natsu heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. But Mobi changed the topic and said immediately, I do know some of what you want to know about the whereabouts of the dragon. Are you serious? Natsu suddenly became energetic again, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Of course. As long as you can beat me in the competition later, I will tell you everything I know. Mobi's voice was not loud, but it fell like thunder into the guild hall. The crowd gathered together again without knowing when. They don't care what Mobi said about the whereabouts of the dragon, they only care about whether there will be a fight later. So, Mobi accepted Naz's challenge in disguise. But the question is, how can Natsu win? Have you forgotten that he is beaten by Urza every day until he can no longer take care of himself? I bet a pack of spicy strips, Natsu will be slapped away. Where is Kana? I want to place a bet on Mobi to win. 10,000 J. Hey, pay attention to the rules of the cards on both sides before placing your bet. The red card area represents that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mobi within 5 minutes, and the blue card area represents that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mobi in 5 minutes. Looking at the noisy guild members, Urza committed the disciplinary committee problem again and glanced at Makarov aside. President. Aren't you going to take action to take care of them? Well, it's okay for everyone to play occasionally. Seeing Urza speak, Makarov had no choice but to put on a smile and secretly hide the hand holding the money bag behind his back, but murmured in his heart. Really, I originally wanted to place some bets with Kana. In the crowd. I don't know who said it again, Mobi will tell Naz the whereabouts of the dragon if he loses, but what happens after Naz loses? You're kidding. How could I lose? Natsu turned around and shouted dissatisfied. As a hot-blooded single-celled organism, he seemed to have never considered this issue. Then let Mobi speak for himself. What do you want me to do if you win? Mobi also couldn't bear to kill Naz too much. He said casually, help me pay my rent for a year. Good. Natsu agreed without hesitation. Natsu, you have to think clearly. Happy, the flying cat, pulled Natsu's trousers and persuaded him. No need to think about it. As long as we can get the whereabouts of Igunir, the rent for 10 years will be no problem. Even Mobi didn't expect him to be so cheerful. Outside the guild, in the open space, members gather. And those at the forefront were Mobi and Naz who had previously engaged in a battle. Then make a deal, you will tell me the news about Igneel when I defeat you. Seeing Mobi smiling and nodding lightly, Natsu became more motivated to fight. He kicked out his feet hard, raised his fists filled with flames and rushed forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The Cave Dragon's Shield. Mobi, however, still stood there, not dodging or evading, until Natsu got close to him, then he raised his hand to set up the giant shield. Boom! The magic collision of fire and rock stirred up wind and waves. Even everyone watching the battle felt a lot of pressure and took a small step back. Wait until the momentum of the fire fist is completely resolved by the rock shield. Mo-Bai didn't move at all. A flash of astonishment flashed in Natsu's eyes, and he quickly reacted, turning sideways and changing his moves to attack again. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The arms wrapped in flames were swung out with all their might, like lightning strikes from dragon wings, hitting the giant shield one after another. The frequency of Natsu's attacks became faster and faster. Realizing that the light on the giant shield had dimmed, Natsu seemed to see hope of victory, and immediately used his signature move. Grapple. Broken Teeth. Sword Horn. Natsu tried his best to use his magic power to attack like crazy, hitting the big brown shield one after another. Have a broken butt. The last blow. Using the momentum to jump away from Mo-Bai, Natsu took a deep breath, his cheeks bulging bigger and bigger. The roar of the fire dragon. Explosive flames spurted out from the mouth, scorching the earth wantonly and sending out steaming heat waves, and the final gathering point of the magic power was all concentrated on Mo-Bai's strong shield. Under the nervous gazes of everyone, a steady stream of flames rushed away. There seemed to be a crack in the shield. What followed was a rapid spread of cracks, like dominoes falling and spider webs covering the giant shield. Rupture. The flames did not stop there. The next moment, the blazing red light swallowed up the exposed Mo-Bai. It's over. Everyone was speechless. Mo-Bai won't be killed because he underestimated the enemy, right? But this thought only lasted for a few seconds before an indifferent voice came from the flames. Well done, Natsu. Chapter 20 The Dragon-Slaying Confrontation. The flames dissipated. Mo-Bai appeared in front of the members of Fairy Tail. His skin was the grey-black color of steel and was indestructible. It was obviously Mo-Bai's defensive measure after the shield was broken. Unscathed. Only then did everyone react. Is this Gajiel's steel skin? With 8 attributes of dragon-slaying magic, Mo-Bai only used rock and steel. Look at Mo-Bai's current position. It seems like his feet haven't moved since just now. In other words, Mo-Bai never moved his position or used any attack magic from beginning to end. He just put up a shield and used it as a living target. Natsu was already sweating. Did he eat Natsu's flame just now? Probably not. I heard that the Dragon Slayer's fire is special. Even if they have the same attribute, they can't eat each other. Come on Mo-Bai. I bet you to win within 5 minutes, you can't lose. Natsu, stop attacking. If you hold on for 2 more minutes, I will give you half of the winnings. Just practice cooking more, and forget about it later. As the atmosphere became heated again, Natsu's eyes lost the excitement of the first battle and became more cautious and calm. Among the crowd, I don't know which guild member was betting that he could last for 5 minutes. Perhaps he was afraid that Natsu would be defeated with the next blow. He actually threw a burning torch directly in Natsu's direction. Natsu. Go on. Thank you very much. Natsu was instantly overjoyed. With the flames, he could continue to replenish his magic power. Immediately he jumped in the air and was about to reach out to take the torch, but his eyes suddenly darkened. Looking intently, Mo-Bai jumped up and arrived in front of him without knowing when. Mo-Bai smiled apologetically. Then he flew up and kicked Natsu back to where he was, and the torch fell firmly into his hand. Natsu's face was filled with black lines, but he was helpless. I could only watch helplessly as Mo-Bai put the fire and wood handle into his mouth. Mo-Bai didn't forget to wipe his mouth. When you eat it, your strength will come out. Don't steal my lines. Natsu stomped his feet in anger. But the situation in front of him obviously would not give him a chance to show his temper. Mo-Bai is also a dragon slayer. After eating the fire and the wooden handle, Mo-Bai's magic power was enhanced, and his right fist burst out with even hotter flames. At this moment, he finally took the initiative to attack. The moment Mo-Bai took action, Naz was about to raise his arms to resist when he suddenly heard a deep voice. "I'm here to help you." Immediately, Natsu saw a determined black figure standing in front of him, and directly blocked the attack for him. Boom! The magic power exploded. After receiving the heavy blow from Mo-Bai's fire fist, the figure was obviously unable to hold on, and he bent down slightly for a brief relief. Gajeel. Natsu then recognized the person and immediately smiled knowingly. "Sure enough, you are also concerned about where the dragon who raised you has gone, right? Hey, I'm not interested. I haven't been to work recently, I just want to exercise my skills." Gajeel put on a disdainful expression and refused to admit it. He turned to Mo-Bai and shouted. "The skills of the fire dragon are inferior to those of humans. I will be your opponent next. In exchange, if I win, tell me the news about the dragon. Who do you think is inferior to others?" Steel Soul Dan. Looking at the eager Gajeel and the noisy Natsu, Mo-Bai naturally had no objections. "You guys can come together, just remember to pay me 1 more year's rent." The audience was dissatisfied. "If we go together, how will the time be calculated?" "Extend it to 10 minutes. Kana, refund your money." A rare seriousness appeared on Gajeel's face. He glanced at Natsu beside him and said calmly. "Use the secret directly." Clam. "There is no chance if we use it head-on. If we use mysteries together, we might be able to break through his defense." Naz was disappointed and looked at Mo-Bai again. After several rounds of fighting with him, it seemed that he really didn't cause any damage. Natsu simply gritted his teeth and the flames on his body began to erupt again. "Okay." Seeing this, Gajeel no longer cared about the arm that had just been injured by Mo-Bai, and focused all the iron magic in his body. 2 powerful dragon-slaying pressures filled the entire place. The secret of Dragon Slayer, Red Lotus Exploding Flame Blade. The mystery of Dragon Slayer, Karma Demonic Iron Divine Sword. At this time, Natsu and Gajeel finally used their ultimate moves, and their magic power surged crazily. "Is this the last blow?" Seeing this, Mo-Bai slowly restrained the magic power in his body. Fire, electricity, storm. The secret of dragon slaying, Dragon Yenkyunkyu. 3 types of magic with completely different attributes continued to blend, and energy burst out and shunted onto the arms. Dragon scales gradually appeared on Mo-Bai's body. The secret of 3 dragons is also Mo-Bai's strongest killing move. But given that the opponents are Natsu and Gajeel, Mo-Bai deliberately kept his hand. He only used about 60% of his power, which was far inferior to Jalal, who had strengthened his power against the magic elves in the Tower of Paradise. The explosive flame blade and the iron god sword burst out from the left and right sides in front of him. Mo-Bai pushed his palms in front of him and also released the power of his 3 dragons, instantly controlling his speed. The 3-color magic flow entwined and intertwined on the sword one after another, and there was a faint explosion sound. "Break it for me." Seeing this, Natsu and Gajeel were not to be outdone, and frantically squeezed the last bit of magic power from their bodies into the secret. Strive to break through the shackles of the power of Mo-Bai's 3 dragons. Have you tried your best? Mo-Bai naturally knew that the 2 were eager to know the news about their respective dragon fathers. Even at the expense of everything. In the impact of the dragon-slaying secret just now, their all-out efforts have already been felt. Mo-Bai murmured in his heart, "Sorry, Natsu, you are not strong enough now, it is not time to tell you the truth. One day you will discover that the Agunir you have been looking for a long time is actually hidden in your body." On July 7, 777, the fire dragon Igneel and the iron dragon Metalicana did not disappear, but were hidden in the bodies of Natsu and Gajeel respectively. The so-called Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the evil dragon. Once Dragon Slayer magic is used too much, the Dragon Slayer wizard himself will be assimilated into a dragon and no longer a human. Enigneal and Metalicana were secretly using magic to protect Natsu and Gajeel from being transformed into dragons. But they themselves didn't know it. Focusing on the battle again, as the three people fought fiercely, the ground beneath their feet had already cracked. The bursting magic power became more and more turbulent, as if it was about to tear the space apart. Many people in Fairy Tale were affected by it, and even experienced auditory and visual hallucinations. What is this sound? A dragon roar. The eardrums are about to explode. I'll withdraw first. I'm afraid they won't finish the fight and will shock me to death first. Although Mo-Bai did not use his full strength. Perhaps due to the influence of the previous battle, Natsu and Gajeel still lost their physical strength first. The light of the explosive flame blade and the iron god sword dimmed, and then they were swallowed up by the power of the three dragons. The bodies of the two people who had completely lost their protection suffered a huge impact, and their bodies were directly thrown out and hit the opposite building. Clang! Kana clicked on the countdown clock. 12:01. The challenge is over. The final time is 4 minutes and 59 seconds, Mo-Bai wins. Chapter 21 Thunder Gods. Laxus Invitation. Here the results announced. Natsu and Gajeel looked at each other with bitterness on their faces. Mo-Bai calmed down, gathered the magic power back into his body, slowly walked towards the two seriously injured people, and stretched out his arms. When you become stronger one day, you are welcome to challenge me again. It is still the same as today. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you everything about the Dragon Clan. By the way, if money is tight, the rent can be paid in installments. Pulled up by Mo-Bai. Gajeel sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing across his brows. Originally, he had been observing the battle between Natsu and Mo-Bai for a long time, thinking that he would have a chance to defeat Mo-Bai after Mo-Bai's magic power was depleted. Can bear fruit. Mo-Bai seemed to have unlimited firepower, and the magic power in his body was almost endless. Even with reservations, each attack could still completely crush him and Natsu. You are indeed very strong. Gajeel said hoarsely. Natsu held Mo-Bai's hand and was pulled up. He patted the dust on his body, but still raised his fist in dissatisfaction. Hey Mo-Bai, although I lost today, sooner or later I will definitely defeat you. Let you tell me the whereabouts of Igunir personally. Mo-Bai smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to it. But remember to prepare next year's rent before your next challenge. Natsu. Macau came up to him with a smile on his face and put his arm around Natsu's shoulders affectionately. It's okay Natsu, just feel free to challenge Mo-Bai boldly. I will bear part of the rent for you in the future. Here, there is 1000J, take it. Ah? Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? Because I just placed a 5000J bet on Mo-Bai to win, and then 13000J, so you won't have to take any part of it, he. Natsu wanted to slap Macao. After chatting briefly with other members, Mo-Bai left the guild alone and headed to the outskirts of the Magnolia Guild. Lucy had previously introduced him to a villa that was being rented. Speaking of which, I have been wandering outside since I came to this world. It seems that I still don't have a stable place to live. I hope the house Lucy introduced will not be a trap. Mo-Bai thought to himself. If you want to stay in Fairy Tale for a long time, it is better to rent a house. Passing through the rushing carriages and horses and the noisy crowds, the destination is a quiet field not far away. As Mo-Bai walked forward step by step, I'm mentally planning my ideal place to live. But he vaguely sensed that 3 nearby magical powers were quietly approaching him. It seems that I'm being followed. After realizing this, Mo-Bai chose to take advantage of the situation quietly. Even the paces deliberately slowed down. See what they are trying to do. 2 men and 1 woman hide in the dark, secretly following Mo-Bai, keeping him within their attack range at all times. The fairy tale crest is also engraved on different parts of their bodies. The three of them are not outsiders. But they are also partners of the Fairy Tale Guild, and belong to the team under the command of the S-class wizard Laxus. The Thunder Gods. The Thunder Gods had just returned from their mission, but they did not see Mo-Bai's previous fight with Nisgajaru, so they received Laxus's order. Join forces to attack Mo-Bai. Therefore, he has been following him, looking for an opportunity to take action. After hesitating for a moment, Evergreen, a female member of the Thunder Gods, finally couldn't help but ask. I still think. Is it really appropriate to directly attack teammates in your own guild like this? What if the magic power is too strong and something unexpected happens? Another person, Fried, immediately scolded. This is Laxus's order, just follow it. He has his own intentions. Before Evergreen could respond, an imperceptible light suddenly flashed in Fried's eyes, and he immediately shouted in a low voice. The opportunity has come, prepare to act. At this moment, Mo-Bai happened to walk to an open space, seemingly unprepared. For the Thunder Gods, this is the best opportunity for a sneak attack. Superior. The three simply stopped hiding and released their power to attack Mo-Bai. Dark words, severe pain. Light kill cannon. Evergreen also gritted his teeth and released his ultimate move. Goblin machine gun. Several magic light beams emitted almost simultaneously. But Mo-Bai still walked forward unhurriedly, still not guarding or dodging. Judging from the past experience of the three Thunder Gods working together, Mo-Bai would be seriously injured if he received such a combined blow at the same time. Boom! The moment the magic power came into contact with Mo-Bai's body, a huge explosion occurred, and a black hole crater was blown directly in place, stirring up thick dust. But the three of them looked intently. But all he saw was a flash of lightning, and Mo-Bai was still walking forward without looking back, unscathed and with a steady pace. There wasn't even dust on my clothes. The three of them were stunned and looked at each other, trying to find the answer in their teammates' eyes, but for a moment they couldn't understand what was happening in front of them. What? Did it miss? It's impossible. Look at the crater, it's obvious that he was in that position just now. But just now it seemed like there was a flash of thunder, and then... Fried is the most thoughtful of all the Thors. Based on Mo-Bai's performance just now, he quickly reacted and analyzed. I understand. What we saw just now was just an afterimage of thunder and lightning. Thunder shadow? Isn't that something that only lightning magicians like Laxus can master? Evergreen was surprised. Fried nodded slightly, that's right. This Mo-Bai probably has the same lightning magic as Laxus, and its speed is extremely fast, completely beyond the range of our perception. When Mo-Bai returned in the morning, the three Thunder Gods were not in the guild, and they knew nothing about the magic that Mo-Bai mastered. And when they were surprised, a sudden wind of flames suddenly erupted from in front of them. The fierce flames attacked the three of them. It was the fire dragon slaying power used by Mo-Bai. Being attacked by them with their killing moves for no reason, Mo-Bai would not just let them go, even if he was a mate from the same guild. At this moment, he just casually retaliated with a blow, and it had already reached the level of destruction that the three Thunder Gods jointly attacked. Not good. Fried felt something bad, gritting his teeth and preparing to use the technique to resist. The other two people also smelled an extremely dangerous aura from it, and hurriedly mobilized the magic defense in their bodies. In an instant, a golden lightning figure shot out from the side and punched the flames hard. The fluctuations caused by the interlacing of thunder and fire have cut nearby vegetation into pieces. The three of them were just doing things for me, and I also gave the attack order. I apologize to you. A rich voice came from the golden shadow. As the light dissipated, Fried and the others immediately saw clearly the face of the person who blocked them. This was a blonde young man wearing a black coat. A look of ecstasy instantly appeared on the three people's faces. Laxus. The blonde young man is the leader of the Thunder Gods, one of the top combat forces of the Fairy Tale Guild, the S-class mage Laxus. Previously, Laxus also heard about Mo-Bai's deeds and became interested in him. Only then did the three thunder gods under his command work together to attack and test him. Although this method of testing is a bit violent, it is also in line with Laxus' current frivolous and irritable character. After hearing Laxus's proactive apology, Mo-Bai's offensive immediately reduced, and he slowly withdrew the magic power of the attack, thinking in his mind. Soldier first, then courtesy, that's interesting, let's listen to what they want to say. The confrontation stopped. Laxus also breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said calmly to the thunder gods. Stand back, you are no match for Mo-Bai. He is a dragon slayer who controls 8 types of magic with different attributes, including the lightning system. 8 types. The three of them looked at each other. The expression on his face was almost exactly the same as that of everyone else in the guild that morning. And while they were in shock, but Mo-Bai had already stopped and turned around, with a kind smile on his face, and took the initiative to say hello, as if the conflict just now had never happened. Hello. Chapter 22 Makarov's Commission. Slowly put away the thunder and lightning aura on his body. Laxus walked straight forward and looked at Mo-Bai with a more serious look in his eyes. Let me introduce myself, I am Laxus, currently the strongest S-class mage in Fairy Tale. These three are my team of thunder gods, Freed, Begusro, and Evergreen. Mo-Bai nodded slightly and simply responded, Newcomer Mo-Bai. As for the purpose of Laxus's trip, it was very simple, just to bring Mo-Bai into the group. The arrogant Laxus has long been dissatisfied with the current Lax Guild. He is extremely thirsty for power and hopes to lead Fairy Tale to become recognized as the strongest guild and be respected by others. It is worth mentioning that Laxus is also the grandson of the current president Makarov, and coupled with his status as an S-class mage, he is indeed a strong contender among the candidates for the next president. But he couldn't wait for that day. He can't wait to start a civil war now and force Makarov to abdicate. The recent appearance of Mo-Bai will be a very uncertain factor in this civil war. That's why Laxus had the same attitude as before, trying not to have any grudges with him. Laxus paused and said with a smile, although you are a newcomer, I still want to praise you. You made a lot of noise in the Tower of Paradise. Excellent. Mo-Bai's reply is as precious as gold, neither salty nor light. Hearing this, the three thunder gods felt a little angry. They had never seen any young mage of their generation dare to treat Laxus with such an attitude. Laxus forced an interested smile on his face and asked, I'm curious about one thing. In your eyes, what kind of existence is the Fairy Tale Guild? It's pretty good. Everyone is harmonious. Mo-Bai still had the same attitude as before, laughing lukewarmly. Laxus looked slightly unhappy and gradually put away his smile. He frowned slightly and continued to ask. Don't you think that the guild is gradually decaying? Maybe we need a more powerful fairy tale, a guild with a reputation far and wide. At this point, Mo-Bai could already guess what he wanted to say next. Really? Laxus's words began to show their edge. I am the strongest mage among the younger generation in the guild, and now I have a strength that is not weaker than that of the old man. If we can get your help again, we will definitely be able to build the most powerful magicians guild in the entire continent. By then, everyone will be in awe and fearful of hearing the name Fairy Tale. The meaning of incorporation is already quite obvious. However, fearing Mo-Bai's strength, Laxus still did not speak too directly. Taking a deep breath, Laxus showed endless ambition in his eyes, waiting for Mo-Bai's response. But Mo-Bai just turned his head and said 2 sentences lightly. Not interested. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If I don't rent a house, I'll be sleeping on the street tonight. The words fell. Mo-Bai left without looking back and continued walking in the direction of the address Lucy left. But he didn't take 2 steps. He then sensed the monstrous thunder and lightning magic power erupting from Laxus behind him, which seemed to carry a lot of anger and resentment. Mo-Bai didn't take it seriously and continued to walk forward calmly step by step, until the back disappeared from the sight of several people. For a long time, the thunder gods who were still staying in place saw that Laxus' body had not moved, and Bigusro couldn't help but ask, did that guy not understand what it meant? He actually refused the invitation from the thunder gods. Putting away the violent magic power in his body, Laxus said slowly, no, he already knows it very well. Then what should we do? Should we postpone it? No, go ahead as planned. There will be a festival in the morning the day after tomorrow, and the civil war will be launched on time. Laxus said forcefully. Fried pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. But Mo-Bai will be a big threat. Do you need me to find a way to trap him? Laxus shook his head, a trace of wariness and arrogance flashed in his eyes. No need. If we use this method, he will not obey even if I become the president. I will fight him personally in 2 days. All results will be revealed when the time comes. Other side. Mo-Bai didn't take Laxus's matter to heart at all, and went directly to the villa recommended by Lucy. One thing to say. This villa is pretty good, with 2 floors, spacious and bright. Even if it accommodates 6 or 7 people, it won't feel crowded. Especially the large bathing pool on the 2nd floor made Mo-Bai particularly excited. The only drawback is that it is a bit far away from the guild. If you are in a hurry, you need to use the wings of the storm dragon to fly there. But it is also within the acceptable range. After bargaining, Mo-Bai rents the villa for 180,000 J per month. Since both Natsu and Gajil were poor, Mo-Bai didn't say much. He just wanted to pay 1 month's rent when they were rich and spread it over time. For now, let's just do it by ourselves in the first month. However, the 200,000 J from Kobe Mountain last time, after paying the rent and deducting some daily expenses, there was not much left. Putting it in Magnolia, this rent expense is not very expensive, and it pales in comparison to Urza. Urza has more than 100 pieces of clothing that can be used for cross-dressing. Although the girl's apartment is spacious enough, there is obviously too much clothing to store in one room. Urza simply rented 5 rooms, opened all the middle walls, and enjoyed the treatment like a presidential suite by herself. Correspondingly, she has to pay 500,000 J in rent every month. Looking at his shy wallet, Mo-Bai couldn't help smacking his lips. I still need to accept more commissions. Before I become an S-class mage, I still need to go out with Urza and others to get high-paying commissions, otherwise I'm afraid I won't even be able to eat. The next morning, after arriving at the guild, Mo-Bai did not see Urza, Natsu and others, and was planning to find some commissions suitable for him to complete independently. But he found a short old man squatting at the bulletin board. It was as if he was waiting for himself. President. At this time, Makarov's face no longer had the laughter that he used to have when joking with everyone. Seeing Mo-Bai, Makarov immediately said seriously, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you." Mo-Bai thought to himself. In the past, even if he received criticism from the Senate, or if other guild members carried out the commission and destroyed half of the town, Makarov would always laugh it off. To make him so serious, there was only one possibility. There's something wrong with the people in the guild. And it's probably a safety issue. Maybe the president is also aware of Laxus' recent abnormality, right? Mo-Bai followed Makarov to the innermost room. Lock the door. After making sure that no one was following him, Makarov asked about Mo-Bai's current situation. Have you been a member of the guild for a while? How do you feel about adapting? Is the commission going well? Mo-Bai said speechlessly, "President, I only worked once, what do you think?" Ahem, is that right? Maybe I remembered it wrong. Mo-Bai rolled his eyes, "If you have anything to say, just say it." After hearing this, Makarov cleared his throat, regained his solemn demeanor, and said in a solemn voice, "What I'm going to tell you now involves a certain team in the guild that contains S-class magicians. Laxus and his thunder gods. Tomorrow is Magnolia's Harvest Festival celebration. According to their character, they would not participate in such an event, but they rushed back at this time. In addition, Laxus's recent behavior has become more and more abnormal. He always conflicts with other people for no reason, and even gets violent. I suspect they might do something to harm the guild." Makarov's words just confirmed Mo-Bai's previous guess. As Laxus's grandfather, Makarov naturally knew his grandson's character very well. He obviously realized something. Mo-Bai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "President, actually, Laxus and the Thunder Gods came to see me yesterday." "What?" Makarov was instantly shocked. "Did they hurt you?" Mo-Bai shook his head gently. "Laxus came to me and said that he wanted to change the current situation of the guild and build the most powerful fairy tale, and he wanted my help. However, I think the current guild is very good. Everyone is very harmonious, and it's only when they are noisy every day that it looks like a guild." Only then did Makarov's mouth curve up with excitement, his eyes showed approval, and he jumped up on the table and patted Mo-Bai on the shoulder. "Sure enough, coming to you today is the wisest choice." Mo-Bai smiled and then asked, "What specifically do you need me to do, President?" Makarov thought for a moment and said righteously, "They are likely to take action at tomorrow's Harvest Festival celebration. Once I have no time to worry about it, you are the best person to suppress Laxus. In order not to cause commotion, I have only mentioned this matter to you. I must ensure the safety of my partners." After Makarov finished speaking, he paused for a moment, and then his voice became trembling, and he added, "Even if Laxus is my biological grandson. But once he does something to harm his guildmates and the residents of Magnolia, I will never tolerate it." Mo-Bai sighed lightly, naturally knowing Makarov's current dilemma. On the left side of the scale is the grandson who was raised by one hand, and on the right side is the guild that he has devoted his whole life to. Makarov has devoted almost all his love to these two sides, but now, a conflict between the two is likely to break out. Mo-Bai didn't want to interfere too much. He just clenched his fists and assured Makarov, "I will protect everyone in the guild, as well as Magnolia." Makarov's old face finally showed a smile of relief. "Please." Chapter 23 The Civil War begins. After coming out of the room, Mo-Bai began to carefully recall the details of the fairy tale Civil War and thought about what preparations were needed. Makarov entrusted him with such a heavy responsibility as a newcomer who had just joined the club, so naturally he couldn't let him down. "I remember that Laxus had a careful Civil War plan, and it seemed that he had to crack it step by step. How about I just go and beat up Laxus and the Thunder Gods today? As long as they are seriously injured, tomorrow's Civil War will definitely not happen, right? Or, let me strike first and wear a yellow robe tonight to become the fairy tale president." My mind was a mess. After all, this time I have to face my own guild partners. Unknowingly, after leaving Makarov, Mo-Bai returned to the front desk of the guild. "Is there anything bothering you?" The sweet voice pulled Mo-Bai out of his thoughts. Looking up, Mirage held her cheeks in her hands and looked at herself with a smile. "Myra? Actually, it's not that annoying. Here, I'll treat you to some cake, don't be unhappy." Before Mo-Bai could explain, Myra Jane had already placed the plate in front of him. A piece of white and delicate cream cake was placed in the center of the plate, with cherries dotting the top. "This. Would you like to taste it? I just made it this morning." After a brief hesitation, Mo-Bai chose to pick up the spoon and take a big sip. "Howchi, the cake is stuffed in the mouth and the speech is unclear." Myra Jane said with a smile, "If you like it, come to me at the front desk anytime and I'll treat you to something." I don't know if it's because of the sweetness of the cake or the healing of Mirajana's smile. Mo felt relieved immediately. The light bulb in my head seemed to light up all of a sudden. He seemed to have a preliminary idea about what Makarov told him. By the way, Myra, is there a magic item shop in Magnolia? Is there any craftsman who can do stone carving? Myra Jane tilted her head and thought for a moment. There seemed to be many prop shops in the north of the city. As for stone sculptures, I remember that there is a stone shape mage living there. Stone shape, a magic similar to Grey's ice shape. They are all condensed into other objects using magic power. Thank you very much. Swallow the rest of the cake whole. Mo wiped his mouth casually, left the guild and headed straight to the north of the city. This trip to the north of the city is likely to be related to the final outcome of the civil war that is about to happen tomorrow. Early next morning. Ever since I got up, the noise in the town has been faintly heard. Even if you live in the suburbs, you can still hear it vaguely. Did the event start so early? As for the streets, posters for the Harvest Festival were posted everywhere, and the number of pedestrians coming and going was twice as many as usual. If it weren't for Makarov's mission, he would really want to take a stroll. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild was also very lively. In addition to most of the magicians in the guild, many residents of the town also gathered. The hall was packed. In 5 minutes, the Grand Most Beautiful Miss contest will begin here. As soon as he entered the hall, Mo heard the heated discussions among the townspeople. It is said that Fairy Tale will have beautiful wizards joining this year. I am looking forward to what they will look like. Of course I support Myra Jane. She is the cover girl of Wizards Weekly. Without her, I would not even read that magazine. Don't you think Urza is also beautiful? In my dreams, I want to be stepped on by the Fairy Queen. I'm Miss Levy's dog. Push through the noisy crowds. Mo finally saw the familiar short figure. President. Makarov also nodded, his expression slightly relaxed compared to yesterday. So far, we haven't seen any action from Laxus and the others, so, let's just watch the game first. Mo has black lines all over his face, such a perverted old man. But as someone who has been there, if nothing else, most of the plans for the Thunder God's next actions are under Mo's control. It looks good to admire the swimsuits of the ladies from the guild. It shouldn't delay things, right? Etc. Having dealt with 3 members of the Thunder Gods before, as a Dragon Slayer mage, Mo naturally remembered their respective magical auras. At this time, he was sensing one of the magic powers approaching. This magic power is evergreen? Is it really here? Makarov on the side did not know this. Mo, who do you think will win in the end? Myra Jane? Urza? But I think Lucy has a good figure, and Juvia. What do you think? Mo, Hey! Where are the people? Although he said that, Makarov was still thinking about the matter between the Thunder Gods and Laxus in his heart. Coupled with Mo's sudden disappearance, he had even more doubts. I hope there won't be any accidents. Makarov sighed lightly, straightened his body, and focused his eyes again on the center of the stage in front, waiting for the curtain to open. After a while, as the music sounded, the originally quiet crowd became lively again. Every citizen of Magnolia, welcome to Fairy Tale's annual Harvest Festival. The Fairy Tale Most Beautiful Miss contest will be held soon. Without further ado, I would like to invite contestant number 1, Kana Arupelona. Amidst the applause and cheers, the lights focused, the curtain opened, and the beauties in costumes stepped out. But when everyone saw her face, they were all stunned. Hello everyone, I am today's contestant number 1, Evergreen from the Thunder Gods. After a few seconds of silence, the audience immediately heard a large discussion. Is it Evergreen? Why is she also participating in the competition? She's not Kana either. So, all the Thunder Gods have returned to the guild. Let's not talk about this for now. The game will continue. Where is the next contestant? Where is Arbesksa? Makarov also had an ominous premonition in his heart. Something is going to happen. Looking at the chattering crowd in the audience, Evergreen said calmly. I am the only one participating in today's competition. There is no need to continue. Just declare me the champion. Fart. I clearly remember there were 7 contestants. Give me back Miss Myra. The audience's opinions are getting louder and louder. Evergreen smiled contemptuously and slowly opened the curtain behind the stage. I'm sorry, I just came from backstage. I am indeed the only contestant. As the curtain slowly opens, what caught everyone's eyes were actually 7 stone statues, the same size as real people, and their appearance could even be vaguely distinguished. Urza, Lucy, Myra Jane, aren't they the 7 people who were originally going to participate in the beauty pageant today? It's Evergreen's petrification magic. Her eyes can turn people into stone statues, don't look into her eyes. Makarov finally realized that this was a conspiracy, and the Thunder God's actions had already begun. He quickly stood on the table and shouted around. All spectators evacuate outside the guild immediately. Quick! Most of the audience are ordinary people who cannot use magic. As soon as they heard there was danger, everyone rushed to the door of the hall. It wasn't until he saw the last person leaving that Makarov unleashed an astonishing amount of magical pressure and yelled at Evergreen on the stage. A hole! Put them back to their original state immediately. But as soon as he finished speaking, a thunder suddenly flashed and landed in the center of the stage. Seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, Makarov immediately clenched his fists. Laxus! With the arrogant smile on his face, Laxus looked around everyone, but he couldn't find the person he wanted to see the most, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Laxus, remove petrification immediately. Makarov warned again. Laxus didn't take it seriously at all, and declared to himself. Don't worry, if you want to save them, come and play a game with me first, a confrontation game. The rules are very simple. All magicians in the entire fairy tale will fight against me and the Thunder Gods. The location is set to be the entire Magnolia. Within 3 hours, if we find and defeat us, these women will be able to return to their original state. If you lose, you want to save them? You must recognize me as the new president of Fairy Tale. The last words came out. Laxus finally showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. Don't take the joke too far. Makarov yelled. Finally, an astonishing amount of magic power erupted, and the originally short body continued to grow in size, until it became a giant as tall as the entire guild. It's the president's enlargement magic. This kind of magic fluctuation is so oppressive. Laxus is going to suffer. While everyone was discussing, Laxus showed a disdainful smile and chose to ignore Makarov's warning. According to the rules, defeat me within 3 hours, otherwise there is no need to discuss anything. I now declare that the fairy tale civil war has begun. Seeing that Laxus was still stubborn, Makarov was about to burst out his magic power to teach this rebellious grandson a lesson. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in front of him. In an instant, everyone's sight was blocked. There was so much light in front of me that it hurt my eyes. When everyone regained their vision, there were only 7 lifelike stone sculptures left on the huge stage. Laxus, isn't he no longer in the guild? Evergreen can't be found either. He probably took advantage of the gap just now to escape together. This is too bad. We are not really going to war with the Thunder Gods, are we? President. After hesitating for a moment, Makarov looked at the petrified girl on the stage. After learning from the pain, I finally made up my mind. This time is not only a challenge from Laxus, but also a test for our entire guild. Listen up, everyone. Within 3 hours, find the Thunder Gods scattered in Magnolia and do everything possible to defeat them. As soon as this statement came out, there was an instant response in the guild, and the enthusiasm was high. 3 hours to defeat the thunder gods. Makao, come with me to the west of the city. Move quickly. Man swarmed out of the guild like bees. Chapter 24 Rescue. Mobi, I didn't see anything, except Myra. Makarov looked around. In the empty hall, only I am still there. Maybe Mobi was controlled by the thunder gods before the girls were petrified. In that case, I will be the only one to deal with Laxus. Thinking of this, Makarov slowly returned his body to its original size and ran outside the guild. Just ran to the door. Crack. Suddenly it felt like I had hit something. There was no time to break, and his whole body hit him. It hurts from the knock. What? An invisible glass wall. Using the magic power in his body, Makarov punched it, and a purple-black text appeared out of thin air on the invisible wall. Magicians and stone statues over 80 years old are not allowed to pass, it's Fried's magic. Fried is one of the 3 thunder gods who is good at using spells and word magic. Once the spell is successfully cast, the rules must be followed unless it can be completely crushed with extremely strong magic power. Makarov sighed lightly. The spell in front of him was obviously specially designed to trap him. Fried had been planning for a long time, and almost every time he passed the guild entrance, he would secretly strengthen the spell. In a short period of time, it may be difficult to eliminate it. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, he saw 2 people walking through the inner hall as if nothing had happened. Natsu Gajil? Are you still here? I was hungry just now and couldn't go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Natsu lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes, obviously finding nothing. On the other hand, Gajil next to him was holding a pile of iron pots and pans and chewing them happily. By the way, didn't there be a celebration? Where have everyone gone? Looking at these 2 relaxed guys, Makarov suppressed the urge to vomit blood in his heart. No time to explain. I suspect that Mobi has been controlled by Laxus and the others. Go to the town to search immediately, find Laxus and defeat him. Upon hearing this, Natsu immediately screamed with excitement. You want to fight Laxus? You allowed this? I'm on fire. Once upon a time, Natsu challenged Laxus many times, but without exception he was punched away. This time, he got Makarov's permission, and without asking any reason, he grabbed Gajil's arm and ran out. Walk slowly. I haven't finished eating yet. Crack. The sound of impact reached my ears. Makarov's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Natsu and Gajil, who were originally very motivated, actually bumped into the magic barrier at the door. Damn it, what is it? Why can't I get out? Rubbing his sore nose, Natsu became furious and continued to hit him with punches and kicks. The ceiling of the guild was shaken. The magic barrier is still intact. Makarov was worried that these 2 idiots would dismantle the guild again, so he hurriedly stopped him. Stop it now, I have a question for you. Al. You 2 are over 80 years old too. According to the rules of the spell, magicians and stone statues over the age of 80 are not allowed to leave the barrier. According to the elimination method, it seems that there is only one possibility of being over 80 years old. Looking at the unreachable world outside the guild again, Makarov let out a long sigh. Is it possible that we just have to bow to Laxus? After a few seconds of silence. You can't say that. Hearing the familiar voice, Makarov raised his head suddenly. However, he found that the newcomer to the guild whom he had previously entrusted with an important task had appeared in front of him at some point and was looking over with a smile. Mobi. Wait, the ones behind you are, Urza? Lucy. Makarov looked behind Mobi in disbelief. Shockingly, they were the 7 girls petrified by Evergreen. The girls were dressed up and looked like they were just getting ready to participate in the beauty pageant. Looking at the center of the stage, the 7 stone sculptures are still standing there. President. Urza called tentatively. Makarov briefly recovered from his shock. What, didn't Evergreen petrify you just now? That's all thanks to Mobi. Urza replied softly. He showed a smile and looked at Mobi aside. Mobi. Makarov's eyes were filled with joy of surviving the disaster. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Mobi then spoke slowly and talked about what just happened. According to my analysis, Laxus wants to launch a separatist war without everyone knowing. The Miss Most Beautiful contest in the morning is undoubtedly a good opportunity. After learning about Evergreen's petrification ability, I speculated that she would take action at that time, so I went to the north of the city and bought 7 1-to-1 stone sculptures of girls. When I sensed Evergreen's arrival, I quietly sneaked into the girls' locker room backstage and hid. Mobi was so excited that he accidentally told the truth. Ah! The girls looked at each other, all blushing. They don't have the magic to change clothes like Urza, so they can only go to the locker room and use the most traditional method, taking off their clothes and putting them on again. In this case, wouldn't Mobi see everything? Ahem, it's not what you think. I just wanted to monitor Evergreen. I didn't see anyone except Myra. Marajana's face turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she shyly asked. What did you see about me? No, I didn't see anything, nothing. Seeing that the description was getting darker and darker, Mobi quickly got back to the topic. At that time, I only saw that Evergreen was about to take action, so I used the lightning to shine through her eyes, took all the girls out while she was not prepared, and then put the stone sculpture back in place. As a result, Evergreen thought it was Laxus who was acting and did not check the authenticity of the stone sculpture carefully. Mobi spoke carefully, for fear of saying the wrong word again. After learning that Mobi was protecting themselves, the girls' expressions softened and they thanked him one after another. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Makarov was even more excited and burst into tears. Mobi. I really saw you right, woo-woo. You are too happy too soon, President. Mobi still had a smile on his face, took out a bill from his pocket and handed it over. The stone sculptures were urgently made, costing 400,000 J each, and a total of 2.8 million J. I gave my name to the guild, and the boss said I could pay on credit, and only charged me 3 million J. Remember to check out, dear. The moment he saw the amount, Makarov's face changed at the speed of light, as if he had lost his mind. His eyes darkened. He staggered a few steps and almost fell down. Finally, I had no choice but to squeeze out a few words from my throat. Prodigal son. Prodigal son, you. This can be regarded as completing the mission you gave me, right? President? At least, I have ensured everyone's safety. Next, it's the Thunder Gods and Laxus. Mobi fulfilled his mission gloriously and was full of joy. Chapter 25, Carrying Private Goods? Mobi was about to leave the guild to find Laxus. Suddenly he was stopped by Urza again. Mobi, come here. Clam. Mobi's heart tightened. Urza was squatting beside her stone sculpture, gently stroking it with her jade hand, looking at it carefully. But every time she glanced at a place, Mobi's heart lifted a little higher. This stone sculpture of mine doesn't feel right. Is there any? Mobi swallowed when he heard this, and instead of stepping forward, he took a few steps back. His eyes looked away hurriedly, not daring to look at Urza. But this unnatural behavior attracted the attention of other girls, and they all gathered around Urza. Why are you so nervous? Is there really something wrong with this stone sculpture? It sounds like yes. A certain position is larger than other stone sculptures. Is Urza that big? What? This is too obvious. It's bigger than Urza's. The skirt seems shorter too. Mobi won't bring private goods when customizing stone sculptures, right? Do you still remember the photos in the magazine? He was holding Urza out of the Tower of Paradise. The 6 girls looked at Mo-bai in unison, their expressions surprisingly consistent. It seems like he knows some ulterior secret. Look at Urza again. Her gaze was still on the stone sculpture. But this kind of unresponsive reaction directly made Mo-bai feel invisible and huge pressure. What? Now is not the time to talk, wait until this battle is over, the battle is over. Mo-bai stammered. Halfway through his words, the wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Then he rushed straight to the door of the hall and left in a hurry like a jingle bell. Only then did Urza slowly stand up. President? I think the workmanship of this stone sculpture is very good. Can I move it back to the apartment? Makarov couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It turns out that she was just admiring the stone sculptures. Mo-bai, however, had something in his mind and immediately expressed his anger. Okay, that's very Urza. Wait, she just said she wanted to move the stone sculptures away? Makarov rolled his eyes, raised his head with a smile on his face, and stretched out 5 fingers. No problem, only 500,000 J. Urza's expression gradually solidified, and she looked at Makarov condescendingly and indifferently, with a dark cloud gathering on her face. Makarov broke into a cold sweat. It seems like he is really going crazy now. Other side. Not long after Mo-bai left the guild, he discovered a man in purple wearing a helmet and an eye patch crouching on the roof in front of him. It was as if he was specially waiting for his arrival. Gray has been defeated by me. I think your end will not be much better than his. Mo-bai frowned. Bigusro. Like Evergreen, this person belongs to the Thunder Gods. But what surprised Mo-bai was that the 3 Thunder Gods had not been able to take advantage of him before when they attacked together, but now Bigusro blocked the way single-handedly. Looking up at the big clock on the church, it was just 20 minutes since the civil war began. Forget it, let's play with him. Mo-bai took a breath and finally turned his attention to Bigusro, and his magic power suddenly broke out. After feeling the aura emanating from Mo-bai, Bigusro's face couldn't help but become solemn. Of course he knew how big the gap was between the 2 sides. Originally, according to Fried's arrangement, he was supposed to intercept other guild members near the south of the city. But because he was worried that Laxus would suffer from Mo-bai, he blocked Mo-bai's path. Even if he is seriously injured, he must consume his magic power for Laxus. Thinking of this, Bigusro gritted his teeth and released the 6 magic dolls with a wave of his hand. Linear formation / the cave dragon's shield. Mo-bai raised his hand to block it, and a heavy brown shield stood up. The puppet's sharp slash only scraped off a layer of stone chips. Light kill cannon penetrate. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bigusro hurriedly launched a magic attack. At this moment, Mo-bai has put away the rock shield, which is different from the tenacity just now. At this moment, his body was filled with scorching hot wind, and there was faint flame coming out of his fingertips. The roar of the fire dragon. Take a deep breath, and then the billowing flames will pour out. In an instant, not only the puppet released the light-killing cannon. Even the 6 wooden dolls were directly swallowed up by the flames and burned to life. But Bigusro's face could not see the panic of losing the weapon, and he turned around and ran directly into the alley to the side. I have enough magic power to add magic to many objects and turn them into dolls. I just need to drag them down and find new objects. But how could Mo-bai not know what he was thinking? Naturally, without giving him a chance, he instantly transformed into thunder and lightning and chased after him. In a dark alley. Just when Bigusro caught a glimpse of the discarded dolls in the trash can, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. But suddenly he felt the violent energy emanating from behind. Thunder magic. Turning around in horror. However, he found that Mo-bai had already approached him at some point and raised his fists. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. Thunder roared in his ears, and as Mo-bai dropped his fists, Bigusro felt like the world was spinning. He was knocked back completely out of control, and even his limbs were paralyzed and unable to move. He could only let his body roll on the ground a few times before he reluctantly stopped. The dust cleared. Bigusro's body was in the shape of a big character, lying on his back in the middle of the road, looking straight at the sky. At this moment, he finally realized why the arrogant Laxus showed strong fear of the newcomer that day. A dragon slayer of 8 elements, there is no way, the difference in strength is too big. Is it still a failure after all? Laxus, be careful. I prayed silently in my heart. But after a few seconds, Bigusro felt something strange coming from his body, and the numbness from the thunder and lightning gradually disappeared. Can you move? Looking at the part of the body where Mobi attacked him just now, there was no visible trauma and not much pain. It turned out to be the effect of powerful magic and paralysis. I thought I was seriously injured. Bigusro, who finally came to his senses, turned his head with difficulty and stared at Mobi's leaving figure. After a long time, I dug out a few words from between my teeth. Why? You have, oh no, you have the guild crest of fairy tale on your tongue. I won't be cruel to my companions. However, you are out of this game now. Mobi's voice fell from the air. The volume was not loud, but Bigusro no longer had the desire to fight. He took out the magic tool from his waist and gently activated it. Brilliant magic fireworks are launched into the sky. Mobi didn't take this to heart. After flying for a long time, I noticed the magic power fluctuation coming from the suburbs south of the city. There seems to be someone fighting over there. It's still early anyway. Let's go over and start a fight. Chapter 26. Why do you think you messed with her? The countryside west of the city. Fried was wearing a red robe and holding a western sword. He was looking down at Myra Jane and Elfman at the broken bridge. And this man is the strongest among the thunder gods, who is good at writing spells. The spell that trapped Makarov and others was his masterpiece. Elfman, you have already been defeated by Alba once, so you are considered out. You are not qualified to fight again. If you look closely, you can see that Elfman's upper body is naked and already scarred. Apparently he had just been through a tough fight. Stop talking nonsense. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Of course Myra Jane knew Elfman's character, and he would not stop until he beat him unconscious. Quickly holding his arm, forget it, let's go back to the guild first. Elfman, however, remained unyielding, staring at Fried as if he was watching a jackal confronting him. There is no way to communicate with someone who breaks the rules. Fried closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. He didn't take the other party's warning to heart at all, and turned around to leave. Stop! Without Marajana's attention, Elfman broke free of his arm and rushed out. Fried's understatement was obviously what irritated him the most. Be careful, he has the strength of a quasi-S-class mage. Myra Jane reminded hurriedly from behind. Elfman, who was furious, obviously couldn't listen to this. Receive the soul of the Beast King. With the appearance of the magic circle, Elfman's already very tall body further grew. As his skin hardened and his strength increased, his body actually took on the posture of an orc, and he rushed towards Fried with his teeth and claws open. Receiving magic is the magic that Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina learned together when they entered the Fairy Tale Guild. Able to receive the power of monsters or animals in a short period of time and strengthen itself. Once you have reached a certain level of cultivation, you can even forcibly absorb demons for your own use. Facing the menacing Elfman, Fried took his time and sighed lightly, still maintaining his original indifferent expression. Obsessive. The moment the Beast King waved down his giant arm, Fried suddenly dodged sideways and waved the tip of his western sword from the air several times. Purple-black words appeared out of thin air and were immediately engraved on Elfman's arm. What? Elfman only felt pain and itching on his arm. He stretched out his hand to activate his magic power to wipe it away, but to no avail. Dark words, severe pain. The western sword was tucked into his waist. When he looked at Fried again, he found that one of his pupils had also turned dark purple, like a devil's eye. After being defined by dark words, you will feel severe pain from every nerve ending in your body every second. As soon as he finished speaking, Elfman, who had originally planned to continue the attack, suddenly fell to his knees, and his face that was originally full of fighting spirit was now covered with ferocious twists. Every inch of skin on the body felt severe pain as if it was being torn apart. Ah! Elfman finally couldn't help but howl in pain, and the soul of the Beast King continued to dissipate, returning to his original human appearance. Myra Jane looked at the scene happening in front of her in horror. Regardless of the danger, he rushed forward, habitually wanting to protect Elfman behind him. Unexpectedly, Fried had already noticed it and had planted a spell on her only path. Myra Jane was trapped in place and unable to move again before she could take 2 steps. Myra Jane begged, "Elfman can no longer fight, let him go." Fried was neither sad nor happy, like a machine without emotions, and asked Elfman coldly, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Even though half of his body was already spasming with pain, Elfman still managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Continue." When Fried heard this, he stopped holding back as if he had received some kind of permission. As the color of his purple-black pupils deepened, the magic power displayed also increased. The western sword danced rapidly. Panic. Fear. Pain. Several more dark words were written, and Elfman's expression became even more ferocious. But he used all his strength to hold the ground with his right fist to prevent himself from falling down. Seeing that her brother was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, Myra Jane was already in despair. "Please, let's go back to the guild now, and don't hurt Elfman anymore." Fried, on the other hand, looked indifferent, not caring about Mirajana's constant begging for mercy, and the speed of writing in his hand did not slow down at all. The tip of the sword was swung countless times. Dark words containing greater magic than before fell. Death. The last 2 words of Fried's voice were not high-pitched, but they were particularly trembling in Mirajana's ears. Mirajana's pupils dilated instantly. Die. But just when the dark words were about to fall. But Fried suddenly felt the sudden storm in front of him, and subconsciously dodged back. But he found a familiar figure with wings flying past in front of him, carrying Elfman who was struggling on the spot. "Mo-bi." The words were engraved, but they did not hurt Elfman, but were instead imprinted on Mo-bi's arm. But as early as during the flight, Mo-bi had already used the steel skin in advance. It cannot be said that there is no harm caused by the death magic spell engraved on it, and the impact caused is not much different from being bitten by a mosquito. "What the hell? Gwashat!" Mo-bi muttered softly. He carried Elfman and flew to the broken bridge not far away. Mo-bi was panting from exhaustion. This thing almost weighed as much as 3 or 4 Urzus. And the moment I saw Mo-bi's figure appeared, Fried's face finally showed seriousness, no longer as calm as before. After all, this is an opponent that even Laxus must take seriously. On the other hand, Mo-bi's expression at this moment was particularly strange. It didn't look like anger, but more like sympathy. For a long time, Mo-bi finally spoke with a tone full of compassion. "Why do you think you messed with her?" "What?" Fried was puzzled for a moment until he looked in the direction of Mo-bi's gaze and saw Myra Jane, who had just been trapped by his technique. Myra Jane looked sad, and a huge grey-black magic circle appeared at her feet. The magic power keeps pouring out, like a demon that devours everything, disintegrating the spell and disappearing bit by bit. What a terrifying magic power! Fried's face was horrified. He had only seen this kind of oppression in Laxus before. At this point, Mo-bi can only mourn for a minute for him. Well, after all, he is an old man in the guild. Don't you know that Myra Jane had another title a few years ago? S-Class Mage, Demon Myra Jane. Peak strength, not even weaker than Fairy Queen Urza. It's just that due to some reasons, his personality has changed drastically. From the original fiery and vicious person who fought with Urza every day, he has become the gentle and weak person he is now. The terrifying magic power in his body also fell asleep. Perhaps because she had just heard the word death, the image of Lysina leaving this world emerged in Mirajana's subconscious. She had already lost Lysina, and she could not lose Elfman, her only relative. The magic power that has been dormant for a long time has finally been awakened. Mobi murmured to himself, looking at Fried with an even sadder look. Chapter 27 Elfman, my sister is a man. Receive the soul of Satan. As Mirajana's power was reduced, her attire was no different from that of a demon, completely different from the gentle waiter before. Fried's hand holding the western sword trembled uncontrollably. A fierce light suddenly appeared in Mirajana's eyes, and she stepped forward with all her strength, running quickly, and arrived in front of Fried in an instant. Dark letter wings. The panicked Fried finally wrote the dark words for flight at the last moment and flashed into the air. The broken bridge he was on just now was not so lucky. It resisted the full blow of Mirajana's satanic soul and was smashed to pieces. Big beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Only then did Fried realize what Mobi had just meant, that look, as if he was looking at a corpse. The smoke cleared. Myra Jane, however, firmly targeted Fried. Dark and mysterious Satan wings sprouted from behind, leaping into the air. The demonic claws kept biting like hungry wolves, and the attack frequency was extremely intensive. Fried, who was not good at close combat, had no choice but to block with a western sword, but it was full of flaws. Myra Jane seized the opportunity, landed a palm on Fried's chest, and shot him down from mid-air. Fried's body suddenly fell, and he was about to fall on the broken bridge. He immediately activated the Wings of Words and escaped from the disaster. S-Class Mage, Demon Myra Jane. Her strength has far exceeded the previous plan. Fried's penance-style magic uses magic to create written rules to restrict the opponent's actions. This also resulted in his stubborn and rigid character, and he even had to make a careful plan for everything he did. But when the plan was ruthlessly crushed, Fried obviously lost his previous composure. Dark madness. Not far away, Myra Jane had caught up with him at some point. As the purple-black magic circle appeared in his right hand, dozens of dark arms emerged from it, all rushing towards Fried. If he doesn't use his strongest killing move at this moment, I'm afraid it will be over. Dark letters light bomb. Fried gritted his teeth, threw the western sword directly into the river aside, intertwined his hands into a seal. A light bullet that also contains huge magic power emerged from it. Seeing that the dark arm in the wild flow was about to touch Fried, the light bullet suddenly exploded, instantly blowing him to pieces. Success. Seeing that Mirajana's attack was neutralized, Fried had a glimmer of hope of victory in his heart. However, he was soon crushed to pieces again. When the smoke cleared, Myra Jane was already ready for the next attack. Small black holes continued to condense between her palms, and a dangerous smell spread. Soul Exterminator. Fried wanted to resist again, but found that the light bullet he had just used with all his strength had almost exhausted the magic power in his body. Despair surged into my heart. It turns out it was just a simple test. There was a major mistake in the plan. There was no way I could defeat her. No matter it was speed, attack, or frequency of shots. Boom! The majestic and thick purple energy wave burst out from the black hole instantly. A frightening demonic wind blew up, and the sky above turned faintly dark. Although the battle zone is close to the outskirts. At the same time, the generated fluctuations were directly transmitted into the town of Magnolia, attracting many residents to stop and look here. It seems dark. It couldn't be the magicians from Fairy Tale, right? I hope they won't demolish my house again this time. Faced with such a powerful offensive, Resistance has no effect. As Fried was swallowed whole by the soul destroyer, the wings of words behind him disappeared and his vision blurred. In an instant, it was as if there were thousands of steel needles piercing the nerves throughout his body. Under the constant stimulation of pain, his consciousness became clearer. I'm afraid the pain now is almost the same as the one I gave Elfman just now. I didn't expect it to be attached to myself now. Fried laughed to himself, completely lost his ability to fight, and fell to the ground. But Myra Jane, who was so angry, didn't seem to intend to end it there. He actually jumped in front of him and grabbed his neck, causing the two of them to fall rapidly together. The body fell completely. Fried was lying flat on the ground, and all he could see in front of him was Marajana's demonic and ferocious face. And she is full of magic power, ready to summon the claws of the devil on her head at any time. Is it over? Fried closed his eyes peacefully. Be ready to leave this world. But 10 seconds passed. The expected blow did not come. Fried opened his eyes with difficulty. Marajana's claws filled with magic power still stayed in the air, but the hatred in his pupils was slowly dissipating. Until half a minute later, the arms hung down naturally. Fried wondered, what does this mean? Arrogance from the winner. Myra Jane didn't answer. There was a flash of light. Gone is the horrific costume of Satan. What appeared in sight was still the guild's waiter Myra Jane wearing a pink dress. Myra Jane knelt down and sat aside. It was obvious that the battle just now had taken a heavy toll on her. After a while, Myra Jane finally said slowly with tears in her eyes. After all, we are all still members of the same guild. I just want to live happily in the guild and don't want to fight anymore. Not far away, Mo-Bai, who was still supporting Elfman, had a panoramic view of everything. Mo-Bai asked himself, even though he would not kill someone who was also from the fairy tale guild. However, if the relatives he depends on for life are tortured like that, he will have to give Fried a good beating to relieve his anger. Mila is still too kind. While Mo-Bai was sighing, Elfman beside him suddenly roared. Sister is a man. Mo-Bai suddenly had black lines on his face. Shut up and shut up. If Elfman hadn't been seriously injured, I would have wanted to give him a slap in the face like I usually do in guild brawls. For a long time, the magic power fluctuations in Myra's body finally calmed down. Looking up, Elfman was also limping slowly towards her with the support of Mo-Bai. Only then did the big stone in Marajana's heart fall to the ground, showing a pale smile. Thank you, Mo-Bai. Mo-Bai waved his hand. He turned his attention to Fried, who fell to the ground. At this moment, Fried was using his last strength to pull out the magic item and then launched it into the air. Fireworks explode. Reminiscent of Bigusro's similar behavior before. Mo-Bai seemed to understand the intention. Is it a signal after the defeat? In this way, only Evergreen is left among the Thunder Gods. Leave it to the rest of the guild. As for Laxus, don't keep him waiting any longer. Although there is still more than 2 hours left, there is still enough time. Chapter 28 Fairy Law. Magnolia, Town. Kaludia Cathedral. Laxus sat alone on the stone steps in front of the door, looking at the flares blooming again in the sky, his brows becoming more sullen. It's only been an hour, and 2 of the Thunder Gods have already lost their fighting ability. Who will be the remaining one? Fried. The breeze blows. Fried was defeated by Myra Jane, who had awakened her magic. The remaining one was Evergreen. The indifferent voice floated into Laxus's ears, as the Thunder Dragon Slayer mage. His hearing was equally keen. There was nothing in front of me. For a long time. The thin figure slowly appeared from the distance. Laxus watched silently until the man stopped in front of him, and then he spoke solemnly. Mo-Bai, you are still on the opposite side of me. The person who came was none other than Mo-Bai. Stop now, everyone just thinks you are joking. It's too late. Laxus raised his head, his eyes full of anger, and then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Mo-Bai. Storm Dragon Wings. When the heavy fist filled with thunder and lightning fell, fortunately, Mo-Bai summoned the wings of the storm dragon and activated the dragon-killing magic of thunder. The wind and thunder were linked together, and the speed far exceeded Laxus at this moment. As Mo-Bai's figure passed by, his body half crouched in front of the church door, his palms close to the ground. The earth dragons crack. The dry soil cracked open in an instant, like an ugly scar, approaching Laxus. "Don't pull out any tricks like this." Laxus snorted coldly, as if he was mocking Mo-Bai for using too weak a skill. Stabilizing his lunge, he actually ignored the shattered ground and harnessed the thunder and lightning again to launch an onslaught. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Unlike before, Mo-Bai chose to confront Laxus in order to understand his strength in detail. It has to be said that Laxus, as one of Fairy Tail's 5S class magicians, is indeed very powerful. The force of this punch was even stronger than Natsu's before. "I am the strongest person in the guild. I have surpassed the old man. Do you think you can beat me?" Laxus roared, his bloodshot eyes flashing fiercely, making people shudder. If the children next door saw his ferocious face, they would probably cry on the spot. Boom! Another strike that was accumulating violent thunder struck directly at the vital point, but Mo-Bai noticed it again and dodged into the air in time, taking advantage of the opportunity to dive. Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. The brilliant flames of the fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, Laxus has been fighting Mo-Bai for dozens of rounds. The burst of speed and frequency of attacks from both sides also consume a huge amount of magic power. Watch for the right moment. Laxus finally escaped from the entanglement and retreated to the center of the church, breathing heavily. The sound of slow pacing came. Mo-Bai walked in calmly, looked at Laxus' dilemma and said, "We are both dragon slayers of thunder. I think we should all know what your weaknesses are." As early as when he was watching anime, Mo-Bai had studied all the battles of Laxus. Finally, the real reason why he is so ridiculously strong is found. Similar to Ray in the first version of the Cell, Laxus, who uses lightning magic, is ahead of other magicians in terms of attack power and speed. Other abilities are slightly fragile. Although the explosive power is extremely strong in a short period of time, once the battle line is extended and falls into a protracted battle, the endurance of the magic power is another big problem. After experiencing it firsthand as a lightning-attributed dragon slayer, Mo-Bai became even more convinced of this. But because Mo-Bai itself has 7 other attributes. As long as you don't rely too much on the speed and burst of thunder and lightning in battle, you can avoid the lack of durability. In the dilapidated church, the roof had already been overturned by the magical collision just now. In the center, Laxus is still thinking about finding Mo-Bai's weakness. Suddenly there was a subtle magic fluctuation above the head. Although the movement was very small, as a dragon slayer mage, these naturally could not escape his perception. Above, fireworks exploded. Seeing it all, bringing Laxus ultimate despair. Magic flare? The third one. Mo-Bai also looked up, with a trace of relaxation on his face. It seems that Evergreen has also failed? The thunder gods have all been wiped out. How so? Laxus thought of the scene of 3 flares blooming, and then explored the nearly depleted magic power in his body. There was a vague feeling that the situation was over. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Mo-Bai asked tentatively. Silence. Laxus didn't answer. His head was still raised high, as if he hadn't heard anything. After a while, only then did he turn his eyes filled with endless hatred on Mo-Bai. "If the old man hadn't brought you back to the guild after appearing out of thin air, I would be the new president of Fairy Tail now." Laxus' body was a little unbalanced as he was carried away by anger. After the catharsis passed, under Mo-Bai's silent gaze, Laxus activated his magic power again. But unlike before, there was no trace of thunder and lightning in his body. Mo-Bai frowned. Want to use that trick? Closing his eyes lightly, Laxus slowly condensed in his palms, and a ball of white light emerged, flickering slowly. The individual is quite small and exquisite, but it is mixed with terrifying magic power that has never been seen before. Laxus suddenly opened his eyes and poured all his magic power into them. The ball of light instantly enlarged, and the energy became more unstable, as if it would explode at any time. Fairy Law. Fairy Law, as a terrifyingly powerful super magic, is called the three major magics of fairy tale together with Fairy Ball and Fairy Shine. Once activated, it will cause a devastating blow to all enemies within the casting range. Previously, Makarov had used the laws of the fairies to defeat Joseph, the president of the Phantom Lord, who was also one of the 10 holy wizards, with one blow. Laxus's arms trembled slightly. He was too involved in the previous battle and poured too much magic power into it. At this moment, even activating the goblin's legal magic is a bit reluctant. The light shines unsteadily. Finally it enveloped the entire Kalyasha Cathedral. It's a pity that the casting range is only large enough for you, Mo-Bai. As a newcomer who has just joined the guild, this may be a little cruel to you, but this is what I want for fairy tale, a guild with only the strong. At the same time, outside the church, Urza, who had just defeated Evergreen, was still looking for traces of Laxus. Just as I was walking near the church, I suddenly sensed a powerful magical force. This kind of fluctuation is the law of the fairies. An ominous premonition came to mind. Urza panicked and broke into the church, only to find it was too late. Laxus finished chanting the fairy law. Mo-Bai was still in a daze. The magic is about to begin. Mo-Bai, get out of the church quickly. Hey? Big sister. Regarding the coming devastating blow, there was no trace of panic on Mo-Bai's face. There was even a little surprise of meeting Urza. Laxus, who was about to cast magic, naturally would not give the two a chance to discuss it, and instantly detonated the magic in his hand. Thousands of feet of white light enveloped everything, as if the entire church was placed in heaven. It's too late. Maybe it was an instinctive reaction. The moment the goblin's law was released, Urza rushed forward without hesitation and stood in front of Mo-Bai. Although it was too late to bring him out safely. But at least he was protected under armor. Fairy Law. Chapter 29 Laxus Farewell. The light faded. The magic gradually disappeared into the air. Urza regained her vision. Look down. The armor actually showed no signs of wear and tear. Mo-Bai, who was protected by him, was rubbing his sleepy eyes at the moment, as if the terrifying magic just now had never been released. Are we all okay? Of course it's okay. Mo-Bai smiled bitterly and reached out to gently smooth the crimson bangs on Urza's forehead. But let me tell you, eldest sister, your first reaction was to protect me behind your back. I am very touched. On the other hand, Laxus, who was opposite the two of them, had a face full of shock and confusion. Too empty? How could it be? I have clearly activated the fairy law, and my magic power has indeed been consumed. Why? Urza came to her senses. The scene during the war with the Phantom Lord came to mind. As one of the 10 holy wizards, Makarov successfully used the fairy law to defeat Joseph in one blow. Urza explained, Laxus, I heard the president mentioned something about the laws of super magical fairies. Although this magic is powerful, it will only work on the enemies that the caster truly considers in his heart. In your heart, you may not regard us as enemies. Laxus roared crazily, unable to accept the facts, and shouted. Impossible. Anyone who prevents me from becoming the president of Fairy Tale is my enemy. Mo-Bai added lightly, but none of us were injured. You can fool your body, but you can't fool your heart and magic. Laxus suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Mo-Bai and Urza, who still had 50% or 60% fighting ability, and his whole face became twitching. His last trump card has been used. The overall situation has been determined. Laxus thought about countless endings, whether it was success or failure. There was even a plan to directly launch the Goblin Law on the entire town of Magnolia once they were in dire straits, and completely eliminate those who disobeyed them. But I never expected it would end like this. How could this happen? With endless unwillingness in a body with depleted magic power. Laxus finally straightened up and collapsed. Loss of consciousness. MOBI can also be regarded as completing the personal commission Makarov gave him previously. I remember that during the Civil War, Mist Gang would also come back to fight Laxus, right? Maybe it was too early? I haven't seen anyone else yet. Due to the spells arranged by Fried in advance, the Guild Civil War did not cause harm to the residents of Magnolia. As for the destroyed buildings, Makarov also paid full compensation as always. After discussion, the Harvest Festival was postponed for 1 day. The Civil War in Fairy Tale Guild was finally settled in 80 minutes. Because the battles were fought so quickly, many people were notified that the Civil War was over before they even saw the shadows of the Thunder Gods. Afterwards, Laxus and the Thunder Gods were placed in a separate ward to recover from their injuries. It wasn't until he was able to go to the ground for normal activities that Makarov found them and announced an expulsion order for Laxus and a warning to the 3 Thunder Gods. Laxus himself raised no objections. On the other hand, the 3 Thunder Gods originally thought that they would be like Laxus, but in the end they only received a warning. Fried originally wanted to leave together. But Laxus stopped him sternly. I have no feelings for this guild. You are different. Stay here I don't want to see a group of weak Thunder Gods when we meet again. Even parting is the same. Laxus always maintained his aloof look and embarked on the next journey alone. After leaving the guild alone, close to the countryside, under the afterglow, Laxus suddenly saw a figure walking in the distance. The aura was particularly familiar, but he couldn't see who it was due to the setting sun. The man seemed to wave at him and throw something over. Laxus raised his arm and caught it steadily. It's a can of drink. As the figure trotted over, his face finally became clear. The moment he recognized him, Laxus was quite surprised. MOBI. MOBI smiled, stepped forward and punched Laxus together. He opened another can of drink in his hand, sat down leisurely, and asked casually, "Where are you going?" Practice. The specific location has not been determined yet. I used to be busy with various commissions every day, but now I finally have enough time to improve my magic power. Laxus looked into the distance, his eyes filled with longing for the road ahead. Glancing at MOBI next to him, Laxus's eyes flashed with fighting spirit again. Next time we meet, I won't lose to you again. MOBI smiled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. They were chatting with each other. Until the drinks are gone and the sky becomes dark. The sun will set soon. Laxus rearranged his black coat, and before getting up, he told MOBI. Remember to pay more attention to a guild named Crowtail. They have been planning secretly and may attack you at any time. The Crow's Tail. MOBI is no stranger to this name. The person who founded Crowtail was none other than Ivan, the son of Makarov, the father of Laxus, and one of Fairy Tale's strongest wizards. Because he had done something to harm his guild mates, Makarov expelled him from Fairy Tale. Since then, Ivan has held a grudge and founded the Dark Guild Crow's Tail to accumulate strength and prepare for revenge. Ivan even planted Gajeel as a spy for this purpose, specifically to deliver unfavorable information about the Fairy Tale Guild. However, he didn't know that Gajeel had been instigated as a double agent from the beginning, and all the information passed to him was wrong. MOBI nodded solemnly and said, I understand, I will be careful. One more thing. Facing Laxus's hesitation, MOBI tilted his head and couldn't help teasing. I don't usually see you like this. Why do you want to leave and turn your mother-in-law on? After hearing this, Laxus spoke out the last words in his heart. I no longer belong to fairy tale. I may not appear again for a long time. Take care of the old man for me. Sure enough. Before leaving, the thing he couldn't let go of the most was the old man who quarreled with him every day. However, Mo-bai did not want this parting to be so sad and regretful, and responded directly and half-jokingly. Don't be so pessimistic. If I become the president one day, the first thing I will do is call you back. Laxus laughed and cursed, turned around and walked towards the horizon, not forgetting to wave goodbye behind him. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long. Hey! There will be a magical parade on the streets of Magnolia at night, remember to watch it before leaving. P.S. Please don't be anxious about the emotional lines of multiple heroines, you should slowly build up your favorability. Chapter 30 Being Teased. At midnight. After the magical procession that circled the entire Magnolia, the harvest festival seemed to be coming to an end. However, in Fairy Tale Guild, the grand dinner party has just begun. Walking out of the cheering crowd and looking at the rich dishes on the table, Mo-bai just wanted to eat. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the cake in front of him, Mo-bai suddenly felt someone grabbing his shoulder. Then there was a strong smell of alcohol. Don't go, little Mo-bai, come and have a drink with your sister. Kana. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Mo-bai couldn't help but shudder. Kana, the famous female drunkard in the guild, is the first among the younger generation of wizards to join Fairy Tale. She usually wears revealing clothes and does not hesitate to show off her impressive figure. But perhaps because of his heavy drinking, he drinks almost all the time except during working hours, and now he doesn't even have a rumored boyfriend. Kana had a half-drunken smile on her lips. As she spoke, she walked directly to Mo-bai, hugged his neck and leaned into her arms. Before Mo-bai could react, he felt his eyes go dark and his sight disappeared. The face seemed to be supported by two soft objects. The smell of alcohol mixed with warm body fragrance penetrated into the nose. Well. Until I saw him being covered and unable to breathe. Kana then let go with a satisfied look, and then took the wine glass from the side. Speaking of which, I was saved by you when I was participating in a beauty pageant. I haven't even had time to thank you yet, let me toast you with this glass of wine. Mo-bai suddenly wrinkled into a bitter face. Even before time travel, his drinking capacity was extremely poor. He would drink the first 2 glasses of wine, and he could never stand the spicy taste. That's why I even tremble when I see Kana. At a banquet, what I fear most is being drunk by this female drunkard. I don't know how to drink. At this point, Mo-bai had no choice but to admit it honestly. What? Do you have to let me feed it to you? Kana refused. No. Seeing Kana holding the wine glass getting closer and closer to his face, Mo-bai looked around and looked for help at Myra Jane, who was passing by. Myra Jane also understood and walked forward to gently pat Kana on the shoulder. Stop it, Kana. Mo-bai was just busy preparing for the magic parade today and didn't eat much all day. Unexpectedly, Kana became even more excited after hearing this. That's just right. Drinking wine can help your stomach. Come on, drink quickly. Just this one glass. Seeing the wine glass being pushed in front of him, and repeatedly declining to no avail, Mo-bai simply gritted his teeth. Long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain, just this one cup. Thinking of this, Mo-bai no longer hesitated, took the glass and drank it in one gulp. When the spirit entered my mouth, I didn't feel the strong and mellow aroma that others had said, only the unbearable spiciness. Mo-bai forced himself to swallow it, and it felt spicy from his mouth to his throat and then to his stomach. Just when he thought it was over, his vision suddenly blurred, his feet slipped, and he almost fell down. Only then did Mo-bai realize something was wrong. What did you give me to drink? Water of life. the purity is about 96%. Ah! Mobi felt dizzy and his cheeks were extremely hot. If Myra Jane and Kana hadn't been supporting him from left to right, he would have had to lie down directly. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you really can't drink at all. After taking a sip of the sobering tea brought by Mileage, Mobi glanced at Kana who was apologizing unhappily. But, actually, I have other things to discuss with you tonight. Kana seemed a little shy. What's the matter? Mobi asked. I wasn't very satisfied with the previous stone carvings. I might as well let you take a closer look this time. Who is bigger between me and Urza? Kana said as he spoke. Just put one hand on the shoulder strap and untie it as if no one else was around. Mobi almost spit out the hot tea. Myra Jane looked equally shocked. This is too open. As Kana's fingers twist, her plump upper body trembles slightly. Mobi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't make a sound. It seems that the Western Hemisphere is about to see the light of day again. Kana's movements suddenly stopped and stared at the confused Mobi. A look of pride suddenly burst out in his eyes, and he even suddenly took out a hand to pinch Mobi's red face. Another drunken laugh. I'm just teasing you, ha 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 ha. Mobi touched his nose angrily. Although there was a trace of luck, this result was already expected. But it's still dangerous. Mobi couldn't control it just now, and Mobi's crotch almost fell out of line. I must have drunk too much. Mobi rubbed her temples to comfort herself. At the same time, in the open space not far away, Makarov, Natsu and others seemed to have a dispute, and the sound was quite loud. Why do you have to drive Laxus away? Even if we fight, we are still friends, right? I've said it many times, Natsu. Although Laxus is my grandson, he has done something to hurt his companions and must leave the guild. But that's enough, let's end this matter. Questioning voices also came from behind Mobi. Laxus was kicked out of the guild. What do you think? Perhaps leaving the guild for a short time will be helpful to Laxus's training, right? He has lived under a halo since he was a child and has always longed for a truly objective evaluation. At least now he can concentrate on improving his strength without any scruples. Besides, even after leaving Fairy Tale, the president and everyone in the guild will still care about Laxus, right? Maybe it's the numbing effect of alcohol. It wasn't until he finished saying these words that Mobi realized who the person he had just spoken to was. Sister? When did you come here? Urza smiled and said, the civil war and celebrations are over. Now, it's time to discuss the stone carvings. Mobi was startled. How could she still remember this? Urza immediately said, where did you buy the stone sculpture? I think the workmanship is good, and I would like to customize one. Mobi breathed a sigh of relief. Just in the north of the city, there is a store opened by the stone-shaped mage. I thought Urza was here to cause trouble. After getting the answer I wanted, I briefly asked Mobi about his condition after drinking. After confirming that there was nothing serious, Urza turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly she seemed to remember something. Also, don't call me eldest sister in the future. Well, actually I don't always call you that, I just occasionally, then what should I call you in the future? Your Majesty Queen. Urza turned around and smiled sweetly, but did not answer and walked straight to Makarov who was still arguing. Mobi was left alone and confused. So, what should I call her in the future? A few days later, in a store in the north of the city. Miss, the double stone sculpture is expensive. Are you sure you want to customize it? Okay. If you want to style it, please follow this photo. Oh? If I remember correctly, these should be the two people from the Tower of Destruction Paradise, right? I have followed that issue of Wizards Weekly. Judging from the way they hug each other, maybe they are a couple. No, I don't know. As for the proportion of the stone sculpture, it should be imitated in life size. No problem. Do you have any other requirements? Also, please pack it more tightly, I don't want others to see it. Also, please keep the fact that I have been here a secret from anyone. Chapter 31's Level Urgent Request. The village burned to the ground. Inside the villa, Mo-bai sat cross-legged on the bed and gradually emptied his mind. The mind slowly jumps into the space of consciousness. In the vast darkness, only 8 dragon-slaying crystals of different colors emitted a little light. Among the 8 crystals, the 3 energies of fire, thunder, and storm are the most powerful, which happen to be the 3 attributes that were previously driven to release the secret of dragon slaying. There was a bit more solemnity between Mo-bai's brows, and he quietly activated his magic power, feeling the resonance with the crystal. Since the first time we fought against Jelal until now, Dragon Slayer Mystery has only had 3 powers to activate, but this is far from enough. Although the explosive power of the combination of fire, electricity, and wind is quite amazing, even the top 10 magicians cannot easily catch it. Mo-bai is still a little dissatisfied. Why don't we give it a try today? How much better can the secret of Dragon Slayer be at the home game? Powerful magic emerged. Mo-bai focused his attention on the row of crystals in front of him. The 3 colors of fire, electricity, and wind were still the first to bloom. The other 5 crystals followed closely behind, and their dazzling light suddenly appeared, and the brightness was obviously improved. Mo-bai felt happy and was about to increase the magic power infusion. But the 5 crystals dimmed in this moment and immediately returned to their original state. It still doesn't work. Mo-bai frowned slightly. After a brief period of regret, I began to calmly analyze the reasons. Originally the Dragon Slayer crystal was bright, but it quickly dimmed again. It seems that there is a lack of some specific elemental power as a stimulus. For example, if the next battle takes place on the ocean, maybe we can use the power of the water element there to activate the 4th Dragon Slaying crystal. By then, the power of Dragon Slayer Mystery should be even more powerful. Make a decision secretly from your heart. Mo-bai finally left the conscious space and opened his eyes, only to realize that the sun was very high. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was already past 10 in the morning. When he first entered the consciousness space, it was still dark outside. Time is fast enough. Mo-bai smacked his lips helplessly. At this time, I guess Urza and the others have already set off to do the commission. It seems they can't make it in time. As early as when he was first invited by Urza to join the team. Mo-bai has already told everyone that his time is often not very stable. If you are too late for a job, others don't have to worry. They can just go ahead and do the commissioning without waiting any longer. After jumping out of bed, Mo-bai put on his clothes casually, washed briefly, then took up the wings of the storm dragon and went straight to the guild. Kicking open the door that was shaking in the breeze, Mo-bai lazily walked through the hall and went straight to the front desk to sit down. Mila, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Mo-bai. Myra Jane turned around. At this time, she was still wearing the pink dress, her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with spring water, and she asked softly. Urza and Natsu left for work early in the morning. Weren't you with them? Mo-bai scratched the back of his head. Well, I stayed in bed and got up late. Is there any food left? I haven't eaten anything in the morning. Yes, I'll get it for you. Myra Jane smiled bitterly. Then he took a plate of cakes that Mo-bai often eats from the kitchen. Mo-bai didn't show too much politeness, he just took a sip of it in his hand and his mouth was filled with sticky cream. It's better to be Myra. By the way, there are so few people in the guild today. It's never been so quiet. Myra thought about it and said, maybe it's because of the end of the month? For many tasks that have been accumulated before and could not be completed, the client has more or less increased the remuneration. I see. By the way, the president isn't here either. Oh. Yesterday, when Gajeel went to carry out a commission, he accidentally blew up more than 50 ships docked at Haruzian port. The president has been invited to tea by the council. Okay, this is fairy tale. While the two were talking. Chirp. A blue mechanical bird suddenly flew into the hall and made a crisp chirping sound. Go around in a circle. Ended up sitting on the counter. There is also a piece of yellow paper rolled on the bird's back. After coming to Fairy Tale Guild, Mo-Bai saw this kind of bird several times. Mechanical gadgets driven by magic power travel around villages and towns acting as messengers, and can also deliver some orders to nearby guilds. New mission. Myra Jane frowned slightly. A commission was sent at this time. Could it be some kind of urgent task? Unfold the yellow paper slowly. At this time, Mo-Bai was still immersed in the deliciousness of the cake, chewing it. But the moment his consciousness raised his head, only then did Mo-Bai realize that Marajana's originally beautiful face suddenly lost its color and her smile disappeared without a trace. Even her hands holding the order form couldn't stop shaking, as if she had been greatly frightened. What's going on? Mo-Bai quickly wiped his mouth, stood up and came to Marajana's side, reading out the words on the order form. S-level mission, urgent. Gluk village has been invaded by demons. We are requesting support from magicians. The content of the commission came to an abrupt end and there was no further content. The handwriting is extremely sloppy. He didn't even specify the requirements or rewards at all, and was hurriedly delivered by the mechanical bird. According to the regulations of the Senate, this kind of commission is an invalid task and cannot be accepted by guild members normally, but Myra Jane only spoke halfway and did not dare to say any more. According to the description, it doesn't look like a prank. Mo-Bai said solemnly. He could roughly figure out the circumstances under which this urgent commission was completed. Perhaps before he could finish writing the content, the client was discovered by the demon mentioned in the mission, and his life or death was uncertain after that. There was a long silence. Myra Jane folded the order form very quickly and put it away. Suddenly she seemed to have made some determination and said, Mo-Bai, I must go there immediately. Receive Satan's soul. The dark magic circle is activated. Myra Jane had changed into the appearance of Satan, and the demonic wings with jet black feathers on her back were waving, and she flew directly out of the guild gate. Wait a minute, hey! Mo-Bai didn't even react for a moment, standing there and shouting loudly. Sensing something fishy, Mo-Bai also activated the dragon-killing power in his body. The wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared, and the body also shot out. The guild's long-destroyed door was completely smashed into rubbish. With the blessing of the power of wind and thunder. In mid-air, Mo-Bai quickly caught up with Myra Jane and stood in front of her. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, and then asked, why are you following me? Mo-Bai hit the nail on the head and asked in a deep voice. It allows you to leave your job as a guild waiter and go to the Grak village at all costs. Does this commission have anything to do with you? Marajana's figure stopped in mid-air, and her head slowly lowered. Just when Mo-Bai thought she was going to tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Marajana's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. Now it was Mo-Bai's turn to panic and hurriedly stepped forward. No, don't cry. I haven't left Magnolia yet. If others see me, they think I'm bullying you. I don't want to become the public enemy of the men in the town. You wait until there is no one left before you cry. Myra Jane was still murmuring. After pondering for a while, he hesitated and told the truth. Glak village is my hometown. Mo-Bai was startled immediately. Hometown. Mo-Bai knew a little bit about Mileage's past. Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina, 3 sisters, have been dependent on each other since childhood and live in an unknown village. In order to drive away the demon that was causing trouble in the church in the village, Myra Jane went alone to drive away the demon, but was accidentally possessed by it. The whole arm became black and purple and twisted, exactly like the devil's arm. I thought I could live a stable life after driving away the devil. But the arrogant villagers did not regard Myra Jane as a hero at all. Instead, they discriminated against and disliked her because of her mutated arm, and even regarded her as an ominous monster. The 3 children, who were already lonely and helpless, were humiliated and beaten by everyone. Under the leadership of his eldest sister Myra Jane, he was forced to leave his hometown until he later arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing Makarov's story, Myra Jane realized that the so-called demonic possession was just a form of receiving magic. After choosing to stay in the Fairy Tale Guild, the 3 of them finally learned to receive magic together. Myra Jane is the demon soul, Elfman is the beast soul, and Lysina is the animal soul. As for their hometown, Garrick Village, which was gradually blurred in their memories, several people never went back. Mobi really cannot comment highly on this commission. How ironic, those unscrupulous people once personally drove away Myra, who exorcised the demon, and now they encounter problems, and they actually go to Myra's guild to ask for help. However, it seems that the order form was sent out in a hurry without being completed due to the invasion of demons. Mobi guessed that maybe there would be no living people left in the entire Garrick village. And those villagers had probably all died under the claws of the devil. This mission, just think of it as helping Myra protect the land in her hometown. Let those miserable villagers fend for themselves. Think of this. Mobi sighed lightly, held Mirajana's arm directly, and whispered. Cancel receiving magic first, I will take you there. After all, Satan's soul consumes too much magic power. By the time Myra Jane actually flies in front of the devil, her magic power may have been exhausted, so she can only go over and deliver food. Thanks. Chapter 32 The Temple of Evil Spirits. The Devil's Guild. The distance between Garrick Village and Magnolia is much farther than Mobi imagined. Almost without stopping. Wait until night falls completely. Only then did they barely approach the jungle on the outskirts of Garrick Village. As if he smelled something, Mobi suddenly said seriously, Myra, be mentally prepared. What? The Dragon Slayer's 5 senses are sharper than ordinary people. The further I go, the more I smell the smell of burning fireworks. Seeing that Myra Jane did not respond, Mobi also remained silent and continued to urge the storm dragon wings to move forward. As the 2 people continued to get closer, finally stopped on a hill. Just ahead is the village of Gluck. The terrain here is high, and you can just overlook the whole village. But it was only a glance. Mirajana's pupils suddenly dilated and her eyes were frightened. He covered half of his face with his hands, shaking constantly. Mobi was expressionless. In front of the 2 of them, the village that was supposed to appear had turned into a sea of flames. After a while, jungle clearing, next to the fire. Myra Jane and Mobi sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. 20 minutes ago, the 2 of them walked through the village of Garrick. In addition to the flames soaring into the sky and corpses everywhere, no survivors were found. Since then, Myra Jane has been silent until now. The fragrant and sizzling grilled fish was ignored and kept buried in the flames until it became charred and gave off a pungent smell. Mobi had to throw it away. Staring at the bonfire in a daze for a while. Seeing that Mirajana's expression had softened, Mobi finally couldn't hold it back and asked. Myra, if I remember correctly, it was these villagers who drove you away in revenge, right? Even so, do you still have nostalgia for this place? Myra Jane smiled miserably. But this is my hometown after all. Elfman, Lysina, and I have lived on this land since we were children. By the way, you joined the guild not long ago, so you may not know about Lysina. She was a very cute girl, but she has left us. Every time she talks about Lysina, Mirajana's tone is always filled with sadness that cannot be erased. And how could Mobi not know Lysina? The three sisters encountered a very powerful beast when carrying out a commission. Elfman forcibly took it in, but suffered a backlash and lost control of his body. Lysina firmly believed that she could wake her brother up, but Elfman, who had lost his mind, was so jealous that he attacked Lysina directly. When Myra Jane rushed to the scarred Lysina, she discovered that her body had slowly turned into nothingness. Since that incident, Mirajana's temperament has changed drastically, from the violent bad girl to the gentle and considerate one she is now, and the terrifying magic power in her body has fallen asleep. Elfman is no longer as weak as he was as a child. They all thought that their sister Lysina was dead, but they still couldn't figure out why her body turned into nothingness at the last moment of her life. Mobi naturally knew about this, that Lysina was actually still alive, but was just sucked into a parallel time and space. But it is also difficult to explain now. Mobi didn't mention much. Just stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Mirajana's eyes. Lysina just went to another world. She definitely didn't want to see you sad. Take a rest for a while. Let's look for traces of the devil tomorrow morning. It's not their turn to rule this beloved homeland yet. As Mobi spoke, he suddenly felt a slight pressure on his shoulders. At the beginning of the film, Myra Jane was leaning on her at some point. Under the mixture of pain and exhaustion, he fell asleep lightly, as obediently as a baby. Mobi couldn't help but smile bitterly, carefully took off his coat and covered it on Mirajana's back. We have to keep vigil again tonight. At dawn. With the powerful perception of Mobi, the Dragon Slayer, he quickly discovered the traces of the devil's actions. Following the smell, he quickly entered a dense forest. The terrain here is complicated, be careful of ambush and protect yourself. Cut off the thorns in front of you, Mobi told behind you. I see. As the smell slowly deepens. The two of them finally walked into the spacious forest, and from time to time the rustling sound of leaves could be heard. It's just ahead. Push aside the last bush. What came into sight was a tall stone building. In the center of the building, there is also a scarlet flag hanging, engraved with a strange pattern of a twisted animal claw. This architectural style is naturally familiar to them. Guild. Mobi and Miraj looked at each other in surprise. Rongo? And how could there be a guild in a place like this? Mobi scratched his head, wondering if there was something wrong with his nose, while Myra Jane stared at the guild crest and fell into deep thought. I think I heard the editor of Mages Weekly mention this sign. It seems to be a dark wizard guild with very strange movements, specializing in robbing homes. Since it's the Dark Guild, let's go in and have a sit. Maybe there will be clues to the devil inside. As Mobi answered, he flew up and kicked towards the iron door. Several subtle cracking sounds were heard from both sides. The door fell forward at a 90 degrees angle, kicking up dust. The quality is much worse than the fairy tale guild's gate. Bang! As the iron door fell to the ground, Mobi led Mileage inside as if nothing had happened, instantly attracting dozens of pairs of eyes in the hall. Looking around, most of these people carry swords, spears and halberds with them, and they all look fierce. Seeing Mobi and Myra Jane entering, he immediately clenched the weapons in his hands and stood up alertly. The fat man in the lead had a sinister look on his face. He immediately pointed the blade of his knife at Mobi and asked sternly, "Who dares to break into the evil spirit temple? I heard that there is a demon nearby, and I would like to find out if there are any clues about it." Mobi responded calmly. Uproar. The fat man frowned and looked at Mobi with squinted eyes. Perhaps he was shocked by the sudden destruction of the iron gate just now. Only then did he realize that there were only two people across from him. A thin boy, and a quiet girl who couldn't fight at first glance. Looking at the dozens of magicians from his guild in the hall, he couldn't help but laugh. Where did this young boy come from? What happened? You took your wife out for fun and got lost. The fat man had a lewd smile on his lips, and his eyes kept scanning Mirajana's slim figure. Then the gangsters in the entire hall burst into laughter. Hee, this guy knows that there are no women in the evil spirit temple, so he came here to honor us. She seems to be Myra Jane, the cover girl of Wizards Weekly. Brothers are in luck now. Wait. I remember Myra Jane is an S-class mage. Can we beat them? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Myra Jane is, I haven't heard of anything she has done in these years. She is probably a useless person in name only. There are more than 80 of us, and we are still afraid of a half-dead S-class mage. There was a commotion. This group of gangsters seemed to have completely forgotten the scene when Mo-bai kicked in the door. Mo-bai was too lazy to tangle with this group of useless snacks. The fat man looks so bad, he looks like a short-lived ghost. I probably won't be able to survive even one episode. Just as he was about to activate the dragon-killing magic in his body, the fat man spoke again. No matter how you found this place. Now that you are here, please stay and become a sacrifice to Anishalong. Mo-bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Anishirataka? Could it be that devil's name? Myra Jane heard this and nodded slightly. Maybe the devil is hiding in this dark guild. Chapter 33. You say I'm Gajeel? Then just be Gajeel. Receive the soul of Satan. As the dark magic circle appeared under Myra Jane, demonic power emerged, and she instantly transformed into Satan. The minions who originally coveted the beauty and rushed forward to use magic attacks were stunned when they saw the completely different Myra Jane. You call this a half-wasted magician? Dark Stream. Raise your hand. Countless pitch-black claws appeared and swept away. In the eyes of the minions, it was like seeing a ghost. By the time they turned around and tried to escape, it was too late. Screams resounded throughout the entire Evil Spirit Temple Guild Hall. The remaining people all turned pale, looking at Myra Jane with nothing but endless fear. In the past, he only did things like robbing homes and bullying ordinary people who didn't know magic. This time he was one of the few who fought against the magicians. I thought I could take advantage of the numerical advantage, but when I met an S-class wizard, I was kicked directly onto the iron plate. A trace of horror flashed across the fat man's face. However, he noticed Mo-bai, who had not yet taken action in front of him. The bad water in my stomach reacted immediately. Seize that kid. Use him as a hostage to threaten Myra Jane into submission. Following the order, the other magic minions around him seemed to see hope, and they surrounded Mo-bai with ferocious looks, constantly approaching. You're in bad luck, kid. They are best at bullying muggles who don't know magic. The fat man muttered words, and a magic circle appeared in his left hand that was not holding a knife. Then, dozens of iron swords, spears, swords and halberds appeared from it, constantly enlarging. They are no different from the weapons in the hands of the minions. This slightly piqued Mo-bai's interest. Iron shape magic. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. But this sword doesn't have eyes. Be careful that it will be chopped into pieces in a while. As the fat man shouted, more than a dozen iron weapons were fired at the same time, threatening to turn Mo-bai into a hornet's nest. This attack also attracted Marajana's attention. Although he knew Mo-bai's strength, he still glanced this way with some worry. Mo-bai still stood where he was, calm and composed. Just when the minions thought he was still pretending to be calm, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and he subconsciously covered his eyes. A few seconds later. Wait until your eyesight is restored. The minions were shocked to find that all the iron weapons had been taken into hands by Mo-bai. Mo-bai was unscathed. What shocked them even more was that the solid iron, which was originally enchanted. But when it arrived in Mo-bai's hands, it was folded over and over like a snack. Then he stuffed it into his mouth as if nothing had happened. He ate up all my magic. I know, brother, this person is the strongest Phantom Lord besides the President, Iron Dragon Gajeel. Dragon Slayer Gajeel. Mo-bai said in his heart, ah, yes, yes. It's also my fault that I haven't been a member of the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time, and I don't like to show off too much. These minions seem to have never heard of themselves. That's all, since I'm Gajeel, then I'll just be Gajeel. Mobai took a deep breath, turned the iron sheet he just swallowed into magic power, and gathered it in his throat. The roar of the iron dragon. The next moment, the violent energy turned into a silver-grey whirlwind and spewed out, mixed with the previously swallowed iron blade. Like thousands of steel needles stabbing, breaking the surrounding air, and sucking all the approaching minions into the storm. The fat man's eyes widened and he looked around. The magicians who had filled the room just now barely had a chance to take action before they were all wiped out by the two people in front of them. There were only 3 of them left standing in the hall. The fat man's buttocks were trembling and he was sweating profusely. Look at Mobai again. Mobai had a bright and kind smile on his face. As if what just happened had nothing to do with him. Let's talk? You should have noticed that I deliberately saved your life until now. The fat man's mouth felt cold and his tongue felt like a knot, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Mobai didn't talk nonsense to him, but preferred the way he acted unruly and insulted just now. The roots of the wooden dragon are entangled. Huge vines burst out from under the fat man and quickly grew to be flush with the ceiling. Before the fat man could react, he was tightly restrained. Almost squeezed out the oil. The fat man subconsciously tried to resist, and also wanted to summon an iron sword. Mobai had already noticed it, and he clenched his fist gently, and the vines became entangled even more. Ah! The fat man let out a shrill howl. You have one last chance now. Tell me, where is the devil? I said it, I said it. The fat man had already been frightened by Mobai's terrifying strength, and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The devil's name is Anasilong, and he is the president of the Evil Spirit Temple. Mobai scolded in a cold voice, go on. Tell me everything you know about you and the devil. Yes, yes, Lord Gajeel. We came from the southern kingdom, but we were all captured by Anasilong and forced us to loot the villages we passed. Anasilong uses an extremely evil magic that absorbs human spiritual power as a source of energy. When the magic power in his body reaches its peak, it is said that he can summon moving meteorites from the sky to attack, destroying everything in an instant. There is a small town called Gluk village nearby. The people in the town were all cursed by Anasilong, who absorbed all their spiritual power and died. The fat man's voice stopped suddenly. Mobai raised his eyes and saw that his eyes were still widening, but his body showed no sign of struggle. Come forward and take a breath. Is this death? Mobai couldn't help but frown. And judging from the appearance of his death, it doesn't look like he was killed by himself due to trauma. More like a mental breakdown. Could it be that he was scared to death? Mobai was a little confused for a while. Mobai, look at them. Myra Jane suddenly exclaimed. Mobai followed his voice and looked around, but found strangely that none of the magicians on the ground were moving at this moment. Marajana's face also showed great confusion. Although her attack just now was violent, it was still certain. It would not completely kill those minions, but only cause them to lose their fighting consciousness. Something weird. I briefly noticed an unusual breath slowly drifting out. Mobai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the corridor on the second floor. At some point, a dog-looking middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was already standing there, condescendingly taking in everything. His face was as withered as a long-dead rotten wood, and his whole body exuded an unpleasant aura. Watching Mobai-san is worth going crazy. Anna Shirtaka. The fat man just told me that Anasilong will leave curse marks in the bodies of living people, and then drain their spiritual power to increase his own curse power. It seems that he just killed everyone. Anasilong licked the corners of his dry mouth, raised his chin and looked at Mobai and Mobai with a grin. It seemed like he could guess their inner thoughts. They are just a group of humble slaves, the meaning of their existence is to find the best meat supplement for me. Since the combat ability is so weak, it is better to give full play to the final value and contribute to the Evil Spirit Temple. Chapter 34 Professional Counterpart. The attack method used by demons is spells, and the energy in their bodies is called spell power, which is different from the magic of wizards. In the first contact, Mo Bai could not tell how good Anace Yulong was, so he could only hide Myra Jane behind him during the confrontation. You are a magician who can defeat the entire guild. It seems that the magic power in your bodies is quite high. I wonder what your souls taste like. Anace Yulong said slowly, his withered palms flew through the air. Reign of Chaos. After singing, Mo Bai and Myra Jane suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. The sky turned sharply and fluctuated strangely. The last time Mo Bai saw this scene was Jalal's celestial magic. Immediately afterwards, there were unexpectedly a series of meteorites from the sky with green flames streaking across the sky, heading straight towards the bottom of the guild. Mo Bai immediately activated the wings of the storm dragon and led Myra Jane to dodge carefully. Boom! Meteor falls. While the surrounding temperature rose sharply, it also brought bursts of chill. Anna Shalong sneered, "Feel the devil's flames from hell." Another spell was cast, and the 5 meteorites that landed on the ground seemed to have life and intelligence. It turned into a burning rock giant several meters high and soon surrounded Mo Bai and Mirage. Anace Yulong grinned and was about to appreciate this killing feast. But he didn't realize that Mo Bai also raised the corners of his mouth. Within the encirclement. Looking around at the rock giants, Mo Bai could no longer suppress his inner joy. Rocks, flames, now we are professional. As a dragon-slaying mage, no matter how powerful Anna Shalong's spells are, they can only serve as food. Attack! Anace Yulong gave the order, and the nearest rock giant immediately waved its burning stone arm and smashed it down on Mo Bai. Mo Bai quickly shouted, "Myra, find a safe place first. I have a way to deal with him. Be safe." Due to her trust in Mo Bai and the urgency of the situation, Mirage did not hesitate. The moment the rock giant's heavy arm fell, Myra Jane immediately burst out of speed and flew out of the surrounding area. Bang! The giant smashed it into nothing. Mo Bai, on the other hand, jumped directly, avoiding the attack and landing directly on the arm of this behemoth. He bent down and opened his mouth to chew. Bite off a large piece of green fire rock. Quick victory, I'll ride on the horse and eat, 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 eat. As the body was destroyed, the overall flame on the back of the rock giant gradually dimmed. Ah! Anace Yulong was dumbfounded. Although he is a demon who feeds on human spiritual power, he regards himself as arrogant and has never understood the various fancy magics used by humans. This is the first time I have seen this strange fighting method of the Dragon Slayer mage. Mo Bai stuffed it into his mouth faster and faster, with no time to taste the taste, and just wanted to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Forcibly swallowing the rock giant in front of him whole. Mo Bai suddenly felt subtle changes in magic power, as if his dragon-slaying power was also going to mutate accordingly. But it only lasted for a few seconds, and this feeling disappeared. The desired surge in energy did not occur. Not only that, but there is also an urge to feel queasy. This damn feeling. Feels like I've been fed a mouthful of history. Mo Bai frowned, looked up at the horrified Anna Silong with great displeasure, and spoke in a slow and cold tone. The devil's flames and stones are so unpalatable that they really make people angry. Anna Silong's heart is filled with thousands of horses galloping. I didn't ask you to eat it. Crazy, madman. Is he really human? But with the current situation, it was obviously too late for Anna Silong to complain. The next moment, he was horrified to find that Mo Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, violent thunder and lightning magic came around him. Mo Bai intertwined his fists, and his pupils instantly dilated with overwhelming power. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. Mo Bai's blow was not sloppy at all, it hit Anais Yulong directly on the head. His screams were even louder than the fat man who was bound by roots just now. As Anna Shillong fell to the ground with serious injuries, the remaining 4 rock giants also lost control, and the flames on their bodies flashed briefly and then were extinguished. But the battle is not over. Mo Bai could also sense that Anais Yulong, who was lying on his back and pretending to be dead, still had faint spells coming out of him. As expected of a devil, he is thick-skinned. But if you don't get up again, I won't mind punching you in the head again. Anna Yulong was frightened when he heard this. He hurriedly sat up from the ground and kept a distance from Mo Bai, shouting at the top of his lungs. Behind the evil spirit temple is the gate of dark guild Hades, you can't kill me. Gate to Hades. A flash of lightning flashed in Mo Bai's mind. Gate of Hades, one of the 3 most powerful dark guilds, signed a non-interference contract with the 6 demon generals and Demon Heart, and the 3 formed the Balam Alliance. In the original story of Fairy Tale, a large part of the story is about fighting these 3 dark guilds. Mo Bai thought from the bottom of his heart, the Gate of Hades. It is indeed a tricky thing. But if I remember correctly, they will not take action until 7 years later, right? Seeing Mo Bai's hesitation, Anna Yulong thought he was afraid of the Gate of Hades, so he continued to coerce and induce. You must have heard of the Gate of Hades, right? There are powerful demons in the Book of Ziref, and the only way to fight against them is to die. I have also seen that you are a very strong magician. As long as you join the Evil Spirit Temple and follow me in the future, I will ensure that you will have an endless source of magic power for you to enjoy in the future, just like the hellfire that swallowed me up just now. Mo Bai suddenly interrupted. I'm not interested in your hellfire that tastes worse than history. Anais Yulong was startled, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Mo Bai then said coldly, in addition, sooner or later, the Gate of Hades will be pushed by us. It's a pity that you will never see that day. Etc. There was endless fear in Anna Yulong's eyes, and his dry lips parted, as if he wanted to say something else. Mo Bai's iron fist fell first, shutting him up completely. Anna Yulong's body slowly became transparent until it completely disappeared. This boss is easier to defeat than the mobs. Putting it among demons, this group should be considered not weak. It's just a bit of bad luck. All the spells were eaten by me. Chapter 35 Moving Towards New Life. See everything settle down. Myra Jane also returned to Mo Bai and lifted the soul of Satan. Mo Bai nodded slightly and was about to leave when a faint voice sounded in his ears. Myra, did you hear anything? Myra Jane didn't know why. It sounds like the cry of a baby. It's right where Anna Shiraka came out just now. Holding Marajana's arm, Mo Bai activated the storm dragon wings and headed straight to the 2nd floor. It was different from the mess all over the hall. Anna Shirataka's room is in order. If you hadn't seen with your own eyes what kind of abstract guy he was, you might have thought this was a gentleman's home. The crying came from the bed at the end, and Myra Jane finally heard it. When the 2 of them got closer, they realized that this was actually a baby girl who was still in her infancy. Hey! Seeing Mo Bai and Myra Jane, the baby girl stretched out her little hand to gesture something in mid-air, and then she grinned and started crying again. Perhaps out of instinct, Myra Jane directly held the baby girl in her arms and rocked her gently to try to coax her to sleep. Perhaps this is also a child snatched from Garrick Village, but he didn't have time to be cursed and absorb spiritual power. This child is also blessed with great fortune. He was still discovered by us even after evading Anna Surlong. But why does she keep crying and I can't coax her? Mo Bai looked up and down and guessed, maybe he is hungry? Those people in the evil spirit temple are not careful enough to take care of babies. When Myra Jane heard this, her face looked anxious and nervous. What should I do? I haven't taken care of such a small child for a long time. After all, I took care of my infant sister Lysina last time. Or more than 10 years ago. Well. Mo-bai turned his gaze from the baby girl to Marajana's bulging curves. Thoughtful. After a long while, a faint sentence suddenly came out. How about, you come and feed me? Myra Jane didn't react at first. What? It wasn't until I noticed Mo-bai's gaze that I understood what he meant. The warm cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can I do such a thing? No, do you want to take a peek? Mo-bai immediately denied it. How could I have the idea of taking advantage of others' danger? Besides, it's not like I didn't look at you when I rescued you from Evergreen during the Guild Civil War. Ah! Myra Jane seemed to have overheard something about herself, and suddenly blushed from her neck to her ears. Mo-bai quickly changed the topic. Ahem, that's not the point, how about this? You hold her for a while, and I'll go to the kitchen to look for anything edible. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo-bai dodged to the back hall like the wind. Look behind you. Seeing that Myra Jane did not follow, Mo-bai breathed a sigh of relief. Start counting any leftover food from the broken counter. Onions, garlic, ketchup. His fingers swept through the messy pile of food, until it crossed a glass bottle filled with white liquid. Is there milk? Mo-bai was in high spirits. He took the milk and was about to go back to the hall, when he suddenly remembered something. Then he unscrewed the cork and poured a mouthful into his mouth. Bah, bah, bah. Fortunately, it didn't go bad. After quickly returning to the main hall, under Marajana's feeding, the baby girl who drank all the milk was satisfied, lay in the warm embrace and closed her eyes peacefully. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground. Myra Jane then said softly, shall we take her back to Fairy Tale? Mo-bai responded casually, of course I have to take her back. We can't leave her here after feeding her. Also, I think you seem a little... Halfway through his words, Mo-bai suddenly stopped. Myra Jane asked in confusion, something. Kind of, the glow of motherhood. Myra Jane showed a rare hint of embarrassment on her face and gave Mo-bai a hard look. Wait until the baby is asleep. A faint sound of snoring sounded. The blush on Marajana's face gradually dissipated, and she said softly, could you give her a name? Mina. Mo-bai blurted out without thinking. This child is called Mina Strauss. From now on, she will also be part of your and Elfman's family. Strauss is the surname of the 3 Myra Jane sisters. Myra Jane looked meaningfully at Mo-bai, who had an indifferent expression next to her. There seemed to be thousands of words rushing through my heart at this moment. In the end, it turned into just one sentence. Thank you, Mo-bai. After everything calms down. Finally set foot on the road back to Fairy Tale. The commission is completed and the danger is temporarily lifted. In order to hold Xiaomina conveniently, Myra Jane simply activated the soul of Satan again and flew back to Magnolia with Mo-bai. We walked to the hill where we stopped and watched that night. Marajana's speed gradually slowed down, and she looked back with nostalgia. Seeing her expression, Mo-bai also put away the storm dragon wings behind his back and asked softly. Want to go back and take a look again? Myra Jane bit her lips and nodded. After all, this is probably the last time I will come to Gluck village. As for the current village of Garuk, it has been burned to a great extent by fire, with ruins everywhere and no survivors. It won't be long before it disappears in the long river of time. Looking at Myra Jane with a look of disappointment in her eyes, Mo-bai sighed and followed immediately. By the way, where did you live before? On the northwest side of the village. The area of Garuk village is not small. After flying for 10 minutes from the hill, we arrived at the northwest corner. Follow the memory and move forward. I am even more timid when I am close to my hometown. Wait until you stop. Myra Jane originally thought that what was in front of her would be an abandoned house that had been burned to a disgrace, or even razed to the ground. But the house in front of me was exactly the same as in my memory. With its short eaves and narrow passage, it doesn't look crowded at all when 3 children live there. There are just a few more weeds around. How come the house is still here? Marajana's eyes were filled with disbelief. Before the demon attack, this house was obviously the most dilapidated in the entire village. But among the ruins now, it has become the only surviving house. Mo-bai smiled bitterly beside him. Perhaps it's really because it's too dilapidated. When the evil spirit temple invaded, they immediately identified this place as an abandoned house with no one inhabited. They didn't even bother to care about it when they finally set it on fire. It was a blessing in disguise. Mo-bai slightly activated the Iron Dragon magic power in his body. The arm turned into a dark sharp sword and chopped the weeds cleanly. Chapter 36. You two are making progress so fast? Walking in slowly. No one has entered for more than 10 years, and everything has been covered with a thick layer of dust, but for Myra Jane, they are all precious memories. Hold Mina for me. Walking to the small bed at the end of the room, Myra Jane lowered her head and took out a square wooden box from under the bed, dusted it off and gently opened it. An old, yellowed photo lies quietly among them. Due to the protection of the wooden box, it is spotless. Mo-bai turned his head and looked, and on the photo was Myra Jane, Elfman and Lysina when they were children. Although they are yellow, the innocence and happiness of the smiles of the 3 children cannot be concealed. Judging from the age, it is at least more than 10 years old. On the second night after leaving the village, I remembered that I didn't take this photo with me. The next night, I sneaked back to take away the photo without telling Lysina and Elfman, but I was kicked out by the villagers. The photo matter has been put on hold. Looking at Myra Jane, who was lost in memories, Mo-bai couldn't bear to disturb her anymore. But I paid special attention to her expression. Maybe it's because of Mina's joining. When Myra Jane looked at the childhood photos of the 3 sisters. Finally, he showed his long-lost smile and no longer shed tears because of missing Lysina. Let that child stay with you for a while first, Myra. I will definitely bring Lysina back after a while. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Satan's souls receiving magic consumes too much magic power. As soon as she landed at the entrance of the guild, Myra Jane returned to her usual appearance, her face slightly pale. Mo-bai suggested, how about I hold Mina instead? Myra Jane shook her head and said softly, I'll do it. Go and open the door quickly. No way. Since leaving Garrick Village, Myra Jane has been very fond of this child and almost never leaves her side. Mo-bai had no choice but to step forward. Kicked the door open. Should I say it or not, the quality of our guild's doors is still good. We are back, hey? President? What are you doing? What caught his eye was Makarov, who looked embarrassed. There are also people shouting and shouting. President, where is the beer I want? Come right away, come right away. President, where is my lunch? I'm almost starving. It's already burning, wait a little longer. You're so stupid, President, I have to work, hurry up and register the order for me. It's you holding the cloth again. I haven't seen you working once in a few months. Why are you so active when I am in charge of entrustment registration? President, can you cosplay Myra? I see you are very unhappy. Makarov is hopeless. After finally finishing the work in hand, I knelt down at the door of the hall and enjoyed this hard-earned rest time. Bang! The door was kicked open by some unscrupulous guy, and Makarov, who was resting next to the door, was knocked out with his body, causing him to be chewed by a dog. Hey? President? What are you doing? Mo-bai didn't know why and asked with concern. Makarov finally couldn't bear it anymore, and was about to use the giant magic to beat Mo-bai, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Myra Jane beside him. His eyes softened instantly. It was like seeing a savior. Myra. The eyes of other people in the guild were also attracted. And the moment he saw Marajana's figure, the whole place was silent. Myra Jane walked forward in 3 steps and bowed deeply to everyone apologetically, saying, "I've made everyone worried. I went to complete an urgent commission with MOBI in the past 2 days and left temporarily. I will be the one to complete the work of the guild waiter from now on." The silence lasted for a few seconds. What followed was enthusiastic screams and cheers from all the members, just like a festival. "Myra is back. It's great, I finally don't have to eat the food cooked by the president anymore. Myra, promise to come with me next time you encounter an emergency commission, okay? Just come back. Wait, what is that in your arms?" Bask in the joy of reunion. Only then did Makarov notice what Myra had been holding in her arms since she entered the door. "However, the altitude is not high enough so we can't see it at all." Myra Jane smiled and leaned down gently. "Oh, it's Xiaomina." Makarov looked over. Only then did he realize that it was a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, babbling towards him with a smile on his face. Look at MOBI next to him who is calm and composed. The worldview collapsed immediately. Makarov's chest felt tight and he almost spurted out blood. You. Myra Jane had a sunny smile on her face, and while teasing the baby in her arms, she responded. "Her name is Mina. From now on, we will be a family." Seeing Myra Jane showing such happiness. However, everyone in the guild quickly became red and warm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then one by one they aimed their hateful eyes at MOBI. Forehead. MOBI looked innocent, but felt uneasy in his heart. What followed was an overwhelming verbal crusade. "You? It's progressing so fast. Hey MOBI, I was quite scornful of you and Urza because I thought you were a warrior. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless and attack Myra directly. My Myra, my goddess, I haven't seen you for a few days, how come you even gave birth to the child? The flowers that the guild has cultivated for so long have just been picked? I can't accept it. MOBI. I want to shark you. The sky is falling. Hey, can you listen to me first? This child was picked up by Myra and me." MOBI then told everything they had done during this trip. From the attack on Garrick village, to the encounter with the evil spirit temple, to the final defeat of Anase Yulong and the discovery of the surviving Mina. Everyone's expressions softened a little. Fortunately, the goddess was not snatched away. Myra Jane then said, "If I encounter an emergency again in the future, I would like to ask everyone to help take care of Mina." A group of people immediately followed suit. Absolutely. Myra's business is our business. The atmosphere became harmonious again. Several people who were clamoring to attack MOBI just now immediately came to his side and called themselves brothers, which made MOBI feel black. Looking around the crowd, he didn't find the crimson figure. MOBI casually asked Makarov next to him, "By the way, Urza and the others haven't come back yet from executing the commission?" Makarov shrugged, "I came back the same day you left." "But, I left again. Going to work again?" MOBI asked with a frown. "That's not true. It's more troublesome to say. To put it simply, in order to defeat the 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild, we and several other guilds each sent a few magicians to form a coalition. Urza and the others went to join their allies. P.S. We are about to enter the 6 demon generals chapter. Here we will add some settings for this chapter. The 6 demon generals are one of the 3 major dark guilds. Among them, President Wu is another personality of Brian, the leader member. Because of his strong strength and violent personality, he was sealed in Brian's body. When all 6 members are defeated and lose consciousness, the seal will be automatically unlocked and no president will appear. The purpose of the operation of the 6 demon generals is the sealed ancient super magic Nirvana. Nirvana has the ability to replace light and darkness with each other. In order to fight against the 6 demon generals, the 4 major guilds formed a coalition with the following personnel: Fairy Tale, Natsu, Grey, Urza, Lucy, Happy. Scales of the Snake Princess, Sharia, Leo, Grey's senior brother, Jura, one of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saints. Cyan Pegasus, Hibiki, proficient in the magic information database, mastering a large amount of combat information of the 6 demon generals, Yvonne, Lien, Yi, magical critical strike boat Christina. The demonic cat's place, Wendy, Sky Dragon Slayer mage, good at healing and auxiliary magic, Carla. Chapter 37 The movements of the 6 demon generals. 6 demon generals. The crusade against the Dark Guild came so quickly, which was indeed beyond Mo-Bai's expectation. The 3 giants of Balam Alliance are the 6 demon generals, Devil's Heart and the Gate of Hades. The first to act is the 6 demon generals. And this battle with the 6 demon generals also involves many people Mo-Bai cares about. Of course we can't just sit back and watch. Mo-Bai immediately asked, "Where are Urza and the others gathering?" Makarov took a sip of tea and said calmly, "I put the map over there at the counter, don't worry, there are still 10 holy magicians in the alliance this time. Don't worry about them. Just listen to me analyze the situation for you." Then he was about to launch into a long speech. But suddenly he felt a strong wind blowing from his side. Looking again at where Mo-Bai was standing, his figure had disappeared, the door was opened at some point, and it was still wandering back and forth. Makarov sat down angrily and complained, "It's really annoying. If I had known about it, I wouldn't have told him." Myra Jane smiled and persuaded, "He is also thinking about his partners, President." Mo-Bai didn't listen to Makarov's description of the situation at all, and activated the wings of the storm dragon to fly outward. Firstly, it saves time, and secondly, it is not necessary at all. No one knows better than him what General 6 Demons is planning to do. Their goal is the ancient forbidden magic sealed in the Sea of Gas Trees, Nirvana. Once Nirvana is activated, the light and darkness in the affected person's heart will be replaced, and they may even swing the butcher knife towards their companions. However, the 6 demon generals don't seem to know how to unlock the seal of Nirvana. Only Jalal knows. But the magical elf power in the Tower of Paradise went on a rampage before, and Jalal should not be able to escape. In other words, the 6 demon generals probably don't know the exact method of unlocking Nirvana. Mo-Bai's thoughts were a little confused. All the mysteries will have to be answered after arrival. Urza and the others had set off 2 days in advance. At this moment, Mo-Bai could only use the maximum speed in conjunction with wind and thunder to try to join the coalition forces. Except for their president, there doesn't seem to be anyone with ridiculously powerful magic power among the 6 demon generals. It's just that the magic itself is a bit fancy. If the time is right, maybe everyone on both sides will get together and the team battle will be over. I hope it's not too late. As for Mo-Bai's trip, in addition to supporting Urza and others, there are also some personal grudges. He wants to find Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals, and there are some old scores that need to be settled. If conditions permit, Mo-Bai doesn't want to see Brian leave here alive. Fortunately, the distance to the Gas Tree Sea is closer than that of Garrick Village. Plus this time I was flying alone. In the afternoon, the gloomy forest could be seen from a distance. There was still thick smoke floating out from one corner. Mo-Bai's face showed a little solemnity. Rushing towards the sea of gas trees to get a bird's-eye view of the overall situation, Mo-Bai finally found a group of injured magicians in the border open space. There are obvious signs of destruction all around, and the grass is covered with ugly scars that have been bombarded by magic. Apparently, there had been hard fighting here before. Is it the Guild Alliance? It seems that all the 6 demon generals have been injured, or they are too late. Mo-Bai smiled bitterly, and as he swooped down, the figures on the ground became clearer and clearer, and he quickly identified several members of the fairy tale team. Urza, Natsu, Grey, Lucy, Happy. Among them, Urza was particularly seriously injured. His right arm was hit by snake venom and was almost completely covered in purple. Fortunately, the blue-haired girl next to him cast healing magic to alleviate the pain. Aware of movement from the sky, the injured coalition forces looked up almost at the same time, all alertly using their magic power to prepare for resistance. Be careful. The 6 demon generals may be back again. But this smell is very familiar. Natsu, who had a keen sense of smell, was the first to realize something was wrong. It wasn't until his figure continued to expand in sight, and finally landed slowly not far away, that everyone at Fairy Tale exclaimed in unison. "Mobi." Mobi showed a forced smile. "Sorry, I'm late." Upon seeing this, Urza immediately used one arm to support her body, and gently explained to everyone. "Don't be nervous, everyone. Mobi is also our fairy tale wizard, but he hasn't joined for a long time." After hearing this, the others gradually lowered their guard. Mobi swept his eyes lightly. To him, they were all familiar yet unfamiliar faces. One night at the Cyan Pegasus Guild, Hibiki, Yvonne, Lien. Sharia of the Serpent Scale, Gray's senior brother Leo, Jura, the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saints. A&D. Wendy, the dragon slayer in the sky at the demon cat's place, and her flying cat companion Carla. Looking at the blue-haired girl Wendy who was using healing magic to detoxify Urza, Mobi couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. He walked slowly to them and gently leaned down to take a look. "Does it still hurt?" Urza smiled palely and said hoarsely, "With Wendy's healing magic, it's much better." But at this point, Urza changed the topic and her expression became difficult. "We have already fought against the 6 demon generals just now, and each of them is very strong." "I see." Mobi breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and walked to the center of the coalition again, and spoke in a deep voice. "I have all the information about the 6 demon generals. Follow my arrangements. I will find a way to defeat them one by one." The words just fell. Almost without a pause. He was immediately doubted and opposed by others. "Please wait a moment. We just failed after learning the information about the 6 demon generals." "Yes, Hibiki's magic information database has acquired their magic, but they are too powerful. Could it be that you know the 6 demon generals better than the magic information database?" Gray's senior brother Leo reacted the most strongly and looked at Mobi more and more unkindly. "Even if a battle plan needs to be formulated, it should be made by Mr. Jula. We are not going to hand our lives over to an inferior newcomer." Leo has always pursued great power. Among the people present, the only one who could convince him with his strength was Jula, the top 10 magicians. Where did this Mobi come from? Urza was about to explain for Mobi when she saw this. But he saw Mobi gently shaking his head towards him, indicating to stop. Urza could only give up. Mobi expected Mobi to be distrustful of other members of the coalition. "After all, it was the first time we met. If you want the coalition forces to be convinced and obey your command, you have to speak with true strength." Mobi looked calm, took 3 steps and walked straight to the middle of Leo and Jula. "What do you want to do?" Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and made an ice-shaped gesture vigilantly, as if he was on guard against Mobi's sudden attack. The attention of the rest of the people was also attracted, as if a conflict was about to break out at any time. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Chapter 38 Bird walking is prohibited. Mobi said nothing. His eyes suddenly burst into golden light, his pupils were submerged in it, and 8 different colors of magic arrays bloomed under his feet. The majestic energy surged around and suddenly exploded, its momentum reaching into the sky, as if it was about to break a corner of the sky. Everyone even heard a faint dragon roar. Exploding magic power to release pressure is undoubtedly the best way to prove one's strength. Although Mo Bai can only use 3 dragon slaying powers at the same time when he performs the secret of dragon slaying. But if it is just for display and not used for attack, it is really not too difficult to release 8 kinds of magic power at the same time. Jula and Leo had just been closest to Mo Bai, so they were undoubtedly the hardest hit, and they also had a completely intuitive understanding of Mo Bai's strength. They have only seen this kind of coercion from a few of the top 10 magicians. In any guild, he can be regarded as the top powerhouse. A long while. Leo then put away the disbelief on his face and said awkwardly, "You are indeed very strong." After saying that, Leo turned his head and looked at Jula. After all, Jura is the number 1 person in the Snake Princess scales, and Leo, who has always been flamboyant, is also used to listening to him. Jula looked solemn. "It seems that in terms of magic power storage alone, Your Excellency Mo Bai's strength will not be inferior to mine. If you really have a plan to defeat the enemy, I am willing to obey your command." The tone was very sincere. Mo Bai couldn't help but feel a little more fond of Jula, a humble and strong man. The first battle with the 6 demon generals has been frustrated, and everyone needs to regroup. I agree to let Brother Mo Bai take over this important task. Men. Following Snake Princess scale, the leader of Cyan Pegasus also expressed his support overnight. After speaking, he also winked at Mo Bai. Mo Bai almost vomited out his overnight meal. Although Ichia claims to be the strongest among the Cyan Pegasus, his appearance is really not flattering. In terms of level of obscenity, even Anna Shillong is worse than him. The fairy tale team already has full trust in Mo Bai and will naturally not object. As for Wendy and Carla, they chose to be consistent with most people. It was passed unanimously. Mo Bai smiled calmly, "Since everyone has no objections, then I will tell you what I think. Right now, the 6 demon generals have not found Nirvana. They are likely to disperse to various parts of the gas tree sea to search separately. It is convenient for us to group up and annihilate him. On the way here, I passed an area with grey smoke. It was probably the half-crashed magic crit ship Kryna Stingna after being hit by the 6 demon generals. Yvonne, and Lien of the Cyan Pegasus, plus Leo, your mission is to go back the way you came to find Chris Stingna and try to restart it. Mr. Jura of the Serpent Scale is the strongest. You and Sharia will search the east side. Natsu, Lucy, and the Cyan Pegasus Hibiki will go to the west side. Urza hasn't fully recovered from the poisoning. Wendy, Happy, Carla, you stay here and take care of her for the time being. It's easier to fly away if you are in danger." Mo Bai deployed the tasks one by one. The only one left behind was the ice-shaped pervert in his team who took off his clothes whenever he disagreed. "Hey, what about me?" Gray protested dissatisfied. "Gray, whether the crusade against the 6 demon generals can be successfully completed today will all depend on you later. You and I will set off in a straight line." After Mo Bai finished speaking, he gave Gray a meaningful look. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling in the gourd. Even Gray himself was scratching his head and wondering, "What do you mean it's all up to me?" Mo Bai glanced over again and warned. The other most important point. Ideally, Nirvana would not be so easily unsealed by the 6 demon generals. But we do not rule out the possibility of some accidents. Once Nirvana really starts, you must control your personal emotions. People who are on the border between light and darkness are the most vulnerable to erosion. Action. The dense gas woods blocked the sky and the sun, coupled with the strange magic fluctuations, prevented Mo Bai from flying above. Instead, he chose to run forward with Gray, trying to search for traces of the 6 demon generals. A long while. After thinking about it all the way, Gray still couldn't figure out what Mo Bai's plan meant, and finally couldn't help but ask. "I still don't understand. You and Jula are much stronger than us. Why do you say I am the key to this operation?" Mo Bai gradually slowed down. But he did not answer directly, but asked instead, "Do you know who the president of the 6 demon generals is? Is that the man named Brian? He has a strange skull staff in his hand, and there are some strange black stripes on his face." Recalling the scene of the first battle with the 6 demon generals, Gray still had some impressions. Mo shook his head firmly, "Not entirely right." "What's the meaning?" Gray was confused. Mo explained, "Brian has dual personalities, one of which is the personality we see now that loves knowledge and magic, and his strength is similar to yours. And the other personality is the inner personality that is bent on destroying everything in front of you. The real president of the 6 demon generals is Wu. His strength is even higher than Jura. The power of Wu is so terrifying that even Brian himself cannot fully control it, so he used some special method to seal Wu in his body." Thinking back to Brian's weird face, Gray suddenly realized, it turns out those black stripes on Brian's face are seals. Mo nodded and responded affirmatively. "Yes, the black stripes of the 6 seals correspond to the prayer wishes of the 6 members. When the 6 prayers disappear, the seal is lifted, and Wu will appear instead of Brian." Gray couldn't help but interrupt, "In this case, no matter whether they defeat the current 6 demon generals or not, they are already invincible." According to Gray's idea, if the 6 demons win, the crusade will fail. The 6 demons lost, no guild leader showed up, and then all the remaining people were wiped out. This crusade also failed. You still haven't turned the corner. Mo knocked Gray on the head helplessly. "Why do I ask you to act with me? Isn't it because I value your ice modeling magic? As long as we work together to capture one of the 6 demon generals alive and use your ice prison to control his actions while still having the consciousness to fight, his prayers will not disappear. In this way, President Wu will not show up. A fierce battle can also be avoided. In other words, as long as one of them still has fighting consciousness. I alone have enough ability to sweep away the remaining 5. Mo finally revealed his plan. He is not afraid of Chairman Wu. Even if something unexpected happens and Wu is released, Mo will stand in front of him without hesitation. It's just that sometimes, you can choose not to take risks when fighting unnecessary battles." As for why he chose Gray's ice prison instead of using his own wooden dragon entangle, it's actually very simple. Root entanglement is too limited and can only tie the opponent in place. The ice prison is much more convenient. You can capture an unlucky guy from the 6 demon generals alive and put him directly inside. Put it under your nose and take it wherever you want without worrying about escaping. Gray finally understood why Mo said he would be the key to this battle. At the same time, he also extended his thumbs up and praised sincerely, "What a great plan. It's really yours." Mo's expression became unnatural. His eyes slowly moved downward. The smile on his face gradually solidified. "Gray, put on your pants. You can take off your shirt, but walking around is not very civilized." "Ah? When did you take it off?" Gray then picked up the pants next to him and put them on again. It has become an instinctive reaction for him to take off his clothes when he gets excited. Gray coughed twice awkwardly and then asked, "Ahem. But then again, how do you know those things about Brian? I remember that the Cyan Pegasus has information database magic, but they couldn't find out how detailed you are." "Well, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Anyway, listen to my orders later and remember to capture them alive." Mo was evasive and changed the topic. "You can't tell Gray that you've traveled through time, right? Regain speed on the road." Not long after walking this time, Mo felt a magical energy nearby that he had never seen before. Erratic, sometimes in front, sometimes suddenly flashing behind. "Stop!" Stopping Gray next to him, Mo stopped in an open space and watched carefully. And that energy finally stayed on the thick branches at the top of the gas tree in the distance. Mo raised his eyes and immediately recognized the other party's identity. "It's Lisa, one of the 6 demon generals. It seems we are lucky. We should be the first team to fight against the 6 demon generals. Unlike EPUB, Grey doesn't have such strong senses. Ah! Why didn't I see it? EPUB whispered, it's not important. Lisa's magic is quite special. It will follow my instructions later. On the gas tree. Lisa has yellow comb hair, a pointed and long nose, and grey goggles covering her eyes, resembling a goblin wearing human skin. At the moment he is squatting on the tree. When she realized that EPUB and the 2 had discovered her, Lisa did not show any panic, but instead laughed with interest. I am very fast. 2 slow goblins, can you catch up with me? Chapter 39, Capture the 6 demon generals alive. Will your ice cube stay alive? In Lisa's sight. EPUB and Grey whispered a few words, and then some argument seemed to break out, and they even started insulting each other. The indignant Grey turned around and ran back. Lisa sneered, jumped down from the branch, appeared in front of EPUB, and teased. What? There was internal strife before the fight even started. EPUB frowned, his words full of disgust towards Grey. That naked BD with no eyes. I told him countless times that the 6 demon generals are not far away, but I still don't believe him. But I am enough to deal with you. As he spoke, the dragon-slaying magic power condensed into wings from behind, and the wind swept up large pieces of grass and trees, rushing towards Lisa first. Too slow. Lisa scoffed. At the moment when the collision was about to occur, Lisa's figure mysteriously disappeared on the spot. What? EPUB opened his mouth into an O shape and kept it there for 5 seconds, making an extremely exaggerated expression of shock. Lisa's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she shouted wildly. You can't catch up with me anymore? If you go at the next speed, your soul may be thrown out. Hell motorcycle show. As Lisa's body floated down, her palms suddenly hit the ground, and the scarlet magic circle was summoned. The light in the center of the array dispersed. Wrapped in it was a motorcycle with red and yellow stripes. Sluggish fairy, are you ready to eat my exhaust? An arrogant laugh came from Lisa's mouth. Getting on the motorcycle, Lisa poured the magic power into it, and suddenly burst out at even more amazing speeds. Gain absolute control over speed. Lisa was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, she tried to speed up her horsepower and circle around EPUB. The high-speed motorcycle whipped up hurricane winds and even cut away the swaying weeds. Lisa wanted to use this method to kill EPUB's fighting spirit. Seeing this, EPUB immediately activated another golden dragon-slaying magic crystal in his body. The violent magic suddenly appeared, and EPUB's whole body was already surrounded by thunder and arcs. If you can't catch up with only the wings of the storm dragon, then add the power of thunder and lightning. Only then did Lisa look at EPUB again. The speed of lightning and storms? Interesting. Faced with the sudden shooting of EPUB, Lisa no longer held back and sprinted forward at top speed. Seeing the motorcycle approaching the cliff, he turned around in time and returned to the original road. This was to deliberately tease EPUB. But the powerful dragon-slaying pressure behind him remained unabated. Are you still chasing after me? Then consider your speed to be at a passing level. Leaving the motorcycle behind, Lisa dodged into a nearby bush and jumped to the branch where she started. Looking back, EPUB had arrived and was standing in the air with his wings to confront him. Exciting. Enjoyable. No one has been able to reach the same speed as me for a long time. Ha 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 ha. The game time is over, little goblin. Was your magic power exhausted in the pursuit just now? Next, when you are attacked by me, you will not have the strength to run away again. EPUB watched quietly as he went crazy on the spot. Until I heard Lisa finish. EPUB then said expressionlessly, well, you won't be able to run away soon. What? Only then did Lisa feel a chill coming from above. Looking up, I saw more than a dozen ice cages hanging in the originally gloomy sea of gas trees. Like a dragnet. And he happened to be directly under a cage. I seemed too obsessed with chasing you just now. But do you want to lock me up? Your cage can't keep up with my speed. Faced with Lisa's sneer, Mo-bai looked indifferent, as if he had already realized that he would say this. He raised his finger casually and pointed behind Lisa. Lisa turned around in surprise, only to catch a glimpse of a shirtless young wizard standing on the top of a towering tree in the distance. The magician's left hand turned into a fist, his right hand turned into a palm, and his hands were knit together, and the biting cold breath continued to emerge from them. Lisa was shocked. That's your companion. Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Gray, do it. As Mo-bai's shouts reached his ears, Gray in the distance focused all his attention on the cage that had been arranged. After the magic was cast, more than a dozen cages instantly merged into one, and then landed with a huge impact. Ice-shaped prison. It's useless, I'm very fast. Lisa didn't finish her sentence. Boom. The birdcage-like prison suddenly fell down, directly trapping Lisa in it, breaking off the branches together, and crashing to the ground. Mo-bai also put away the wings of the storm dragon and went below to check the situation. Within prison, Lisa's eyes were full of shock. Impossible, my speed is unmatched by anyone in the world, how could I not escape this? Mo-bai poured cold water on him unceremoniously and continued, because you are not that fast at all. What you are using is just magic that unconsciously reduces people's speed and speed perception, while your speed remains unchanged. Compared with this, it seems that your speed is very fast? It's a bit self-deceiving. Mo-bai saw through her magic trick at a glance. Lisa was speechless and choked for a moment. Just then, after completing the task, Gray also leaned out of the bushes, walked to the cage and said, Mo-bai and I had already discussed a strategy before fighting you. Mo-bai has long seen that your magic has a range of use. As long as it is far enough away from you, it will not be affected by the slowdown. That's why I stood there and released the ice prison. Recalling the scenes of his rampage just now, Lisa finally realized that she had fallen into the trap of these two people from the beginning, and immediately beat the ice prison with her fists and feet like crazy, and shouted in anger. Two cunning fairies! Are you only capable of these dirty tricks? Mo-bai still looked calm and relaxed, tearing off a large piece of bark next to him and putting it in his mouth to chew to restore his magic power. Bah, 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 save it. If it weren't for capturing you alive, do you really think I can't beat you? Bah, bah, bah. Capture me alive? What are you going to do? Lisa seemed to hear something was wrong. When the 6 prayers disappear, the president of the 6 demon generals will come, am I right? Lisa was immediately shocked. How is it possible? How do you know this? Mo-bai looked at Lisa with a surprised face happily, and waved at Gray casually. You don't need to know this. All you have to do is stay in the cage and ensure that your prayers will not disappear. We will not let you get hurt. Gray understood immediately when he saw this. The ice magic burst out again, spreading to the ice prison, and the ice began to grow continuously. The coldness penetrated Lisa's body, and the hair on her hair stood on end. Wait, what are you going to do? Mo-bai then explained, don't worry, I told you I won't hurt you. It's just to prevent you from harming yourself. Lisa looked down at her body and realized that it was completely covered in ice and could no longer move. Wait, Lisa wanted to say something else, but the ice cubes had spread to her face and sealed her mouth directly. Half a minute later, the ice cage is completely solid. Lisa was sealed in it. Not to mention her body, she couldn't even move her eyes. Mo-bai also stepped forward and kicked him twice. Will your ice cubes stay cooked? After receiving Gray's affirmative answer and confirming that it was strong enough, Mo Bai put the ice cage on his back and moved forward again. Although Lissa's magic power cannot function, she still retains a clear consciousness. He carefully recalled the scene of the first battle between the 6 demon generals and the guild coalition forces. It was finally determined that Mo Bai was not in the opponent's team at the time. Lisa immediately fell into regret and completely underestimated Mo Bai, the airborne foreign aide. But how on earth did he know the secret of the 6 demon generals? Chapter 40. This is not a potato, it's a baby. No, it's a head. South of the gas tree sea. The 3 Cyan Pegasus and Leo who were traveling together moved forward with hesitation. On the way, Yvonne finally couldn't help but said, "Teacher Yi Yi." Yi Yi turned around and showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. "Men, what can I do?" Yvonne asked, "How did Mo Bai know about the magic crit boat Christina? Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to have seen it before." Yi Yi didn't seem to care about this, and replied casually, "Since we are allies, don't think too much about these issues. I believe in brother Mo Bai." Men. As expected of teacher Ichia. While the two were talking, Leo suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look over there, there's smoke. It must be Christina." Leo unconsciously speeded up and walked happily through the bushes ahead. Immediately, he saw the nearly crashed magic crit boat Christina. "It's really here." The magical crit boat Christina, which used to fly across the sky with astonishing power, is now in a semi-destructed state due to the attacks of the 6 demon generals. The cab exploded and half of the wing was destroyed. It seems impossible to return to the sky. After a night of investigation, he looked slightly solemn. "The cab can be repaired by Yvonne, but there are too many damaged parts, I'm afraid." Leo took over and said, "This is easy to handle. I can use my ice-shaping magic to temporarily replace the missing parts." Leo immediately connected his fists and palms, and the ice magic flowed to Christina's side. It condensed into exquisite white wings in an instant, exactly the same as before. The 3 Cyan Pegasus were immediately overjoyed and tried their best to save the cab. Yi Yi couldn't help but sigh, that little brother Mo Bai's plan is really good. In this way, with the division of labor and cooperation among us, we can really make Christina fly again. Men. Leo was even more confused. "But how did he know that I know the ice-shaping magic? Did Gray tell him?" "At present, this is the only reasonable explanation I can think of." At the same time, Jura and Sharia suddenly stopped during their search. In the shadow under the tree in front, a burly figure slowly emerged, walking towards the two of them. This man was dressed as a monk and was taller than Jura. His long orange hair fell behind his back, and his right arm was wrapped around a magic book engraved with strange patterns. "Otai." Jula looked stern, and immediately recognized the other person, turned around and shouted to Sharia, "Let's go. Walk." Otai's magic is mainly range-based attacks, and Sharia, who has weak magic power, will only be involved in it for no reason and get injured if she stays here. Seeing Sharia retreat to a safe position, Jula immediately pushed forward with his right palm, and the powerful earth attribute energy suddenly burst out. The ground trembled, and dozens of stone cones instantly rose from the cracks, attacking Otai all the way. Otai, on the other hand, took his time in the face of the tough attack. He still hugged the magic book with his right arm and waved his left hand casually. The originally hard and sharp stone and soil cones all turned soft, like a puddle of mud. Otai smiled and said, "Your magic is to make the soil as hard as rock iron, but I can soften the sand. All your attacks are ineffective against me, right?" There was a bit more determination on Jura's face. He took a deep breath, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand came together, and the fingertips shone with a stoic magic light. As his fingers danced, the earth trembled violently again, as if a powerful and mysterious force was surging out from the ground. Rock iron pillar. With an ear-splitting sound, 4 thick rock pillars suddenly rose from under Otai, vowing to fly him away. I've already said that all your earth magic is ineffective against me. Is that right? Otai shook his head and repeated his old trick. The softening magic power is activated. The rock pillars that were originally thick, long, big, and hard, like yang wei, spasmed in all directions and collapsed to the ground. Jula's attack failed again. Come again. Rock iron pillar. As Jura continued to attack, Otai was able to resolve it perfectly every time. Before you know it, the battle has lasted hundreds of rounds. The flying sand and rocks covered the entire sea of trees in the east, and everything they passed was turned upside down, with raised sharp-angled rocks everywhere. But apart from the consumption of magic power, the two of them suffered almost no external injuries. Jula is preparing to activate the next round of magic. But suddenly I felt a terrifying magic power coming from below, breaking through the surface of the earth at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Jura and Otai dodged backwards almost at the same time. A huge white light pillar appeared where the two people were originally, and the light pillar shot straight into the sky, causing the sky to change dramatically. Several gray-black magic ripples wrapped around it, emitting strange fluctuations. Jula was immediately shocked. Although he is the Holy Ten, the magic power in his body is like an ant compared to this mysterious beam of light. Could this be Nirvana? A look of astonishment also flashed across Otai's face. But unlike Jula, Otai's face soon showed the joy of unexpected victory. It turns out that Nirvana is underground. Is that right? Because we have been using Earth attribute magic power to fight, energy fluctuations were injected into the ground, and Nirvana was accidentally unsealed. Isn't that right? Jula finally recovered from the shock. The accident that Mr. Mobai mentioned really happened. I have to find a way to join them first. Once Nirvana is launched, this crusade will definitely fail. Firm this idea in your mind. Jula suddenly heard a shrill cry from ahead. Ah! Looking up, it was Otai who had just fought with him for hundreds of rounds. But I don't know why. At this moment, his face was full of struggle and suffering, and he held his head tightly with both hands in an attempt to relieve the pain, but to no avail. Jula watched carefully, fearing that this was another trick. Money, 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 money. The word money kept popping up in Otai's mouth, but his voice became smaller and smaller until he became hoarse. Money, I don't want that. Otai suddenly said this arrogantly and removed his hands from his face. In an instant, even his eyes became clear. I don't want money. Really? Clam. Seeing the huge changes before and after him, Jula suddenly looked confused. Seeing that Jula didn't respond, Otai immediately spoke with emotion and told his past experience. I desperately wanted to see my brother who I separated from when I was a child. I thought I would be able to find him if I had money. It's true. But it's only now that I understand that my direction has been wrong. I shouldn't join the Dark Guild and join in the evil. Really? Okay, now let's go together to stop the atrocities of my former companions, Lord Jura. It's true. As soon as Otai finished speaking, he rushed forward and hugged Jula into his arms, crying bitterly. Tears dripped down Jula's bald gourd. Your Excellency Jula, when I saw you, I thought of my brother and couldn't control my emotions. It's true. Jula asked in confusion, why? Do I look like your younger brother? No, your bald head looks like the potatoes my brother loves to eat. It's true. This is not a potato, it's a baby. No, it's a head. Jula was in a state of confusion. Finally, I recalled the information about Nirvana that Mobai and Xiang mentioned earlier. Only then did I realize that Otai might have been affected by the alternation of light and darkness in Nirvana. In the inner battle between justice and evil, he has transformed into a kind personality. Chapter 41 Boring? Other side. Mobai and Gray, who were still heading north with Lisa, who was frozen in ice, were also attracted by the black and white light pillar reaching the sky in the east. This scene is certainly familiar to Mo by Nirvana. Is it really opened? Originally, I just reminded him later just in case. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a prophecy. So where should we go now? Continue walking in this direction? Gray asked. Mo by analyzed, no, let's go to the location of Nirvana. Now that the seal has been unlocked, the other members of the 6 demon generals will definitely rush there. That makes sense. Slightly adjust the position of the ice cage on the back. Gray turned around and was about to leave, but his arm was held by Mo by. Someone is coming. There was a rustle in the grass ahead. Under Gray's gaze, a few seconds later, a big purple snake emerged from it. Hiss! The big snake's body is as thick as the mouth of a bull, and its body length is almost as long as Jula's. It is constantly spitting out the words in its mouth. This is the snake that bit Urza. Gray suddenly remembered and shouted. Mo by remained calm and continued to observe. There are still footsteps of a person behind the big snake. Do you want to go to Nirvana? I have heard your voices. Cold and mocking words reached his ears. The other party finally leaned out from behind the snake and looked at Mo by and Gray playfully. Mo by narrowed his eyes slightly and clenched his fists slightly. He was no stranger to this person. He has sharp teeth, dark red hair, and a white coat covering his body. He looks like a gentle scum. Cobra, one of the 6 demon generals, and that snake is his partner Caio Barrios, who has been with him for more than 10 years. Facing the enemy, Gray also removed the ice blocks and took a stance. Be prepared to create a lot of ice swords, guns, swords, and halberds at any time to turn Cobra into a hornet's nest. But was stopped by Mo by. I have a special way to deal with him. This person is the Poison Dragon Slayer Mage. He can also hear people's voices. He is a difficult opponent. Look after Lissa. Mo by's voice was not loud. But Cobra's hearing magic is particularly keen. It can not only hear subtle conversations nearby, but even people's inner thoughts. Naturally, what he just said did not escape his ears. Seeing that his background was revealed, Cobra was startled for a moment, but soon returned to his original cold demeanor. Although I don't know where your information comes from, it ends here and you can't leave. Mo by ignored his warning. As the powerful earth attribute dragon-slaying power circulated in his body, it finally condensed in the palm of his right hand. Mo by lowered his body slightly and suddenly struck out with his palm to strike first. The earth dragons crack. All the way from the guild, I used wind and thunder magic to speed up my journey. In addition to the battle with Lisa just now, thunder magic consumes magic very quickly. Even if Mo by's innate magic power is abundant, it cannot withstand continuous consumption. You still have to save some money. In order to prevent special situations later, Mo by did not pursue a quick solution this time, but conducted trials first. Magic power exploded, and a huge gap instantly opened in the ground from where Mo by cast the spell, and he rushed forward. Cubilios. When Caio Barrios heard the call, he quickly twisted his snake body and wrapped it around Cobra. Just when the cracks in the earth were about to spread to the feet, a pair of wings appeared out of thin air on both sides of the snake's body, taking Cobra directly into the air. This snake can fly. Gray couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that this battle really has nothing to do with me. Storm Dragon Wings. Mo by also activated the wind attribute dragon-slaying power in his body, and at the same time spread his arms flat, turning into 2 long black swords, and swept away in the air. Iron Dragon Sword. I hear you, you're going to attack from my left. Cobra smiled contemptuously, showing sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth, and then dodge. The iron sword passed by. Seeing that Mo by remained calm as if he was about to give up the attack, Cobra listened again, but heard a completely different answer from Mo by's heart. Want to change your moves into an iron rod again to attack? In the sight, Mo Bai's figure instantly enlarged in his pupils, and the original swords were briefly covered by the light and turned into two hard cylindrical sticks, which were struck at his head. Iron Dragon Stick. A two-pronged approach. Even if it were the hardest rock, it would probably be knocked to pieces on the spot. But Cobra had already seen through Mo Bai's path and quickly dodged back. Mo Bai failed again. This happened again and again, and after several rounds, Mo Bai didn't get any advantage. Sure enough, I can hear my voice, and any tactics can be known in advance. Cobra was even more proud. Give up. I am indeed not as good as you when it comes to pure magic power. But I hear every move you make, and there is no way you can defeat me. Really? An intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Mo Bai's mouth. As his arms returned to their original appearance from the iron rods, the aura of fighting in his body gradually dissipated. Since you like to listen to my thoughts, you might as well take a peek and see what I'm thinking about now. The sudden move confused Cobra. Cobra has no idea what medicine Mo Bai is selling in the gourd. But to be on the safe side, we still keep a safe distance from Mo Bai. In this case, I'd better listen to his inner thoughts first. It's strange. He doesn't have a battle plan in his mind? Is there something wrong with my hearing? I can't hear his thoughts at all. Hey? It seems that I can receive it again. But it doesn't seem to be a battle scene, but more like a moving painting, just me and Caio Berrios. Wait, something doesn't look right. Wait. No? Why did I control Caio Berrios in such a rough manner and open its mouth? A hole. Stop it. Cobra turned red and warm in a second, panting heavily and staring at Mo Bai. Mo Bai still looked calm, and spoke as if nothing had happened. How's it going? Can you hear what I'm thinking? Cobra suddenly lost his guard even more, gritted his teeth and roared, pervert. Shameless. Dirty. Dirty. Why do you think of such a scene in your mind? Caio Berrios is my best friend. How could I do something like that with it? Are you disgusting? Despicable. Scum with a sperm brain. Cobra used all the dirty words he could think of on Mo Bai in one breath. Gray next to him was dumbfounded. Gray quietly poked Mo Bai with his elbow and asked in a low voice, "What did you just do to him?" "It's nothing. He can hear people's voices, and then I made up some pictures in my mind, which happened to be known to him." Mo Bai's tone seemed very innocent. Gray looked at Cobra, who was still gushing, and connected with what he just said. Is Caio Berrios that snake? Damn it! Could it be? Gray's pupils dilated instantly. Looking at Mo Bai meaningfully, he slowly raised his thumbs up and said, "You're having so much fun. I didn't expect you, who usually looks like you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so fussy." "Ahem, it's just tactics to deal with the enemy, just tactics." Mo Bai responded awkwardly. P.S. Regarding the respective battle plots of other characters, I have chosen to briefly mention them briefly in the 6 Demon Generals chapter. If you want to see the detailed content or just give it a try, please leave a message here. How other people's battles will be written in the following article will be determined by your message. Chapter 42 Victory in Sight? Cobra had reached the point where he had no words to scold, but the anger in his heart had not subsided, and he glared at Mo Bai angrily. But he didn't expect Mo Bai to say something that made him bleed again. "Actually, I can think of more postures. If you want to hear it, you can continue." "Enough. What is intolerable is unbearable." Cobra finally broke through the defense, desperately maximizing the poison magic power of his body, wrapping it around his feet, and forcing Mo Bai down. The spiral jaws of the poisonous dragon. This move undoubtedly played into Mo Bai's hands, and Mo Bai secretly thought, "Want to use magic to confront you from the front? I finally got fooled." The hot bright red dragon-slaying magic crystal is ready to move in Mo Bai's body. The energy continued to gush out and materialized into billowing flames, burning fiercely on his right fist. Mo Bai concentrated on jumping forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The next moment, Mo Bai's figure continued to enlarge in Cobra's eyes. Fists and kicks connected, and the hot wind and poisonous gas quickly intertwined. I kill you. Cobra was already jealous, and poured all his magic power into this blow without any reservation, and the poisonous gas became more and more intense. Even Gray, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose at this moment. But Cobra soon discovered that no matter how much poison gas he released, Mo Bai's expression never changed at all. The fire in him never dimmed even a little. Cobra was shocked. How is it possible? Is he stronger than the president? The flames spread, swallowing up all the poisonous gas, until it spread instantly when it touched Cobra's legs. Cobra's whole body was covered in flames and the burning pain was unbearable. After only a few seconds, he was unable to resist anymore, and together with the flying snake Kyuberios, his body fell helplessly from mid-air. Woohoo! Struggling to get up, Kyuberios crawled beside Cobra and let out a mournful cry. I'm fine, don't worry. Cobra used his last bit of strength to raise his palm and rub Kyuberios' body, showing a painful smile. In his blurred vision, he seemed to see Mo Bai walking towards him step by step. Please let me go, Kyuberios. After squeezing out a few words from between his teeth, Cobra completely lost consciousness. The battle is over. At this time, Mo Bai also put away his unruly look of deliberately irritating the other party, and spoke in a deep voice. Originally, I planned to let Gray freeze you. This would be more secure and ensure that guild leader Wu's seal would not be broken. But the snake venom in Urza was caused by you, and you must pay for it with blood. As for Kyuberios, look at this lone purple snake. Mo Bai was really undecided. Kyuberios has followed Cobra for more than 10 years and has always been regarded as Cobra's best friend. And Cobra's long-cherished wish is to hear the voice of Kyuberios one day. At this time, he did not know that Kyuberios was not a snake, but a living human girl. It was only because he was cursed with magic when he was young that he maintained his snake form. If I remember correctly, Kyuberios will be discovered by Chairman Makarov after this battle. Then, the president will take Kyuberios to dispel the curse on his body and return to his human form. Then he will change his name to Kainana and stay at Fairy Tale as a waiter. It seems like she is still my guild mate. Thinking of this, Mo Bai called Gray directly. Gray, did you see that snake? Of course I saw it. What's wrong? Freeze it. After the war is over, bring it back to the guild and give it to the old man. He will understand. Ah! What are you doing? Just do what I ask you to do. Gray glanced at Mo Bai thoughtfully. Don't you have that kind of hobby? I won't do it for you. I ride on a horse. Mo Bai laughed and cursed, and was about to slap Gray, but his raised arm suddenly froze in mid-air. The sudden pain was transmitted to the brain, causing the whole body to tremble uncontrollably. A splitting headache. Mo Bai? What's wrong with you? Gray immediately exclaimed and grabbed Mo Bai, who was about to fall. After half a minute, the headache slowly subsided. Mo Bai rubbed his temples, then waved his hand and said, maybe flying the storm dragon wings all the way here, plus the 2 battles just now, consumed too much magic power. It will be fine after a little rest. After hearing this, Gray put his heart back into his stomach. You scared me to death. But since coming to this world, Mo Bai has been diligently practicing magic and has become more and more skilled in controlling magic. For this kind of battle that does not require all-out efforts, there will naturally be no magic overdraft. I just made a random excuse just now, fearing that Gray would be too worried. As for the reason for the headache, Mo Bai himself can't explain it now. What's going on with this headache? My head is still dizzy. Let's go to Nirvana first. At the same time, Team Natsu in the west. Lucy, Natsu, and Hibiki from the Cyan Pegasus met Angel, the only female member of the 6 demon generals and a celestial mage with Lucy. However, Angel already knew the 3 of them thoroughly. Taking advantage of the Dragon Slayer's weakness in various vehicles, he lured Natsu onto a raft, directly wiping out half of the team's combat strength. However, with the help of Hibiki's magical ancient document, Lucy unexpectedly awakens the supermagical star chart history and uses the power of the 88 stars in the sky to carry out all-round targeted attacks. Angel unexpectedly suffered a disastrous defeat. The entrance to the gas tree sea. Urza and Wendy were originally left there by Mobi to recuperate, but were unexpectedly found by Midnight, the most mysterious member of the 6 demon generals. Dragging her recovering body, Urza overcame Midnight, who used refraction and illusion magic. Seeing that he was about to win, Midnight's body suddenly erupted with monstrous magic power, transforming himself into a 10-foot-tall devil. Boom! The devil was about to attack Urza, but suddenly he received a solid shot and dissipated into smoke. Urza looked at Midnight, who was lying on the ground in front of her again, and realized that it was just his illusion magic. As for that crucial shot, it came from Team One Night. They also successfully completed the mission ordered by Mobi and brought Christina back to the sky. Just in time to return to the starting point and support Urza. Midnight lost. The balance of victory seems to be slowly tilting towards the Guild Alliance. Chapter 43,000 Years of Killing. After taking down Lisa and Cobra one after another, Mobi and Grey have embarked on the road to Nirvana. Are you okay? Why don't you take a rest? The magic power is consumed so much, leave the rest of the battle to me. Seeing that Mobi's expression was not good, Grey asked with concern. No need, let's go. Mobi turned his arm into an iron dragon sword again. He cut down a gas tree at random, picked up a thick branch and chewed it to restore his magic power. Although the severe headache that came after defeating Cobra was relieved, it turned into an intermittent pain. It can't help but be irritating. Looking at the enlarging white light beam in the sky, in addition to being depressed, Mobi also felt that there seemed to be some strange changes in his heart. But even he couldn't tell what the specific changes were. We will reach Nirvana soon. Let's go there first to avoid a long night and many dreams. However, it seems that someone is already fighting over there. Although the existence of Nirvana covered a large area of the forest, Mobi still caught some magical atmosphere from it, and immediately shouted. Leave the ice cube where it is and hide first. Mobi held down Grey and dragged him to the grass nearby. The two of them crept forward together. It didn't take long. Grey then made a discovery and shouted excitedly. Right in front, I saw it. It seems to be Jura from the scales of the Snake Princess, and Sharia who is hiding behind him. They have already faced off with Brian, the boss of the 6 demon generals. Wait, there seems to be another person standing next to Sharia. I can't see clearly. Can you see Mobi? Mobi? Mobi's voice came faintly from behind. Grey, I don't mind if you block my view in front of me, but if you point your butt at me, I won't tolerate it. But you take off your pants at this time, and I can only see your crotch. Do you believe that I will give you a 1,000-year shot? Upon hearing this, Grey hurriedly covered his hands subconsciously. Although he didn't know what the 1,000-year kill was, Grey could vaguely feel the chill in his vital parts. I guess he could guess a little bit. Ahem, sorry. Grey then turned around and asked seriously, but in a head-on fight, can Jula beat Brian? Should we go out to help? After all, before Mobi arrived, all of them had been beaten by the 6 demon generals who reported to the regiment. Mobi is not worried. Don't worry, as long as President Wu's personality doesn't appear, Brian is just a rookie. What's more, Jula is the Holy 10 and is fully capable of handling it. Then we can't just watch now, right? Grey asked. Go over there. Mobi pointed at the boulder next to him, getting closer to the fighting men. The two moved their positions again and hid behind the boulder. This time, Gray finally saw clearly who was next to Jura, but the result surprised him. Gray couldn't help but wonder, those are the 6 demon generals? Why are they on Jula's side? What Gray was talking about was Otai, who had previously fought against Jura. Due to the conflicting magical attributes, the outcome was indistinguishable, but in the end he was inexplicably influenced by Nirvana. This was within Mo Bai's expectation, and he immediately explained. He is Otai, he is not weak. It should be due to the influence of the activation of Nirvana that Otai's inner feelings changed, and then he stood on a united front with Jula and the others. Gray felt a little relieved. But explain it to him immediately. But there was murmuring in Mo Bai's heart. I remember that Nirvana affects people who are on the border between light and darkness, and makes people's good and evil natures replace each other. Will it affect at least 2 people? For example, if Otai recovers his kindness, then someone on the Guild Coalition's side may be affected and temporarily switch sides. Mo Bai has the impression that in the original plot, Sharia had negative emotions due to Leo's serious injury, and was then affected by Nirvana and turned to attack Gray. Fortunately, Leo showed up in time and was able to exorcise Sharia's inner demons. But right now, Sharia is very normal, and she hasn't seen any of her teammates' rebellion. Mo Bai became more and more puzzled. It's really strange, who could it be? Could there be something wrong with someone else? It's best not to go there now. If Natsu goes berserk due to the influence of Nirvana later, it will be troublesome. Mo Bai and Gray still chose to observe in secret. As for the 2 sides confronting each other on the court, the smell of gunpowder is already permeating the air. Brian's skin showed a deep copper-black color, as if it had become copper-black after years of baptism. His white hair hangs down like silver threads, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, like a wise scholar. But if you look carefully, you can find several strange dark stripes engraved on Brian's face, like shackles, seeming to seal some mysterious power. Brian looked behind Jura, and when he saw that Nirvana had begun the first stage, Brian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, and he said, "In that case, I would like to thank you. Nirvana has actually been opened, and it takes no effort at all." When Jula heard this, his unsmiling face also showed a slight wave of emotion. Indeed, Nirvana was accidentally unsealed due to changes in the ground environment caused by his fight with Otai. Although he did not have this intention subjectively. Because of this, Jula adjusted his posture again, steadied his stride, and spoke word by word in a rich voice. "I won't let you go." There was a cloud on Brian's face. The right fist holding the skull staff began to clench, quickly raised, and suddenly pointed in the direction of Jula. Ever Dark Rondo. The chanted spell fell, and the dark green magic wave was released from the mouth of the skull on the cane, mixed with destructive energy, snaking forward like a dragon. Jula's face was determined, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were pressed together tightly, and strong magic power seeped out from the ground. Rock and iron wall. The tall and thick rock wall broke through the ground, protecting Jura and Sharia and Otai behind him. As the dull rumbling sound shook through the woods, Chang'an's rondo crashed straight into the rock wall, exploding a huge hole. Brian looked intently and saw that the 3 of them walked out from both sides unscathed. Although the blow just now was powerful, it was far from the level that could penetrate Jula's defense. It's really tough. It's worthy of being one of the top 10 magicians. Brian finally looked at Jura squarely. If you don't look at the various fancy effects and application methods of magic, there is no doubt that his attack is the most lethal among all the members of the 6 demon generals. But facing Jula's absolute defense right now, it actually seemed a bit useless. After a brief deliberation, Brian chose to raise his left hand this time. Ever Dark Palm. The dark attribute magic power condensed into the shape of a palm. As the left hand was pushed out, it instantly enlarged to the height of a person and crashed forward. Jula repeated his old tricks. Rock and iron wall. After the loud noise, the smoke dispersed. A clear and huge palm print suddenly appeared on the rock and iron wall, which was left by Brian's ever-dark palm. It also shows from another perspective that the attack just now is just scratching the surface. Brian, who was eager to rush to Nirvana, was a little impatient at this moment, and began to provoke Jula. Holy 10, Hat, can you only use this move to become the Iron BD? Chapter 44 The Strength of Holy 10. Jula was naturally not affected by such low-level provocations, so he responded with a sonorous response. I won't let you take a step forward. Well. Brian laughed angrily and picked up the skull staff again, the aura of death gradually gathering in it. At the moment when the dark energy reached its peak, Brian, who was a squishy mage in the back row, took the initiative to rush forward with a single lunge. Ever-dark fantasy. Compared with the everlasting rondo just now, the magic used at this moment is more biased toward short range and high bursts. After all, it was tested. Brian also knew that ordinary attacks would probably not be able to harm Jula, an immovable defensive mage. This special burst attack is a must. Jula's eyes were still looking straight ahead, and he was about to continue blocking the dark magic in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, the ever-dark fantasy that was right in front of us, and Brian who even released his magic, disappeared like a ghost. Behind me. Although Jula majored in defense, his combat experience and perception ability were also not weak. He quickly sensed the dangerous atmosphere and turned around suddenly. The brown light on the fingertips jumped. The rock and iron wall that had been released before was now twisting again with Jula's fingers. As if it were alive, he rushed back to guard and was in front of him in an instant. Boom! The thick rock wall once again absorbed Brian's attack in time. The deep black hole in the center showed the huge damage caused by the blow just now. The sneak attack failed. Brian's face turned livid, and his eyes became more and more fierce. Even though you were able to bear all the previous blows, the next blow will probably penetrate those broken rocks along with your body. Ever-dark fantasy wail. The skull cane exerted force again, with undercurrents surging, and a blood-red beam of light wrapping around it, emitting magic ripples that were more bizarre than ever before. Between the ripples flowing, the star points vaguely mixed with unstable energy collapsed, making a small and hoarse sound, like a ghost crying. Brian devoted almost all his magic power to strengthening the ever-dark fantasy. Rock and iron wall chain. Jula still insists on taking advantage of the sky with one move, insisting on summoning rock walls from the ground to defend. But realizing the danger of this attack, he also activated more magic power and summoned more than a dozen thick rock walls to block the front. Is this the only level? Brian sneered. After being strengthened, Chang'an's fantasy was so powerful that it directly penetrated the rock wall with a muffled sound, but its momentum remained unabated, penetrating dozens of rock walls in a row. There was only the last barrier left in front of Jura. Brian's eyes shot out blood-red light, adding power to the magic. Boom! After the loud noise of the collision, the pressure of energy burst out. Even Gray and Mobi, who were watching the battle behind a large rock in the distance, could feel the fluctuation. At this moment, Jula no longer had any defensive measures in front of him and was directly exposed to his opponent. Gray was so anxious that he almost rushed forward. But Mobi had quick eyesight and quick hands and dragged him back. Gray was puzzled. What are you doing? The bald man can't stand it anymore. The bald uncle was naturally talking about Jula. Shenchi can't stand it anymore, why are you going to do it? Mobi asked back. I can at least help him reinforce an ice wall. I told you, watch carefully here. Brian can't be Jula's opponent. Mobi promised. Jula closed his eyes slightly, and the lines on his face became more compact. He took another half step forward, tightly protecting Sharia and Otai behind him, and his body shone with brown magic power. The mantis arm is like a chariot. Under the dual shock of Brian's roar and Chang'an's fantasy offensive, Jula suddenly opened his eyes and waved his left arm in the air. His whole body was like a persevering Buddha, calm and powerful. The dark green energy wave that was originally moving forward was forced to change the trajectory of the attack by the terrifying magic power it erupted at the moment it was about to contact Jura. Directly bypassing the three people, they bombarded the slope behind them. All the trees on the slope fell down and the rocks slid down, completely razing the place to the ground. Well, it's very powerful. It just didn't do any harm. What? The most powerful blow was directly deflected. Brian was shocked, and finally realized how powerful Jula was as the Holy Ten. He has no chance of winning. Brian then turned his heel 180 degrees and was about to get wet. But suddenly he felt a tremor under his feet. Everything from dust to gravel slowly floated up from the ground as if controlled by some force. Brian staggered a few steps in fear and tried to speed up to escape, but it was too late. Jula's strong voice sounded again. The Overlord Rock is broken. The surrounding rebel was once again inspired, carrying potential energy and flying away together. The target of the shot was naturally Brian. Thousands of rock and soil particles accumulate. Suddenly, a stone mountain as tall as a person was formed, sealing Brian within it. But the movements in Jula's hands did not stop. As he put his palms together in front of his chest. Not far away, a pair of transparent and illusory giant palms appeared on both sides of the stone mountain. They came together with huge power and shattered the originally stacked stone mountain in an instant. Brian's figure was exposed again. But after such an impact, his body was already scarred and his mouth was bleeding. It was difficult to stand up again. Seeing Jura displaying such tyrannical strength, Sharia and Otai still felt quite shocked even though they had interacted with him before. And behind the stone, Mobai was not surprised by this result. He just poked Gray, who was also stunned by Jula. Let's go, it's time for us to go out. After the battle. Just as Jula regained his breath, he saw Mobai and Gray waving to him not far away. Mobai gave him a thumbs up and did not hesitate to praise him. Uncle, we all saw the battle between you and Brian just now, it was very strong. It's ridiculous. Jula responded humbly, suddenly remembering that Otai had not yet explained the matter of turning from darkness to light, and immediately introduced. Let me introduce you, this is Lord Otai of the 6 Demon Generals. But now he has recovered his kindness and become an ally. He wants to work with us to prevent Nirvana. Otai tilted his head slightly and added, actually, my real name is Richard. It's true. Since Mobai had already explained the reason to Gray before, Gray didn't question it anymore. Just looking at the increasingly huge white light pillar soaring into the sky behind me, I felt an invisible pressure. Gray couldn't help but frown, and said with a hint of sadness, speaking of which, Nirvana has already been opened. Chapter 45 How to Crack Nirvana. When Jula heard this, there was a trace of remorse and helplessness between his brows. In the end, I should still be blamed for this. Before Jula finished speaking, a powerful burst of magical energy suddenly burst out from his side. Watch out! The cave dragon's shield. Fortunately, Mobai had quick eyes and quick hands, and opened his giant shield in time to block. The strong shield was immediately shattered by the strong impact. But through the cracks, the direction of the source of the attack can be vaguely discerned. It was Brian who was half dead after falling to the ground. Looking at his hand, the skull cane that was originally used to perform magic has been broken into pieces. It is not difficult to infer that he just wanted to make a final struggle by detonating the cane. But still failed. Brian's face suddenly showed the desolation that the situation was over. It's a pity. I originally wanted to kill that traitor Otai. In this case, the real president of the 6 demon generals will come and none of you can escape. When Jula heard this, he immediately shuddered. What do you mean? The real president? If the opponent also has a top-level magician sitting on the battlefield, even he is not completely sure of winning the battle. It's okay, just think he farted. Mo Bai looked disapproving, and then said, Gray, bring out the ice cubes and show him. Okay. Gray greeted. 1 minute later. The solid ice cage was carried out from the grass next to it, and Lisa was made into an ice sculpture and preserved intact. Brian was completely dumbfounded. Lisa? He was captured alive by you. Next to them, Jura and Sharia also slowly raised a question mark. What are these people talking about? It seems that I am not on the same page as them at all. Let me explain. Otai said. The 6 generals of the 6 demons each have different prayers, corresponding to different seals, which are the black stripes on the face of the leader Brian. Once the 6 men are wiped out and the 6 prayers disappear, the seal of Brian's other personality will be lifted, and the true president of the 6 demon generals will appear. That's a scary guy who is keen on destroying all tangible things, really. Otai's tone was also mixed with deep fear. Obviously Wu's strength was too strong. But, Mo Bai and the naked guy captured Lisa alive, so his prayers will not disappear. In addition, I was not attacked by a sneak attack. So guild leader Wu will never appear again. Really? Oh. After hearing this explanation, Jula and Sharia suddenly realized. Finally, I admired Mo Bai's brilliant methods from the bottom of my heart. The future life is formidable. It was indeed the wisest choice to believe in Mr. Mo Bai. Brian was equally surprised. These 2 people had just arrived. The capture of Lisa alive must have happened a long time ago. It could not have been Otai who was influenced by Nirvana. There is only one possibility: the secret about having no president was no longer a secret from the beginning. When did you know this and how did you know this? Not only do I know this, I also know how to crack Nirvana. Mo Bai's calm words fell on the crowd like thunder. Except for Brian, everyone had a look of ecstasy on their faces. Your Excellency Mo Bai, are you saying that even how to reseal Nirvana is under your control? How could it be so mysterious? I'm not Zhuge Liang. Mo Bai curled his lips helplessly. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, he smiled again and asked Brian. I heard that you are very accomplished in the study of magic? There is something called the Self-Discipline Collapse Magic Circle. You should have created it after studying. Brian was suddenly even more surprised. Was his background revealed just like that? If the secret about the Wu Guild Master was revealed by chance, then the fact that he created the Self-Discipline Collapse Magic Circle was also known, so it absolutely cannot be an accident. This guy must be anything but simple. Due to the situation, Brian still answered bravely. Yes. I am the inventor of the Self-Discipline Collapse Magic Circle. As long as you give me a certain amount of time to arrange it, the Self-Discipline Collapse Magic Circle can theoretically destroy many solid defenses and even destroy the magic itself. Having said this, Brian suddenly raised his head and seemed to understand Mo Bai's thoughts. You want me to set up a Self-Discipline Collapse Magic Circle on Nirvana? Clever. In exchange? What can you give me? You have no choice. If you don't, I'll kill you. Faced with Mo Bai's naked threat, Brian was speechless for a while. But then I thought again. Even if Mo Bai really kills himself, Nirvana will not stop starting. At that time, I am afraid that the entire country will fall into turmoil, which will not do any good to Mo Bai. Thinking of this, Brian had another bad idea and said seriously, you can destroy Nirvana if you want me to, but I have a condition. You are not qualified to negotiate terms. Mo Bai did not give in at all. I can leave the rest of the 6 demon generals alone, but you must first let me go free. I told you, you are not qualified to negotiate terms. Please do so. Even if you kill me, Nirvana will still be activated as usual. Brian was not afraid of death, but he was sure that Mo Bai was just threatening and would never dare to kill him. After all, Nirvana still relies on one's own self-discipline to destroy the magic circle. In this case, let's see whether Nirvana starts first or whether I kill you first. Magic power gradually emerged from Mo-Bai, and it seemed that he really had murderous intent. A drop of cold sweat fell from Brian's forehead. At this moment, he could only tell himself repeatedly, "You can't give in, he doesn't dare to kill me." Thunder and arc slowly emerged. Mo-Bai raised his right arm, and once he took action, Brian had to go directly to the King of Hell. The fist was about to land. Mo-Bai suddenly felt a strong angina pectoris in his chest. Even if he used magic to suppress it, it would not help. "What's going on? It seems like something dark is eating my heart." Seeing that Mo-Bai's back turned stooped, Jula and the others immediately sensed something unusual and surrounded him. Mo-Bai. Gray flew to Mo-Bai to check the situation, but unexpectedly discovered that something gray was scattering in Mo-Bai's pupils. "This is..." Before he could continue to observe, Mo-Bai had stood up again. "It's just that the movements are a little stiff." Gray looked at Mo-Bai at this time and had an indescribable strange feeling. "Mo-Bai. I'm fine. Leave Brian to me, and I will find a way to do Nirvana." "Gray, you come with me." Mo-Bai had no expression on his face when he spoke. "I can't see or hear any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, it's like a machine, cold and mechanical." Jula also realized something was wrong. But before he could speak, Mo-Bai had already grabbed Brian's collar and forcibly dragged him away. Gray hurriedly followed, but there was a murmur in his heart. Why does it feel like he has suddenly changed? Chapter 46 Sins of the Past. Mo-Bai's murderous intention. Went to a remote forest. Mo-Bai glanced around for a week before slamming Brian onto the boulder in front of him. Although the friction and bumps on his back were still painful, Brian still refused to cooperate, holding his head high and smiling ferociously. "No matter how many times, my answer is the same. Unless I am released immediately, there is no way I can set up the self-discipline collapse magic circle to destroy Nirvana. Moreover, you don't have the permission of the Senate. If you dare to use some coercive measures, you will definitely be held accountable by the Senate." Ha 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 ha. Brian's sinister laughter became more and more wild. But he didn't notice at all that Mo-Bai's expression had changed drastically. At this moment, Mo-Bai's voice was almost devoid of any emotion. "Nirvana. If you are unwilling to destroy it, I have other ways to crack it. Now what I want to say is another thing, you only need to answer me yes or no." Brian immediately mocked, "You have a way to stop Nirvana? What a joke." But the words are not finished yet. Brian suddenly felt a huge force grabbing his throat, preventing him from saying another word. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Brian's face became redder and redder, his eyes widened, and then he realized that Mo-Bai had lifted himself off the ground with one hand and his feet were already off the ground. "I don't want to do it again. Now, you just have to answer yes or no." A mechanical and hollow sound lingered in my ears. Brian looked at Mo-Bai in shock. Judging from his cold eyes and the force with which he pinched his neck, it was clear that he wanted to kill him. He is completely different from when he was near Nirvana. Out of fear. Yes. Brian struggled to squeeze out a word through his teeth. Mo-Bai released his right hand expressionlessly, letting Brian, who had broken free, lie on the ground coughing loudly. Gray next to him was shocked. Is this still the Mo-Bai he knew? In my impression, although Mo-Bai is terrifying in strength, he is always cheerful. He always gets along well with the other members of the guild and the residents of Magnolia, although he sometimes gets into trouble. But it is absolutely impossible to be like this, as cold as a butcher. Mo-Bai, what's wrong with you? Mo-Bai didn't even turn his head to look at Gray, his eyes were still on Brian. Listen carefully to the question I asked Brian, it has something to do with you too. Me? Gray was startled. Mo-Bai didn't answer any more and lowered his eyes directly to question Brian in front of him. You were the director of the Magic Development Bureau, right? Yes. Mobi nodded slightly and then asked, during that time, you have been secretly abducting children and even using them for in vivo experiments, right? Brian's head shot up. How could he know this? There was a big explosion at the Magic Development Bureau that year. Logically speaking, all incriminating evidence had been destroyed. It was impossible for anyone to know. But this thought only passed by for a moment. When Brian saw Mobi urging him impatiently again, he still answered honestly, yes. Very good. Mobi paused and spoke again under the gaze of Gray and Brian. Only this time, the voice became slightly trembling. More than 10 years ago, a female wizard named Uru came to you and said that her daughter Eurydia was born with too much magic power and had a high fever. She begged for your help. Before Mobi finished speaking, the expression on Gray's face changed drastically. Mobi? Did you just mention Ulu? Listen to me first. Mobi glanced at Gray indifferently and asked Brian again. At that time, as the director, you swore that the Magic Development Bureau could cure the child named Arusha, but in fact you sent her for live experiments. When Uru found you again, you claimed that Eurydia was dead and even the body had been disposed of. That poor mother cried for a long time in the Magic Development Bureau, and her tears were almost gone. Little did she know that her daughter did not die, but continued to suffer your cruel and inhuman abuse. Is there anything wrong with what I said about all these things? Every time Mobi said a word, the panic and shock on Brian's face became more intense. The look in Mobi's eyes has changed dramatically at this moment. Who is this magician who came by air to reinforce the coalition forces? From the secret of the 6 demon generals having no president, to creating the self-disciplined Collapse Magic Circle, and the ugly deeds he once did in the Magic Development Bureau. Why does he know everything clearly? Gray was also shocked. Uru. The Ulu mentioned by Mobi was none other than the master who taught him the ice modeling magic and had been dead for 10 years. When he was studying with Ulu as a child, Gray would often find Ulu secretly crying while hugging the little girl's clothes. It was also at that time that he learned that she had had a daughter. But I didn't expect to suffer such a disaster. Now, Mobi's goal has also been achieved, letting Gray hear that Brian personally admitted the evil things he had done to his master Ulu. Now, it's time for Brian to meet the King of Hell. For a long time, Mobi gently waved his palm from Gray's eyes a few times. Gray. Obstructed view. Gray finally recovered from the shock, but there was still disbelief in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Mobi blankly. Kill him. 3 faint words came out of Mobi's mouth. Brian was immediately frightened and shouted hurriedly, "Wait a minute, I have answered all the questions according to your requirements, you can't. I never said I would let you go. Gray, kill him." Hearing Mobi's scolding again, an unknown fire suddenly rose in Gray's heart. Ulu, is it because of you that I lost my daughter? The power of frost suddenly exploded on Gray's body. The magic condenses on the right fist and left elbow joint, forming a sharp ice pick, with killing intent. Ice blade 7 continuous dances. Gray shot forward, and the ice pick was already aimed at Brian's chest. But just before the stabbing, to everyone's surprise, the originally condensed magic power of the ice shape dissipated out of thin air. The ice pick is gone. The magic can't be used. Gray originally wanted to activate his power again, but the magic power in his body seemed to be exhausted and no longer obeyed his command. He subconsciously looked down and discovered the problem. At some point, there was a string of dark purple magic words on the ground beneath my feet. This kind of writing is not unfamiliar to him. He has seen similar forms of magic before during the fairy tale Civil War. Spell? It's the rules produced by this thing that restricted my actions just now. Brian was in a daze and his whole body was shaking. This life is temporarily restored. Mobi turned his gaze to the slope directly ahead, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. The sound of neat footsteps reached my ears from that side. Preliminary judgment shows that the scale is at least 50 people. As the footsteps became heavier and heavier, a moment later, a uniformed team of magicians appeared in front of the 3 people, all wearing blue and white work uniforms. The leader wears glasses and looks upright. Walking in front of the 3 of them, the leader's eyes swept over them lightly, and he spoke meticulously. "Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council, Laharl. This war is over, magicians of the coalition. Please leave it to our council to deal with it." Mobi looked directly at Lahar, with fire almost burning in his eyes. These troublemakers showed up at the wrong time. However, even if the Speaker of the Senate comes today, Brian must die here. Chapter 47 Thunderous Means. Brian's death. The Council. Brian seemed to grasp at straws for a moment. Even though the Senate is here to catch itself. But I thought that if I actively plead guilty, I might get a chance to avoid death, and I might even find a chance to escape from prison and make a comeback in the future. It is obviously much better than being killed directly by Mobi and Gray here. Brian hurriedly asked for help. "Save me quickly. I am willing to confess all the crimes of the 6 demon generals and am willing to repent. They will violate the rules of the Senate and kill people without permission." Lahar was unfazed when he heard this and turned to Mobi. "Thank you for your contribution to the annihilation of the Dark Guild. However, the war is over. The destination of the 6 demon generals should be to go to the Senate to face trial. All their sins will be liquidated." Mobi naturally knew that with Brian's mind, he would be able to explain himself eloquently and try to avoid the death penalty. The Senate headquarters was previously blown up by Jalal and Arusha. Except for a few members of Congress, it can be seen how incompetent the current people in power are. Can't count on those people. Mobi thought to himself, since Gray can't take action anymore, I have to do it. Think of this. Mobi picked up Brian's neck again and held it in his palm. Brian was now tortured to the point of being like a cripple, without any ability to resist. Mobi looked at Laharl and said solemnly, "What if I must kill him?" Laharl spoke righteously, "Then you are determined to fight against the Senate. I will lead the army and send you to trial together." As Laharl waved his right hand down in the air, more than 50 magic guards of the Senate behind him showed off their weapons. The Council's position is on the same side as that of the subordinate guilds, and I don't want to make the relationship with you too rigid. I hope you understand. Besides, with my magic here, you can't do anything in a short time. Use magic." What Lahar said was correct. Thanks to the supreme status of the Senate, he also enjoys the support of powerful magic tool Crystal as a law enforcer. With the help of crystals, the spells set up are enough to make the magician inside helpless in a short time. Let the criminal go now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Lahar advised again. Mobi seemed deaf. Not only did he not stop, he strangled Brian's right hand even harder. It's like squeezing a little chicken. Brian's eyes bulged, he kicked his feet desperately, and stretched out his hand to try to break away from Mobi's hand, but he couldn't do it at all. You are openly defying the orders of the Senate. Everyone be on alert." Lahar was shocked and immediately ordered the magic guards behind him to be ready to take coercive measures. Dozens of magic tools and weapons were all pointed in Mobi's direction, reflecting a penetrating light that converged in Mobi's eyes. Mobi finally spoke slowly, but there was a lot of teasing in his tone. "If it weren't for the magic items, your spell level would be far worse than fried from our guild." Under the gaze of everyone, a fiery red flame appeared faintly from Mobi's back, burning and beating little by little until it bloomed. And under his feet, the spell text that originally restricted the use of magic began to appear cracks at some point, and became more and more dense as time went by. Bite. The crisp crackling sound reached everyone's ears. The spell text was immediately destroyed, like a thin layer of shattered glass, which looked extremely fragile. Laharl and the troops of the Senate stared blankly at the scene that happened in front of them, with endless shock on their faces. How could it be? The spell doesn't work on him. There is only one possibility. This person's magic power has far exceeded the range set by the spell, even to the level of the Holy 10. When did Fairy Tale have such a scary guy? Is he younger than Jalal? Glancing at the people in the Senate, Mo said calmly, "If you want to end up like Brian, just come over. I don't mind killing one more. Say the last word." Mo no longer paid attention to their reactions. The real target was Brian. Brian's face was already ashen. The moment Mo completely broke the spell, his hanging heart died. The appearance of the Senate gave him a brief glimpse of hope, but Mo crushed this hope without mercy and threw him into the abyss again. Explosive flames suddenly ignited from Mo's palm. Logically speaking, Brian was choked by Mo's neck, so even if he died, only that part would be injured. But at this moment, he could clearly feel the severe burning pain coming from all over his body. Ah! A weak and shrill wail came from Brian's fragile throat. With difficulty, he moved his eyes downward, only to realize that the bright flames had spread to all parts of the torso and limbs, and even penetrated into the body. Thoracic cavity, abdominal cavity, and even everywhere in the body. Endless despair emerged from Brian's eyes. As Mo's eyes flashed with torches again, the dragon-slaying power was activated, and a strong burning sensation invaded Brian's body again. He finally realized what Mo wanted to do. Does this lunatic want to use flames to burn my magic power into nothingness before I die? Brian had long since lost the ability to speak again. Unprecedented pain swept through his body, making his consciousness blurry. His vision gradually darkened. Only at the end, Mo's voice was faintly heard. "I really can't bear to leave you to those souls in the Senate. I'm sorry, you have to die here." The words fell. Brian finally let out a weak whimper, and then completely lost the breath of life. Mo threw his body aside as if throwing away garbage, and habitually clapped his hands to dust it off. What's strange is that Mo's head was still aching a little before Brian's heartbeat stopped. At this moment, he is fully recovered. This comfortable feeling is like Hwatuo using an invisible axe to split the skull and quietly remove the root of the disease. Feeling relaxed all over. Lahar and others in the Senate were all shocked by his ruthless tactics just now. His expression became more and more distorted and ugly, but his body didn't move at all. As for Gray, he had mixed feelings at this moment. He sat there blankly, silently casting his gaze towards the evening sky. The place fell into deathly silence. Mo's mood slowly calmed down and he began to think about the next plan. Now that the 6 demon generals are gone, Brian is dead, and the remaining 5 will be taken away by the council if nothing else happens. Speaking of which, the 5 of them have the same experience as Urza. They were all captured by the Tower of Paradise when they were children. They are not hopeless. If you can help, why don't you help them? But now that there are spies from the Senate everywhere, it's really inconvenient to take action. Maybe we have to go to prison with them. Chapter 48. Can we have a good negotiation now? For a long time. Mo Gray. Familiar shouts came from afar. Just by listening to the voice, Mo can tell who it is. Urza? Natsu, Lucy, and Wendy, it seems like everything is going well for you. As those friendly figures appeared in sight and kept running towards him, Mo smiled brightly at his friends as usual. The bloody executioner image just now is gone forever. Mo glanced at Brian's remains. There are only 2 black stripes left on the face, which correspond to the restored Otai and the frozen Lisa. It seems that the other members of the 6 demon generals have been cleared out. The only thing that could make Mo slightly worried was Urza, who was poisoned by snake venom after being attacked by Cobra. Does the poisoned arm still hurt? Hearing Mo's question, Urza smiled. It's okay, thanks to Wendy's healing magic. Healing magic is an extremely rare magic in the entire wizarding world. Almost lost. Those who master it are even rarer. After hearing this, Mobi immediately turned his attention to the blue-haired girl Wendy next to him, leaned down and touched her head. "Thank you, Wendy." "No. This is what I should do." Wendy, who has always been introverted, was a little overwhelmed by Mobi's intimate behavior. And Mobi also smelled a hint of the same original magic from Wendy. After all, they are both dragon slayers. Wendy's attribute is the sky and she was raised by the dragon Grandigny. However, like Natsu and Gajeel, the dragons that raised them disappeared mysteriously on July 7, 777. The dragon-slaying magic crystal in Mobi's body does have properties similar to Wendy's, namely storm, but the essential difference between the two is still very obvious. Wendy can replenish her magic power by feeding on the air, while Mobi needs to swallow the powerful hurricane. Wendy can control healing magic through the power of Dragon Slayer in the sky, and Mobi can use this to obtain the magic of flying, storm dragon wings. What a pity! I originally wanted to have a big fight, but I didn't expect that the most powerful guy has been defeated by you. Naz's complaint brought Mobi's thoughts back to reality. Mobi looked Nazi up and down, and couldn't help but wonder, "No, buddy, why are everyone else more or less injured, but you don't seem to have even consumed your magic power?" Natsu confidently passed the blame to Lucy. "I originally met that so-and-so angel, but I accidentally boarded a strange vehicle and fainted. It's all because Lucy didn't warn me. Can you blame me?" Lucy protested. There was another round of noise and pleasantries, and the atmosphere seemed to be back to the fairy tale guild. As for the group of people in the Senate behind Mobi, Natsu and the others are no strangers either. He often gets into trouble when he goes on missions, and then he is invited to tea by the Senate. Natsu naturally didn't like this group of people, so he chose to ignore them. For a long time. Seeing that nothing happened, Mobi turned around and asked his friends to leave together. But at this moment, Lahar, the captain of the Senate team who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but have an attack. As a law enforcer, he watched Mobi kill important suspects with thunder in front of him. Naturally, you can't let him go so easily. Lahar then shouted an order to the soldiers behind him, "In the name of the Senate, arrest Mobi immediately. If anyone else resists, arrest them too." "Yes." Hearing the shouts, several people who had turned around suddenly turned back. Until he saw the magic warriors actually using their magic weapons and slowly approaching him. Only then did they believe that they had heard correctly. "The Senate wants to arrest Mobi?" Lucy suddenly said anxiously, "No, what does this mean? Aren't they here to capture the 6 demon generals?" Mobi actually made it clear about killing Brian for a while, so he had to blame it on Gray. "Well, it's a bit complicated. Why don't you let Gray explain it to you?" Urza noticed something fishy and immediately turned around and asked, "Gray, what happened?" Gray also became hesitant at this time. However, Lahar didn't seem ready to give them a chance to communicate. "Superior." As the attack command was issued again, the magic soldiers in the front row rushed forward with swords, guns, swords, and halberds. A figure suddenly flashed in front of several people's eyes. Looking closely, he realized that it was Natsu, who couldn't hold himself back any longer. The scarf tied around his neck was still fluttering in the wind. Natsu's eyes flashed with excitement and warlikeness, and he couldn't wait to face the battle. "No matter what the reason is, if you want to take away your guild mates, I won't agree. Besides, today's battle with the 6 demon generals was not fun at all, so I can give it a try with you guys. I'm on fire." With his feet kicking out hard, Natsu's figure suddenly shot out, and he raised his double fire fists and directly hit the faces of the magic soldiers on both sides. Although due to the strength of the magic power itself, Natsu's fire dragon iron fist does not seem to be as powerful as Mobi. But after all, his is the orthodoxy. The soldiers behind saw this and wanted to step forward to help, but suddenly felt a scorching heat that was still rising. Looking at Natsu again, the bright flames had evolved from his fists to wrapping around his whole body. The brilliant flame of the fire dragon. Natsu took a deep breath and gathered the flames around him into his hands again. The flames continued to expand, gradually forming a huge fireball as tall as a person, which was thrown forward by Natsu. With a roar, the fireball flew forward like a burning meteor, carrying blazing high temperature and powerful impact. Wherever it passes, all vegetation will be instantly burned to ashes. As for the magic soldiers who were hit, they were severely burned and screamed in pain. Some of them continued to have flames on their bodies, but they could not be extinguished no matter how hard they rolled. But Natsu obviously hasn't had enough. After scanning for a week, he shook his neck and prepared for a second battle. The magic warriors couldn't help but take half a step back. Urza stared at Natsu's figure and could only smile bitterly, but did not do anything to stop him. Leave it to normal times. If Natsu dares to confront the council like this, or even attack the opponent's troops, there is no doubt that Urza will definitely stop him. But this time is an exception. Under unknown circumstances, the Senate is about to arrest Mobi. Urza couldn't tolerate it either. Now, Mobi looked at the backs of his friends standing in front of him. Especially Natsu, Mokai stood at the front, trying to protect himself from being taken away. Mobi had a completely different plan in mind. He was going to the Senate prison to do something very important. However, the prison has always been tightly guarded, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to sneak in without permission. But then again, isn't Lahar trying to take himself to trial at this moment? If he approves his arrest, wouldn't he be able to go to jail as a matter of course? So, now I have to find a reason to go back to the Senate. 3 minutes later. Natsu curled his lips in disinterest before putting away the flame aura on his body. On the field, there are only a handful of magic soldiers who can still stand up. Seeing this, Urza finally stepped forward, gently stopped Natsu who was still thinking, and said sternly to Laharl in the distance. I'm sorry. We can't accept that the Senate took away our companions for no reason. Can we talk about it now? Lahar looked around, his face covered with black lines. Almost all the people he brought were knocked down by Nezuko. Only then did you think of communicating? There is no other way, after all, the gap in strength is there, so I can only endure it. Lahar deliberately kept his tone calm. Did you see the mummy next to him? He is Brian, the president of the 6 demon generals, and he has been killed by Mobi. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and found a charcoal-like mummy next to the stone. It's almost the same grey-black color as stone, and has its own protective color. You really can't tell the difference without looking carefully. The death was quite miserable. Mobi did this? Chapter 49 Sincerity is a must-win skill, but what is always sincerity? Urza just glanced at it lightly and continued to argue with Lahar. The crusade against the 6 demon generals was originally the mission given to our coalition forces by the Senate. If Mobi did not use all his strength during the battle, I am afraid he will be the one who falls. It's just a mistake that failed to save Brian's life. I think that shouldn't be enough reason to arrest Mobi, right? Urza obviously didn't know that it was Jura who was fighting with Brian. But in the picture in her mind, Mobi must have had a fierce battle with Brian before. As the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian's strength should not be underestimated, so Mobi accidentally struck him too hard and burned him to ashes. Hearing what Urza said, Mobi suddenly felt guilty. After all, Laharl still couldn't control his emotions. He shouted regardless of his demeanor. Do you know what just happened? Brian has obviously lost the ability to fight. I was going to take him to the Senate for trial. Mobi can't listen to what I say at all. He is like a cold-blooded killer. Killer, do you understand? He burned all of Brian's magic power right in front of me, and then killed him. Urza's pupils shrank. Before she could respond, Natsu next to him made a disdainful sound from his nose. "Tch, who doesn't know that your council is famous for arresting people at random? I don't believe what you say." Laharl responded angrily, "Ask him yourself. Just ask." Natsu looked indifferent and even stretched out his little finger to pick his nose, then turned to look at Mobi. "Hey Mobi, is what that guy from the Senate said true? Did you really kill Brian with that method?" In full view. Mobi seemed a little shy, scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said, "Well, actually, what he said is indeed correct." Clam. The people who had been protecting Mobi tightly were suddenly dumbfounded. In this way, it is indeed reasonable for the Senate to arrest him. Mobi's answer surprised even Lahar. When he saw the magic soldiers falling down one after another, he realized that even with force, it would be difficult to take Mobi away. "I didn't expect him to be quite honest, and didn't even try to deny it." Natsu turned his head and winked wildly, and whispered, "What kind of plane are you doing? So you are not afraid that the Senate will really arrest you and send you to jail?" "Ahem. But the fact is that I did kill Brian in front of him. Don't worry, I have my own plan." Mobi did not deliberately lower his volume, and his sincere voice was enough for everyone present to hear. In an instant, both Natsu's and Laharl's faces showed a bit of shock when faced with this sudden reversal. For Mobi himself, it is certainly not as simple as throwing himself into a trap. He still had to go to the Senate prison to do an important thing, otherwise he wouldn't have admitted it so simply. Although sincerity is always a surefire skill, being too sincere all the time can only mean. The others looked at Urza, who looked embarrassed. Mobi spread his hands helplessly and said half-jokingly, "Just think of it as a free trip to the prison. If you haven't even entered the Senate, wouldn't it be a waste to join Fairy Tale? There's really nothing wrong with that. Whether it's Natsu or Grey, or even Urza, or other powerful magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild. He often made mistakes at work, accidentally destroying half of the town, and was subsequently invited to tea by the Senate. In the end, it was President Makarov who had to fish them out. But in Makarov's view, being restricted by these rules will make it impossible to improve your magical attainments. He has also been encouraging everyone to stop caring about these things and to always stick to their own path. To put it another way, even if some old bastards in the Senate who usually dislike Fairy Tale insist on spending a few years in jail, when the time comes, Mobi won't mind doing what Jalal once did and blowing up the Senate." Thinking of this, Mobi even joked, "I will return to the guild in a few days. Don't forget to prepare a banquet to welcome me then." Seeing no one responded, Mobi shrugged, gently leaned next to Urza and whispered, "Don't worry, as long as I want to come out, the door of the Senate will not be able to close me." As soon as she finished speaking, before Urza could say anything else, behind everyone, the already violent Nirvana erupted again, and several energy beams quickly snaked up and intertwined. The white light pillar reaching the sky was ready to move, making bursts of hissing sounds, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Mobi looked back and said immediately, "Oh, yes, I almost forgot about Nirvana. Now it is only the first stage. After a while, it will completely spread out from the ground and produce 6 sucker-like mechanical tentacles. When each of you goes to a tentacle and destroys the energy supply magic crystal that controls the tentacles, Nirvana will be completely destroyed." There was a complex and subtle meaning in Urza's beautiful eyes. It seems that from the first time they met, Mobi was always surprising her. Every seemingly outrageous operation is inexplicably reliable. Did you just mention the solution to the supermagical Nirvana in an understatement? Although it has not been confirmed yet, based on my understanding of him, it is impossible to just talk nonsense. However, at this moment, he was staring at the thin back of Mobi, who was moving step by step towards the direction of the Senate army. What occupied Urza's heart the most was still her concern and worry about him. Looking at Mobai, he looked innocent and obedient. Laharl still couldn't let go of his inner guard, and angrily summoned the magic warrior who had narrowly escaped Natsu's attack. Put the magic shackles on him. Magic shackles, as a top magic item that only the council has the authority to use, are often used on criminals with powerful magic powers. Once locked by it, most of the magic power in the body can no longer be manipulated, just like a muggle. Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't this unnecessary? I'm sorry, this is the rule of the Senate. We are only acting in accordance with the rules. Please cooperate. The two magic soldiers who were ordered whispered to Mobai in a semi-begging tone. They also saw Mobai's terrifying strength, so they naturally did not dare to provoke him, but they found it difficult to disobey the leader's orders. Hey, forget it, forget it. Mobai has always been soft-spoken. He didn't want to embarrass these two hard-working workers, so he simply stretched out his arms and exposed his wrists. Bite. Shackles to death. Lahar was still worried, so he leaned forward and looked at it for a while, and then said to Mobai with some doubts. Try to activate the magic power in your body and see if you can still release magic. Just try it. Before Laharl could answer, Mobai activated 8 dragon-slaying magic crystals at the same time, as if he had just arrived at the Sea of Gas Trees to show his magic power to Leo and the others. The magic shackles reacted immediately and sounded a harsh alarm. But Mobai didn't show any magical aura. Rahal breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I specially selected the highest quality magic shackles before I came here. Unless they are a strong man like Jula who is at the level of the Holy Ten, it is impossible for others to break free. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. Under everyone's shocked gaze, energy beams of 8 different colors suddenly appeared all over Mobai, wrapping him tightly in it, and his momentum was particularly magnificent. Look at the ground again. The magical shackles have become a piece of scrap metal, without any magic fluctuations. Mobai sighed, showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and couldn't help but ask soul torture. It seems that the council has been short of funds recently. It has begun to produce fake and shoddy products. Urza and Lucy Wendy are professionally trained and generally don't laugh. Unless you can't help it. Natsu is different, he never restrains his excitement. Seeing Lahar's deflated appearance, he covered his stomach with one hand and beat the ground with the other, laughing more wildly than anyone else. Pta ha 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 ha, snore. Laharl lost face but had no choice but to do it. His face was bruised and black, so he had no choice but to angrily order the magic soldiers under his command to retreat. Take Brian's body and other members of the 6 demon generals and return to the council. Chapter 50. That's it for now, let's eat first. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. Hello everyone, I am Wendy, I can use some healing auxiliary magic. Under the leadership of Urza, Wendy stood next to Carla a little shyly and introduced herself to the other members of the guild. 2 days have passed since the battle between the 6 demon generals. Everyone sealed Nirvana and originally went to the guild closest to the Gas Tree Sea, the Demon Cat's Lodge, where Wendy was to take a short rest. But unexpectedly discovered a bigger secret: the entire guild of Demon Cat's Place is a magical illusion created by its president Robin Lu. Robin Lu's body has long since disappeared over time, and only exists temporarily in the world as a missing body. The whole purpose of the guild's existence is just to accompany Wendy through the loneliest time. A guild that only exists for one person. After seeing that Wendy already had a reliable partner by her side, Robin Lu was finally relieved and could leave safely. Seeing her former partner's body disappearing, Wendy couldn't accept this fact for a while, hugging her head and crying. Urza reached out to help at this time and took the initiative to invite Wendy and Carla to join Fairy Tale's new family. Wendy still acted a little shy in front of everyone. Please take care of me. Girls, join the club. Looking around always attracts a lot of attention. In this kind of situation where they can join in the fun, the two old fat guys Macau and Wakaba always appear to be particularly active. This time, Wakaba didn't even take off the pipe from his mouth. He walked directly in front of Wendy and asked questions. So cute. How old are you, little girl? Why don't we celebrate by opening Wendy's welcome party? Hey? Why is there a female happy next to me? Seeing Wendy choke on her cigarette twice, she was even more confused by them. Urza understood immediately, bang bang punched the two idiots in the forehead, and rescued Wendy. Be careful with me. Yes. Until he took Wendy to complete the membership procedures and engraved the coat of arms on her right shoulder. Only then did everyone discuss the crusade against the 6 demon generals. So, the 6 demon generals have been completely defeated this time, right? At least we can live a peaceful life for a while. As expected of the guild's strongest team. By the way, I remember that Mo Bai also went to find you. Why didn't he come back together? Could it be that he was lost? I heard from Lucy that he was taken away by the Senate because of his negligent actions during the battle. How miserable. But it's okay. Aren't Natsu and Urza often invited to tea because they accidentally destroyed half the town? And every time, the president can bring them out. I think so too, the president must have a way. The members of Fairy Tale seem to have an innate sense of relaxation. In other guilds, if someone was targeted by the council every day, he would probably be in bad luck. But at Fairy Tale, it seems to have become a common occurrence. And just when everyone was talking enthusiastically in the hall, the atmosphere in the room at the end of the attic was very heavy at the moment. There were only 2 people in the room, Makarov and Gray. There was silence for a long time. Gray finally recovered from the gloom and told Makarov what happened that day. Old man. Mo Bai, it was because of my past that he killed Brian in that way. No matter the details, Gray told everything about Mo Bai. From the first time Mo Bai told the secret of the 6 Demon Generals Guild Wu, to when he designed the 2 members of Lienklasa and Cobra. Later, he suddenly sexually assaulted Brian and killed Brian with thunder, and before leaving, he explained the final method of destruction of Nirvana. I always feel that Mo Bai seems to have some kind of prophetic ability. Not only can he see our past, but he can even know some information that is simply unobtainable. After telling all his thoughts, Gray felt much happier. Makarov frowned, with wrinkles on his face, one layer after another, and said, "This is also my fault. Ever since Mo Bai joined the guild, I haven't learned much about his past." Makarov sighed, stood up from the chair and walked out. "That's it for now, let's eat first." Gray slowly typed a question mark and called Makarov again. "Old man." "Clam." Makarov turned his head impatiently. Gray hesitated and asked, "Mo Bai, can you find a way to get him out of the Senate?" "Really, every time there is a problem, I have to go to the Senate to pick someone up. Where can I put my old face? Let him stay in jail for a while." Makarov shouted dissatisfied, opened the door and walked out. However, a smile of relief and hope slowly appeared on Gray's face. Even though Makarov said he doesn't care about Mo Bai. In fact, every time they got into trouble and were taken away by the Senate, Makarov always looked indifferent, but he was able to get them out in the end. It seems that Mo Bai's matter is stable this time.